We got another round of trivia. This time it's going to be Virtus Pro. We've got Tomato. We've got Saberlight. Trivia time with Parivision. We've got 9 Class and Satanic joining us.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到 EWC 2026 Dota 2的快问快答环节。我身边是来自 X 战队的XXS 和 AME。
Gentlemen, how much do you remember of EWC 2025?
I remember the grand final.
Okay, well, that will definitely help with this first question. Who were the top 4 teams in EWC 2025? So who was in the grand finals?
Okay, grand finals is Spirit Falcons.
Right?
That's what I was gonna say.
And the two before, I don't know, might be some Perry. I think it was like Spirit Perry semifinals.
Correct.
And the other one was Falcons, maybe against Liquid.
No, Liquid lost in the first round.
Spirit
Spirit
Liquid
Liquid 吗？
我不知道，法老 BB
你们是这全说出来猜是不是？
不知道，感觉
完
就是
全不知道
感觉应该是几个
有 Falcons 有 Falcons，
啊？对啊，我猜对一个
还，有俩，一人一个了吗？现在
还接着猜是吧？
接着猜。
Yeah, we lost fast.
It was XG maybe?
Ooh, it was Tundra. Tundra.
Tundra
还剩最后一个，最后一个
Aurora
很接近，但是不是。要提示一下吗？就是 P 开头的。哎，对了。
Tundra Spirit Different Falcons
That's right. That's right. What about the meta, though? Who is the most banned hero of EWC 2025?
Whoa.
Let me think on it. Rubik.
Nope.
算我完全忘记那是个什么样的版本了。
就打完一个比赛就忘掉了。OK， 提示一下，这个英雄被ban了80次。
Not Naga, not Spiel, not. It's like illusion, not clone, not something.
Why do you think it's not Naga?
Terrorblade.
Support Terrorblade was running wild in that meta.
Okay, it was
Naga plus 5 was limp at that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I
it was.
forgot.
That's right.
I forgot about Naga plus 5, bro.
我想大家
有印象吗？
有印象
在去年2025的时候。
有印象，现在有印象。
Naga. The
Naga
Deluge
Oh yeah,
Naga.
Naga,
Yes.
obviously.
Naga Siren had
Yeah,
80
SFP.
bans. What player had the highest GPM at EWC 2025?
It's me.
Was it you?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's not you.
Satanic or something.
It's Satanic. We asked Satanic. Satanic said, "Is it me?" It was not. It was not.
鸭头肉，先蒙一个
先蒙一个，管他是谁，先蒙一个哑头肉。
啊，
It's Yutor pure.
That's Yutoro.
It's Yutor.
Yutoro. 818 GPM.
I'm second.
I don't know, but I think so. I think so.
Yeah, Toro?
Yutoro.
That was like the easy answer.
I mean, Spirit only lost 1 game the entire tournament, so.
I see.
What hero with more than 5 picks had the highest win rate at EWC 2025?
Ox.
Lesh.
Nope. Nope.
城
不是，
一模
不是，怎么越走越偏了？你这个
I think
Naga.
this hero was being played as carry, and in fact, you would have thought that Liquid would have done very well because this hero,
Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet, 75% win rate in 24 picks.
天之，
对，哎，
终于给我蒙
回
对了，
应，终于你试了有几个啊？10个英雄应该有了吧？10个蒙一个。
差不多。
Furion.
That's right. That's right. 75% win rate. Yeah,
How much?
24 picks. That was the highest win rate. What was the most picked hero in EWC 2024?
Whoa, let's look back. This was Gladiators won this one, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Rubik.
It is a support hero, not Rubik. It's a support hero. It's in your role.
是个动物，
I
Like a
said all
range.
his signature heroes.
One has to be range because he was on Falcons that year, right?
Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Hoodwink.
Hoodwink.
Yeah. See, now you're using your brain.
Ah,
See,
we're
when he
using
used
our
it. Oh, yes, he did.
我的天
Hoodwink? That's right.
Right?
Yeah, you got it right. Right on the money.
Scared.
87 picks.
跟你一路的，跟
跟我
你
一路的
没什么关系。
小松鼠，
哦，
That was it.
It's been real.
It's been real. Goodbye.
拜拜。
比赛当中希望你们有好的发挥，谢谢。
Despite our not so best performance this year, I can see that we're like a good team and good players. I think we sometimes struggle to get back up when we lose. I think very often it happens that we like lose an important match and then it snowballs from there. Coming into this tournament, we're not in the best shape as we just lost the TI qualifiers, and that is not a good thing for our team, but I believe that we can turn it around. Usually the person that takes the lead when we're back down it's Bulba, but I think it's also just like kinda on each and every one of us. I try to do it myself, like having some team talks organized by the coach. It's helpful and it's for sure like needs to be done. But I also think it's like each person just reaching out to one another, making sure that we're like still on the same page, that we trust each other. Finding the consistency is hard. That's why I think we've not figured it out yet. I think for some people, they try to do it through like concepts and I guess strategies. Like I think Bulba is the type of coach that likes things to be ordered and then everybody kind of knows what's happening. Sometimes I have like a little bit of problems with that because I would say I'm an intuition player, so I just kind of go with my gut, which I'm sure also contributes to the inconsistency. Because if I'm feeling it, then yeah, you know, I'm cooking. But if I'm not feeling it, then I don't have like this baseline to fall back on. It's just like, it's just bad. As far as the roster's concerned this year, I mean, there were times and losses where we were like tempted to see if there is something to be done about the roster, but it never felt like it was one specific person's fault, so there was never reason to like kick anyone. And I think like everybody on this team has the potential to be the best. Been kind of thrown to the wolves and we like gotta figure out the way to beat these like better teams. So it's been just more pressure on myself to like be better, to be a better player, but to also just be able to make better calls and like find a way to win the game.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
at EWC 2026. And happy Bastille Day for everyone in France, celebrating and those joining us here for our survival stage. It is going to be an incredible run of talent, but also an incredible run of games because, again, losers go home, winners move on. We've got the mini bosses, the mega bosses waiting for them, and all that good stuff coming up underway. My name is Rain Day, and no, I'm not Shiva. You might have noticed just by the look immediately, but I am not Shiva. I'm not from the Netherlands, although everyone else on my panel seems to be. I'm so glad to be here and taking part in Dota 2. Such a great game, and I hope that you guys welcome me. I'll be welcoming my panel here just now. And, of course, I've got Effie and BSJ. Effie, I'll start with you. We've had some great conversations earlier on today about what these teams bring to the table, and there's a lot of unknowns.
There are so many unknowns, but my favorite part in Dota tournaments is when we get to these gauntlets, these elimination stages, and we get to see what teams are really made of, you know, because you can go into a day like this with certain expectations and just be completely wrong. Also, welcome to Dota.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Great to have you.
I appreciate it. It's been a while since I've been with MOBAs, but Brian, you guys have made me feel so welcome. And also, again, that tumultuous, what will happen, what won't happen, that kind of makes a stage like this, where the stakes are so high, even more fun.
Well, yeah, most big tournaments in Dota, they have a double elimination format. There's a lot more forgiveness. There's a chance to not be on your A game a single time. And now we're in a best of 3 where if you give away that free game that sometimes these like tier 2, like up-and-coming teams tend to struggle with, like that could be the difference between going home or potentially even having like a playoff run entirely.
And speaking of like unknowns, I mean, we didn't know if there was going to be traffic, a blockade because of Bastille Day, but we actually got here pretty easy. So I guess everyone was sleeping. Not us last night after the fireworks, though. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday. But yesterday, of course, being in the competition, it's really been 2 days since we've last played Dota 2 on our STC Rewind. Effie, a lot of competition, obviously, taking a look at just what occurred to get these teams here to this moment.
A lot went on, and we got to see like the clear distinction. We've talked about it time and time again in this tournament, but as it progressed in that group stage, there was just kind of the big dogs, the top dogs, if you will, versus a clear lower half in that group. The distinction did seem to make itself obvious in certain groups in particular, but with all of that being said, teams can learn a lot in a span of a few days. So I don't want to make any definitive statements, but this first stage in the gauntlet round, it's going to go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different teams evolve in different ways throughout the course of it. Even looking at the best teams in the tournament, I felt like when we watched 1W versus Yandex the other day, it just looked like Yandex was drafting on the 6th day of the tournament with the evolution of the meta, while 1W is more drafting what we could have seen on day 1. And then we see teams like VP, who started the group stage 1-5, and then they ended it 4-0, taking 2 games off of OG, who was the team they had to beat to even be here in the first place. So there's definitely teams that have the momentum coming into this bracket. And even though there has been that clear distinction between the top dogs and then echelon below, it's like VP made that run. We have Rune Eaters who took a couple games off of some of the best teams. There you go.
These are great points. So go ahead, Effie.
Yeah, I was just saying, you can't help but feel that regardless of the first round of this gauntlet stage, or survival stage, if you will, there is something really scary waiting in that second group. Like in our first series today, whoever wins that is going to have to play against Aurora later on. And that genuinely feels like a big difference.
Yeah.
So it is really, really hard to say if even today will be enough of a practice stage for them.
Yes, I think this is a common theme in all these things, coming from Apex as well. There was so many teams that from a gauntlet perspective, you knew I have to watch out for this in my group. And it's difficult sometimes to get that matchup right and get all the other ones right as well, because you're so focused on what you need to do against the team that you've kind of circled on your calendar. In many ways, also, I want to catch you guys up with the action that's been going on around EWC, and that does start with Apex and Unlimited's win. We saw a Japanese team take the very first international win, and it was filled with drama, the highest of stakes. 3 out of 4 of our last games, Unlimited were able to clean it up. Ilariman, with all but the Mozambiques, swung to close it out. Peace would be awarded the MVP. He would have an emotional moment celebrating there. Historic for Japan and Apex Legends, and they became our first champions here from APAC North. However, the second time APAC has won EWC. In Valorant, on the other side of things, I was a little sad. My former player that I used to cast in a game called Paladins, he was the coach of NRG. They went down to 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves taking their first international win. as well in Valorant. A major accomplishment for them. Someone else we know in Apex, Nice Wig, was very happy, a co-owner now of 100 Thieves, celebrating their victory yet again. A big win for the boys and a big win for both organizations, kicking off the club championship story. Brian, obviously we're talking about the teams here. Dota will have that same moment for one of these teams as well. Maybe one of these teams that we're watching today, but it's going to be a long road if that's even close to possible. Maybe a miracle would need to happen for that.
Yeah, I'd say that would be quite the miracle run. It's not to take anything away from these guys, but the thing about Dota nowadays is in the past, there'd usually be 2 or 3 front runners throughout the course of the tournament, but I feel like we talked about the difference between the tier 1 and the step down. There's like 8 teams that I think are tier 1-ish, and it's not like you could just have to beat one or the 2 or 3 best teams. Like in the past, you could maybe make a miracle run having 1 or 2 big series upsets, but you'll have to beat like 4 top caliber teams in a row, single elimination. Possible, but maybe we'll leave it as a fairy tale for now.
Yeah, I mean, there are some teams that can maybe do it. Like, if we look at the teams in the survival stage in the very first round, there are teams like Extreme Gaming and Team Liquid that were TI Grand Finals. They second place at TI for Extreme Gaming. Liquid won 2 TIs ago, and now they're in the first round of survival. So if there are teams that can pull off these miracle runs, it would be one of these veteran teams.
Let's take a look at our today's schedule because the matchups that we're talking about, again, have a little bit of that Cinderella story unfolding. Of course, starting off, we'll have Rune Eaters versus Virtus Pro in our first survival round. Remember, these teams came in representing the 4th and 3rd slots in their group. We've already sent several teams home out of the group stage. We've got one team waiting. We call that the Mega Boss. I think that's what Slacks and Milos had coined it earlier on. But one of these teams will play against the Mini Boss in 1W. Then we'll go to Vici Gaming and P-Time. They will play against each other. Remember, Vici Gaming, the only team out of this 4 that's qualified for TI. All other 3 playing for this tournament. So it should be some interesting dynamics. They will face against their mini-boss, Aurora, which will also be a very tough opponent. So is Cinderella a big enough fairy tale to talk about this story? Is it going to have to be something new that's written here if they're really going to go through it, Effie?
I mean, it would have to be a fairy tale and a half.
Yeah, more than a glass slipper, maybe 2.
Maybe 2 glass slippers, exactly. But it's not impossible, but it is very difficult because even hearing you say the words mini boss for a team like 1W is pretty wild because this was the most consistent team throughout this season, and last season even when they were Team Tundra, they had the most amount of grand finals in total coming into the last TI. So the fact that there's a boss a step above them even is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the top 8 teams are possible to win it, that means you're facing one of them in the next round, as you mentioned. So for the story of today...
Yes, of course. And I think that kind of leads to a better... I want you to expand on that. We've got our Sony story of the day coming up, and it really is what we titled One Shot, One Opportunity, because I kind of made a prelude to this. Vici Gaming going to TI. All the other teams in this 4-team run are not. And so, in many ways, Brian, you guys were talking about how this might be their last chance.
I mean, this is literally their last chance of this year's of Dota 2, and the fact is that this is a single elimination, so every game, I guess after game 2, is potentially your last game of the year. And by not going to TI, there's a lot of pressure not only on the players to have some sort of semblance of results at the end of the year, but whether you're a part of an org like VP, the result you have here could make a difference of whether or not you get re-signed and continue with them in the next year. It's a lot at stake for these guys.
For sure, and the expectations that these players would have placed upon themselves have to be really different in Rune Eaters versus Virtus Pro here, because you look at Virtus Pro and you see Coach Bulva, you see Fly, who's been a veteran of multiple TIs, Tomato. Like, these are not players that you would expect to lose in the first stage of a survival gauntlet and not stay at TI. So for them, this is pretty intense and pretty meaningful. I did catch them after they played their series versus OG, and they looked relieved.
Yeah.
Like, visibly relieved.
Yes. Some of the oldest players that you think are kind of in this tournament lobbed together in Virtus Pro obviously have a history of being successful pros, but maybe not peaking at the right time, Brian. I think that might have been the conversation too. With Rune Eaters, there is a sense of unknown, and there's this sense of maybe getting better. I think that's also making this matchup a little bit more of a toss-up than one would expect when you look at these 2 teams on paper.
Yeah, on paper, VP I think is the more consistently, I don't want to say like average, but tier 2 team. While on the other hand, Rune Eaters, you know, they'll drop a game they lost TI qualifiers in like last place, but then they took a best of 3 off of Na'Vi, a very solid team to even make it to this tournament in the first place. They took games off of BB team during the group stage. So this team is quite able to take games off the best of them, but then at the same time, they'll drop a game to Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
So it's like, you just don't really know what to expect with teams like Rune Eaters. They're very solid individuals. Like, I think a lot of these players, you've heard their name before, but you've never seen this roster as a whole. And we were talking about their play style behind the scenes, and we were like, they don't really have like an identity as a team. It's more like 5 solid players coming together, picking very like standard, very fundamental Dota. And that honestly might be good enough to beat VP if well executed.
Yeah, this team finalizing themselves, I think, on June 7th. Shiva and I were talking a little bit about this. So only a couple of months, maybe a month and a half to really get to this place. Can they continue? That'll be the question. Before we dive into that, that's our first set of the day. Do we have any initial thoughts on Vici Gaming, P-Time, what we might be expecting in our second set?
And now it's pretty exciting because Vici Gaming are a team that you would expect to not be here in this first round of survival. That's pretty wild because these are players that Bach has won a TI.
That's right.
These are players that were just recently like competing in like podium finishes in a lot of these tournaments. So having them here is intense, but P-Time, being that South American team that they are, they're very chaotic. They're very hard to expect, and I don't think Vici as a Chinese team are potentially ready for that.
That's a great preview. Let's get into the match that we are about to jump into as well, though, with our casters. Of course, it's Rune Eaters and Virtus Pro, and introducing these two teams, well, it's introducing 2 cases of momentum. Can somebody pick up momentum that we expected them to have earlier on? Can someone keep the momentum that has kind of caught players off guard? And I think when you look at Rune Eaters, that's that team that has come into this with a little bit more playing with house money. We've done better than we think we should be doing. You can see their lineup there on screen as well. One of the bigger conversation points, I think, for Rune Eaters is copy. Malik has been playing very well also, Brian, but when you look at that mid matchup that's going on between copy and Abed, I think a lot of eyes, I would assume, turn there.
Yeah, Mira was telling me about one of the replays she was watching of Copy getting Viper versus Ember Spirit. He was the Ember Spirit, and he had a really rough start. And I think one of the most important things for a mid player in this tournament is that you're going to get counterpicked, you're going to get cheesed sometimes, and being able to have some sort of meaningful impact after the fact is really important. I think that there's so many times where you're kind of thrown to the wolves on one of the core roles, and I think the players that are more versatile, more able to adjust to these tough situations, it's more important in this tournament than it is, I'd say, usually on average.
Yeah, and for that reason, I would focus on the mid matchup between Copy and Avid because from the games that I've seen, he was the pivotal and driving force behind his team, that even when he was getting dumpstered on lane by a Viper, he had to be the player to bring his team back into the game with a big net worth deficit, which it's not easy to do. And I think that if you want to go into this game versus Abed, who is also playing a very similar role for VP in that tempo setting, then you want to focus a lot of your drafting on that, on enabling Copy and not putting him in situations where he loses lane as Ember versus Viper. While it was super cool that he came back from that,
that's not
what we want to see.
Yeah, obviously don't want to put themselves in that situation, and this is a team, and I think at this point in time, it doesn't even matter what team you are, you're only playing a best of 3, and then you're out. So getting off to a good start in game 1 would be pivotal for both of these teams who have their own win conditions. And let's bring up Virtus Pro's win conditions. As we look at their lineup as well, Abed comes up as a main conversation point. I think the reason maybe I was introduced to Abed earlier on, as I was prepping this week, was his matchup in the mid with Tai Lung on LGD, and kind of not going his way, FE. The conversation piece there is, for Virtus Pro, do they try to fix that? Do they try to lean into making sure that doesn't happen again? Do they allow him to fix his problems? What is your take on how Virtus Pro handle a game where maybe Abed doesn't show up against Copy?
That's a really good question, and it's very interesting that you bring up Tai Lung because they actually played a 1v1 mid recently to decide their 3rd and 4th place, and Tai Lung actually kind of crushed him in that mid lane. And it's really interesting to think of Abed as a player in 2026 who doesn't really win lanes anymore, because in his prime, he used to be that guy who was just crushing everyone he sees. And now, through the years, he's kind of shifted into just pick me a hero that can do something for you, and I will enable you through that mid game. So a lot of it for Abed, I think, will not necessarily be matchup, but how his hero synergizes with his support players.
Yeah, quite frankly, he got outskilled in that 1v1, like levels 1 through 3, and he was playing from an insane deficit for what you would see in a 1v1, but then somehow managed to drag out the game for like 15 minutes. And I think that's been the story of VP's group stage thus far. I see 3 games of theirs that have gone over an hour, and these guys are in for the long haul sometimes. They literally made it to where they are now on their last game against OG, going to like a 66-minute barn burner.
Yeah.
And that's something that I really do feel like was the clutch factor that got them here, because for a team like OG who got knocked out, I felt like they just weren't able to close out the games that they needed to close out. And so for VP having that momentum coming in, if I'm Abed, honestly, both sides, Abed and Kabi, we've kind of had a similar story. But if I have a rough start, I'm not really all that concerned. I trust his ability to come back, and I think that's where the veteranship comes in rather than like the raw skill that he was probably operating more so on his earlier start of his career.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, because I'm interested, because this team has such a distinct advantage in terms of just experience. Do you think that it helps if these games go a little bit longer overall? I mean, Effie, do you think it's kind of almost an advantage for Virtus Pro to extend some of these moments?
I do, for sure. Okay. Actually, I think that's a great read that you have on that, because Virtus Pro tend to play long games in general. I don't necessarily know if they want to be in that position, but they find themselves in it very often, and they win a lot of these long and drawn-out games. And one that comes to mind is last Dream League. They had a group stage game versus Falcons that went to like 160 minutes or something on the first day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and they were still energized and kicking the next day. Whereas Rune Eaters, of course, they're used to it. They've also had a lot of very long games in this tournament, but I would say VP have been in this position a lot more, and it'll definitely help them out.
We're kind of already starting looking at win conditions here, but we are prefacing, we've still got a draft to go. We've still got a lot of things that are coming up here for these two teams. And in my opinion, as we kind of get going into that, what are you going to start looking for, Brian, when it comes to Rune Eaters finding a way to have success here? Is it being surprising? Is it being quick? Well, what do you think is really a key to a team that is obviously less on the experience level and less on the also knowing level, kind of preparedness level that Virtus Pro is going to maybe question what they're going to bring out?
I mean, the thing about Rune Eaters is, I think part of the reason that they're only a tier 2 team, I mean, they are like a squad that just came together in like the last month and a half, but I think part of the reason they're not a tier 1 team, but also part of the reason that they're still in this tournament, is because they are just drafting very traditional meta picks, and then also sticking to their specialties. A player like Eki, he came into the scene known as like a Bat Rider specialist, and that hero got nerfed pretty hard. It was predominantly being played as a core by, I don't think there was any other team in this tournament that's still playing that hero as a support. So this team is going to be predominantly sticking to the meta, but they're also going to have these picks that are just purely comfort zone for them. And I do believe that the best teams in the world have that balance as well. I just think that they're not really going to throw you that curveball. I don't think they're going to try to catch you off guard. I think they lay their cards on the table, and you know what's coming.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment for sure. And there are pocket picks that a lot of players on Rune Eaters have that we haven't seen yet. Like, Copy this tournament has played a lot of melee heroes plus Puck, which is what you can say for a lot of mid players this tournament. But back in the day, he was picking like last pick Tinker, last pick Storm Spirit. So in this kind of situation where if you lose, you're out, this is where we could see them shift from their typical formula, because like Brian mentioned, it has been a very standard meta formula. Ranged carry, melee support, melee offlaner, ranged carry, mid hero for Copy. That's nothing unique or unusual.
Yeah. It's a kind of an interesting question too, because you also have that off day where there's, in the group stages, you're playing almost every day, and I think most of these teams were playing every day, and so you have very limited time to kind of analyze and go back and say, should we do something? And I think, I mean, from a competitive standpoint, I would think it would lean towards repeating what you know instead of trying to veer off into a different direction after a day full of analysis. Do you think that changes, Brian, a little bit here? Kind of, Effie mentioning that we could see something with lineups. Do you think that changes a little bit after the day off, the break, that any of these teams will come into?
I think it definitely changes in the sense that maybe there's hero. So in Dota, it's like if I see somebody else picking a hero in this patch, I'm not going to take it unless I also feel comfortable on this hero. I just hadn't considered using it in this specific patch because I won't be able to learn the hero in a day and a half, but I will be able to apply my previous mastery of it. So stuff like that, where you could even study the other group. I'd say up until now, you didn't have time to study the other groups, but now you can see what everyone else is doing. And usually in tournaments like this, there are kind of like 4 miniature metas developing simultaneously, and having that extra day can definitely allow you to dip your toes into the knowledge of that.
Great.
It does feel like each group had a slightly different meta this tournament, and I did notice like Group A and B were playing a lot of Mirana, when we got it in Group C and D, we're like, what is this hero doing here? I don't know if
they had like a clear impression and like they had this strong opinions on it. I'm like, this is the second Mirana I've seen this entire tournament. What impressions are you developing here?
So we're on the players, ready to begin the draft shortly, guys. This is a big setup for them, and obviously where a lot of games become a lot easier, a lot harder for you based on how it goes.
For sure. And I do want to say, if Rune Eaters have a time to dip into their pockets and go deep, it is now. Because one thing about Virtus.pro and one thing about Balva is he does have very strong draft ideas and he prepares very heavily. And having that day off, he did a lot of research on this team. And Rune Eaters, they didn't really play a diverse hero pool this tournament so far. VP did play a lot more heroes if you look at their individual hero picks, and I promise you there is a response for your Nature's Prophet, there is a response for your Batrider, there is a response for your offlane Snapfire that's been prepared, so maybe it's time to do something unusual.
Yeah, so far nothing too unusual about the first round bans. I'd say that the Largo is maybe the most notable out of all of them. I think it does effectively try to force the Tram Protector ban because of the dispel on the Living Armor and the Overgrowth.
For sure.
But Drow's still in the pool, that's noteworthy. I think it's cool to see that Centaur has been elevated to a first round ban throughout the course of the tournament. When he came in, it's pretty crazy, Evan, that what happens is a hero, they discover a build on it. Like the hero hasn't changed at all.
Right.
And then they discover a build and they're like, oh, this is really hard to play against. And then, but you don't, you see teams calibrating to that on day one.
Right.
And you see like teams like LGD who are still in the tournament. I remember them playing a game where they played against Centaur and they 4-man ganked him and they couldn't kill him because they just didn't have the damage to do so.
Wow.
And so whenever there's a hero that makes you completely change the way you draft and you have to have answers to it, sometimes they'll just graduate to a level first round ban, just like the Centaur. It's really hard to hear my own thoughts with Slacks screaming over there.
Welcome.
Right now.
Well, you're basically doing a version of hosting, right? Having a producer in your ear. Earth Spirit up early. We've seen a lot of that Earth Spirit. And obviously Slardar as well was something that we saw on a Rune Eaters and Virtus.pro. It kind of featured heavily. I don't know if your thoughts on that are good starting picks here.
I love the Slardar response to Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit has been one of the most consistent picks this tournament, and he's sitting at a solid 50% win rate, which is pretty good for a hero that comes out so early into the draft. But I really think Slardar mid versus an Earth Spirit mid is such a strong position for Slardar to be in. And at this point, if you're first picking your Earth Spirit, you'll have to be ready to flex it to position 4. This is where you say, okay, let's move away from this potential Slardar mid. Let's give this hero to Eki and try to enable him with a Darkseer, a Viper offlane, a Snapfire offlane.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Earth Spirit's been early drafted in a lot of VP's games, and then Rune Eaters hasn't first picked it at all. So clearly, one thing you do in Dota is you think, what hero is highly valued by this specific team, and maybe it's worth incorporating into our draft. I don't necessarily love it if you haven't been playing it yourself.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, like Mira said, the Slardar, the evolution of this meta has been that Earth Spirit was first rounded a lot, then it got pushed to like 3rd, 4th overall pick, and then it started getting hard countered by Slardar, and that was happening like 8th pick in the draft. So now we're at the point where this is happening in the first round of the draft. I don't think I've seen a first round Slardar in like this entire tournament, but we're at the stage of the meta where it's been a week. So the heroes that are going to become more and more popular are the ones that are good against what's good. And Slardar is definitely that right now. I would love to see what Mira said, where if they have that if they don't have the option to flex the Earth Spirit, I think this is a big mistake. But if they flex it and move it, like pick a mid like Necro or Queen of Pain that we saw, that's just like meant to be a ranged lane dominator against the Slardar, then I think that kind of beats him at his own game.
Yeah, and they did play one Earth Spirit game this EWC on Rune Eaters, and it was on copy. It wasn't a win, but it is not something that is completely untouched for them, but I really, really do hope this is flexed. And this Bane coming out after Ringmaster says a lot to me about how highly he's valued, because typically Ringmaster is a hero you would pick against Bane, because he's got that save in his escape act against Bane's Fiend Grip, which is the one thing you play against. But if people are picking him into his counter pick, just what he offers you on lane and in terms of setup and the ability to enfeeble and potentially grip someone is too valuable.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because there's been times where people are effectively calling your bluff and saying like, hey, we're going to pick Ringmaster. We don't think you'll pick Bane in response. Yeah. So like the Ringmaster half of the pick is to deny pick the meta supports for the other team so that you can ideally get the Bane in the second round or like later on in the draft yourself. Because if you pick Bane, that's basically saying, I don't want to play against Ringmaster.
Is this Virtus Pro also in some way sticking to what they've prepped, is sticking to kind of how they want to start this game one and set tempo? We did talk a little bit about this team having a plan and liking to go for it.
Bulba really likes his one-to-one counter matchups. Like, if I have one criticism, but also compliment at the same time, is he does know his individual matchups really well.
Okay.
But sometimes they will miss out on the bigger picture of their draft in order to win these mind games. So it's something that, you know, be careful that he doesn't get lost in the sauce. It looks like they're committing to this Slardar being an offlane, or sorry, mid, because they picked the Darkseer offlane.
Yeah, for sure, but also because you see Bane plus Hoodwink. So I think this is extremely ballsy by Rune Eaters. Like, we're going to first pick Earth Spirit, we're going to get counterpicked, and we're still going to throw it on that mid lane.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
We're going to double support, and who cares? So to me, I'm like, okay, well, if you can do it, that's cool, I guess. But you're already playing from behind, knowing that your Earth Spirit is going to lose to Slardar. You're giving away a Darkseer without any dispel, right? Bane doesn't really help you against Darkseer lanes in the sense that he's not dispelling the Ion Shell. He's, okay, maybe zoning and stopping lane pulls, but you pick a strong support with him, he's going to be fine versus that Bane.
I agree.
It's kind of interesting to me that they took this approach.
I mean, I did say that Rune Eaters was just going to throw their cards on the table and see what you're going to do against it. I think this is a little bit more than I would like, as you said. Like, literally the most important part for, I think, both of us watching this was like, oh, the Earth Spirit has the option to move, and now it just isn't. Now, on the other side, what I like about this is that Jakiro is a hero that's fallen out of meta a lot.
Yep.
But what they're now going to have is that combo with the Vacuum, one of the few supports that has some meaningful follow-up to the Darkseer. And you don't have the traditional, like, melee 4 position that brawls and uses the Ion Shell like a Clockwork or a Tusk, and it's going to TP to other lanes. So I think they have very stable lanes on the side of VP. Not too many rotations, maybe to mid a little bit, are going to happen. We did see Chira Jr. just dump on BZM mid with Slardar versus Earth Spirit. Perhaps Copy hasn't experienced that. I'm curious to see if Abed is able to dish out the same punishment. It was like doubled up on CS, kind of bad, when Chira Jr. played it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe their read on Earth Spirit is like what it can give them in terms of mid-game team fighting is worth potentially losing the mid lane, but honestly, I don't agree with that sentiment if that's what they're thinking. Maybe they just were unwilling to flex it on 4. And the thing is, if you bait out the Slardar pick and then you counter pick it heavily, it would make a lot of sense, but I don't really necessarily see the anti-Slardar hero in that sense, because Slardar from mid functions very differently than an offlane Slardar would, Brian.
Yeah.
But I know you want to talk about this Lifestealer who's popped up.
The Lifestealer is a weird pick because it makes sense. Like, both the supports have dispellable things, so having Rage or any hero with a built-in dispel is nice against that. And you're going to be hard to pressure in the lane itself, but Slardar is a no cooldown BKB piercing disable that most of the time Lifestealer dies to single target physical damage, and that's exactly what Slardar represents and amps up. So usually we talk about the Slardar to Lifestealer matchup as like a lane matchup because Slardar's traditionally played off lane, but it's equally bad in the game as it is in the lane. So yeah, you don't have to worry about the lane matchup. You're like, okay, it's against Darkseer. Lifestealer will probably have a pretty good start to the game. But if there's like an early blink coming out from Abed, he could easily just remove this Lifestealer from the map, which I think he's going to be geared up for if the matchup on paper goes the way that it should between the Earth Spirit Slardar.
I have a question for you, Brian. You're a Lifestealer.
I hope I have an answer.
You're a Lifestealer, okay?
Okay.
You have a fine lane against Darkseer.
I did not go to the dentist. Continue.
You did not go to the dentist. You have a fine lane against Darkseer, but you're playing against Ringmaster and the potential Surge later on. You have to buy a Nullifier, right?
You do.
That's part of the conversation. We need a carry that can buy Nullifier. How early can you actually get it this game?
That's a great question, to be honest. Like, I remember playing this matchup somewhat recently and thinking, like, man, Lifestealer does rely a lot on open wounds. Like, this sucks to play against Darkseer specifically. So, and right now they have decent lockdown, but if you're thinking about like team fights, even the Vacuum destroying Hoodwink's tree, you have the reliable save against Bane's Feed Grip. I don't think, like, I think most of the time his target is going to get surged, and you also have the Escape Act, which needs to be nullified as well. So I think he might go like 4th item.
Fourth item, but isn't that a bit too late, don't you think?
That's what I mean, is like, if you go it earlier, it feels really awful. You definitely can't afford to disassemble your Radiance for it. Like, that's something people will often do if it's super late game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like Radiance, S and Y, maybe 3rd item, maybe Radiance, S and Y, Nullifier. That might be his course of action here.
With the axe coming in, Effie, how do you feel? You've been a little questionable on Runeator's draft.
I am actually quite curious because I do feel that they haven't enabled themselves very well in this draft, and to me it says they think they're just better if they're not responding to counter picks. So we're just gonna play better than you, which
in a best of 3,
it's it's wild.
Maybe you have to have that confidence, right?
I would love a Monkey King.
That's a great point.
I don't like this confidence at all. I think the confidence is nice, but things go a little bit differently in drafts in the games that are non-tier 1 teams. Like sometimes things just work because the punishment window is not there. So
Spectre coming out.
Spectre is incredibly good against Axe because her main source of damage is Desolate, which is pure damage, and Axe is all about his armor. I personally hate playing Axe into significant AoE counter initiation, like Darkseer or like Dawnbreaker or Wyvern. I also hate playing Axe is heavily reliant on his own armor, and so I think he functions very poorly into Slardar as well, because Slardar is all about that minus armor. So oddly enough, it's like Spectre 1-to-1 to Lifestealer is not the greatest matchup, but I think teamfight wise so much better.
And if you think about Spectre's synergy with the Darkseer lineups tend to play for that mid game very heavily. If they have double melee cores like Slardar plus Spec, you just group up, you get the double Iron Shell, and you just run at them non-stop, which is what VP are geared up to do here.
Wow. Well, these drafts look like they are going to be very, very interesting. Effie has her questions about the confidence shown from Rune Eaters. Virtus Pro with the experience, and Bulba coming in with a plan. They stick to their guns, understanding that it is just about playing to the matchups. I know 2 guys are going to have a lot to say about this as well. We've been bringing in our casters, John X Fire and MLP, for this game. Guys, what do you think about how this all went?
I think it's gone pretty terribly for the side of the Radiant, Jonathan. I saw a Lifestealer pick up. I'm not too impressed by it. What are you thinking, John?
Yeah, it's not the pick I would have gone for at all. I don't think that's something that we really look forward to. We've seen a couple of Lifestealer games before. It's not been the best, so I'm just curious to see how much impact it has. I think its matchups are already pretty rough. We heard the panel talk about it. Spectre's going to have a great time here. Yeah. The Slaughter is going to do a lot of work. Debuff immunity piercing stun on hand just makes it so much easier. They have their work cut out for them here on the side of Rune Eaters, and they are going to have to try extra hard to get this draft going. We'll have to see if they've got what it takes. Of course, I would say there's a little bit of room for forgiveness this time around right now, as we are in our survival stage. It's best of trees, right? So you've got a lot more that you could play with here, but it's still, you know, it's still not something you want to do. You know, you don't want to go into a best of 3 missing out on game 1. You want to go in, you want to be confident and try and get a 2-0. We'll have to see if Rune Eaters can work against that disadvantage.
Yeah, we shall see about it. It'd be very interesting here, Rune Eaters again. I have so many doubts about this draft. I know we just said it, John, but that POS 1 Lifestealer, it just hasn't looked good from the games we've been casting. But let's reserve judgment. Let's hold back and see exactly what does happen. Other end of things, like I see a POS 1 Spectre with a Slardar and a Darkseer.
Oh yeah.
I think you're pretty happy.
That you are. We've seen this Darkseer in lane just do spectacularly well. One little thing to note as well, I think there's like a mental state to consider, as they are going to look to get a bit of a curse scuffle over these runes first. Let's see. Level 1s are pretty good on both sides.
Yeah, Fly's going to hide behind the tree line. He'll be all right. They're not going to go for it. They had the vision anyway. So Rune Eaters, they'll go ahead and take their bounty. Believe it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Rune Eaters, perhaps, as it is. Happy days for them, for starters. This mid lane, Jonathan, our bet on the Slardar against the mid ES. You and I, we've seen this a couple times, and quite frankly, it's not quite as dominant as you'd assume.
No.
For the Slardar, it actually can be pretty even in the right matchups.
That it can be. I think it's just down to the fact that you've got a lot of real durability on that Earth Spirit and some pretty good damage as well. You can poke the Slardar from away from the river. You've got really good rune control. Feels a lot more natural for the Earth Spirit to just kind of secure first Water Rune, second Water Rune, first Power Rune as well. Curious to see if that's something that the side of VP will try to kind of mitigate, would say, at least a 4-minute rotation. Again, not the most common nowadays. One thing to note as well, and this is a point I wanted to rotate into, is that Abed has some important people watching live for him. I believe his better half is here, so that should provide some motivation as well for good old Abed.
You know his better half is here, Jonathan.
Yeah.
We saw her.
Yeah.
Don't lie.
They've been having fun in Paris,
Yes.
It's been a great city.
It has been. It has been a great city, Jonathan. Virtus Pro. Bottom lane, Hellscream taking a bit of damage. Of course, against the Bane, things can be a little bit on the rougher end early on, but you've got a Darkseer. You're going to be more than happy here as VP. Ike trying his best to force Hellscream out, but doesn't really care so much. Of course, top lane, Tomato and Fly going at it here with Malik and Eki. This could be a challenging lane for VP, but the thing is, as you can see, John, these Spectres these days, they do a lot of damage.
That they do.
With a Jakira to back you up, it's not too hard to just be an absolute menace.
Certainly not. I mean, it's such a high damage lane. It's not going to be comfy for Axe. You just have so much poke coming out here in the Jakira. There's not much you can really do on Eki either to hold back. Look what they've done to the lane as well. Tree line completely cut. You lose out in your bushwhack harassment. So it's a lot easier to manage there. And you're not expecting much from Pause 4 in that case because, well, there's no tree line to trade with. Overall, a very happy start so far in terms of laning prowess here from the side of Virtus Pro. In terms of CS, not too far apart. At the least, you're pretty close on both ends with Rune Eaters and Virtus Pro. The biggest difference probably really being the Darkseer lane, but that's kind of to be expected, right? Like, you can't really expect too much from Dork Lord in that lane. It's just the way Lifestealer is. It's a tanky here that's difficult to shove away. It doesn't really find tempo by itself, at least not early on. You do manage to force Saberlight all the way back with some really good pokes coming out earlier there. And at least he's going to have to go for the reset. But even just giving this solo EXP up to our Ringmaster isn't the worst thing in the world.
No, it certainly is not. Top lane, Fly. Fair bit of damage being dealt. Eki with a nice bushwhack. The chase will continue onto Fly, and they do get him. Malik able to secure first blood on the Axe. Tomato trying to trade, might find Eki, but the Fairy Fire gonna buy just enough time. And now Tomato actually taking a fair bit of damage on his way out. But even then, the Spectre still pretty damn powerful. You've got to be a little bit careful.
That it is. You are seeing the effects of... This is just level 1 spin, by the way, at that point for Malik. So once you get a little bit more points up, it should start to be a bit more feasible to just turn on to Tomato. He does go for the level 2 Battle Hunger, though. Again, focusing on lane rather than direct kill potential, which is fair. And I guess the risk for Fly is... I don't think he has his own way of cutting trees. So you get that Acorn shot down. He does... Oh, he actually does have the Quelling. All right. Well... Maybe you get to time it in that interval. Shouldn't be able to do that again. I'm sure Fly is going to try to be on point about chopping some trees. Really nice first blood to find. This is the key thing for Rune Eaters. We're talking about what sets tempo. It's got to be that Axe and Earth Spirit, right? So Malik's going to have to try to get as much going for himself with, say, the usual Blink Blade Mail kind of build. Saberlight, they're actually TPing for this attempt.
Oh, Saberlight not going to be happy with his position now. Probably just set to die, and in fact he will. Ike and Eki, nice rotation, handing a freebie over to the Dark Lord, and well, Saberlight's certainly not going to be too happy whatsoever about that. Looking back to the mid lane, John, we talked about this for a second. Very even between these two sides. The props to Copy, doing the right thing, pulling the creep wave away, not going for the 1v1 matchup as the Slider now at level 5 is going to start hurting quite a bit. Die jungle, Malik going into Fly. Tomato will let him know that he's around the area if required. Malik still taking a fair bit of damage now. Abed's going to rotate in. They'll chase down Eki. Eki will drop, and so will Malik.
Yeah. You even get Hellscream coming in there as well, just in case things were really going rough. That does leave Saberlight completely isolated, and again, that brain sap from Ike is just so much.
He's got a lot of Iron Shells though, John.
It's starting to hurt.
They're playing with fire against Saberlight. Saberlight trying to, does get the kill on Ike. Dark Lord, please be cautious. The chase will be on. I'm not sure about this. Oh, he's got it. He has got it. Saberlight. Those Iron Shells. Don't underestimate the damage output.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for just a melee safe lane. They're still stuck up top. Right outside vision, Fly and Hellscream.
Malik. And this is the empowerment arts, Jonathan, which I can see made you very happy.
Yeah, it brings me great joy because I hate this Ringmaster here. It's such an annoying piece of work.
Yeah.
Right? And it's such a good fit for VP's draft. Getting a running start would be crazy. They are in time for the 6-minute rune, though.
They are. I bet going to get put to sleep. No rune at the top rune spot anyway. Will come out down bottom. So nice little invis, though it is going to be taken by Copy, of course. That'll be a nice little win here for Rune Eaters, not wanting to give any power runes away to Arbet, of course.
No.
All things being said and done, though, I mean, it's 3-3, nice even start. Rune Eaters, I think, would be pretty satisfied with the way this game's started at the very least, right?
Yeah.
You haven't really outright lost the lanes in any way. Malik, even though he did have a death, he's still farming very, very well. I'd say Rune Eaters probably pretty satisfied.
That they are. Again, a little bit of a slower start. Top lane, they were doing the right things in VP, but you overstep just a bit and you don't respect that bushwhack. It's relatively easy to just find these kills on the side of Rune Eaters as well, and this is exactly what they need, right? You're always expecting this Lifestealer to take more time to come online, but having the Earth Spirit online is massive. They do manage to find a Health Scream with Copy, as we were saying all of that.
They do, but Shrine of Wisdom, it's going to go 1-for-1 anyway. Ike trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here at the bottom spot, but can't quite contest. You've got your Earn up as well now on your Earth Spirit, so imagining Copy's probably going to want to start making some rotations. Second in net worth as well, so he's been having a pretty darn great game. In fact, again, all of Rune Eaters have had a pretty good laning stage thus far.
Yep. It's maybe a little bit concerning for VP. I think this early tempo that is given to Rune Eaters with this draft is excellent because, again, this is not the kind of draft you want to drag late. For the side of VP, it's not the end of the world. You're not significantly behind. A 1k advantage really doesn't amount for much, right? At 8 minutes in, you have a lot of recovery space for Saberlight. He's likely going the Dominator route that we've seen offlaners do nowadays. So you're kind of fine still. Like, you're not going to be playing with Haunts early on. Maybe if Abed finds an opportunity, you can kind of try to toss your Spectre in there, but you're not really prioritizing that. Pretty sneaky plays here, though, from the Dark Lord as he's sneaking around on an Ancient Creep already. So see if you can sneak up to someone. There is a lot of damage coming out with that. All you need is just a bit of setup from Eki.
I mean, they're going to see Saberlight, but it's all too late, I think, for that. Saberlight. She's going to take a fair bit of damage, but a nice vacuum to the low ground, though he's a bit trapped up here, Saberlight. Oh, no.
And the tips as well.
The tip as well. Saberlight's going to go down. Oh, the old pincer maneuver, Jonathan. They trapped him right on the bridge.
And he tried it. That was him creating that pincer on himself with a vacuum onto the low ground.
That's
Abed
true.
On the search.
He's going to have damage as well, John. A lot of damage here for Abed if he can close the gap, but it seems as though Ike might have gotten a bit of a heads up this is coming.
Damn, they've been missing off mid for a while. Scan's good, although.
Well, they're going to try. His Hellscream gets a Nightmare. Ike will be chased down by Tomato. Tomato hoping for a nice freebie. Should have it as well. There's no rule running here for Ike. No. And a nice little gift here for the Spectre.
Yep. Just getting an earn charge up as well. Help accelerate to that point where the Radiance is up. The key timings coming out from Rune Eaters, though, again, it does cause some concern. Now, you've almost got the Blade Mill up here on Malik. You've got a little bit of a chase onto Eki.
You do. Eki gonna be okay. It's just so intimidating once that Urn is up on your Spectre. That solo kill potential suddenly online. More TPs coming into the top lane. Looks like Abed wants to try and make a play, but Malik lets him know that he sees it. That might have been underneath the creep. And now a Nightmare. Abed in a very awkward position. Will try to run past the tier 1 tower into the river, but Roll's going to connect at Abed. Well, he has stick charges. Escape Act is going to be there. Abed, though, still being refreshed with this Magnetize.
Oof.
Might just die to the ticks. No, he's barely going to make it.
Just enough. That's amp damage wasted on him, though, and we were talking about the potential to kind of look for those kills. It just feels really awkward to try to initiate right now on the side of VP, right? Because outside of Haunt, you don't really have the best ways of actually jumping on. For Rune Eaters, you've got these great Nightmare setups that we've been seeing. You've got the Roll, you've got the Silence, you've even got the Bushwhack. Just a lot of long-range control coming in for Rune Eaters, and again, that plays into this faster draft they've built up for themselves. Saberlight at least has his Dominator up. So he's got a ride into his Overlord now. Getting some catch-up with some huge stacks in the jungle, but Copy will kind of keep track. Most of them taken away, so you're not really going to be finding too much here at this point. I think, again, when you think about timings, Rune Eaters are just so close. Blade Mail, again, pretty much done for Malik. Just kind of looking for probably just the blink at this point. Even though, to be fair, it doesn't feel like the most necessary thing when you've got the Bane, when you've got this Hoodwink in the back, you've got the Earth Spirit to kind of set up. You can't afford to just even try to take fights just with the Blade Mail alone if your positioning's right. Just a little poke and prodding, but again, for VP, this is where they have to slow down a bit, which does not feel comfy in particular for Abed. If you think about this Slardar, it can farm up well. They have been using Corrosive Haze to set up for some haunts, but you're not really able to get that aggression going for Abed in the way that, you know, you'd want the Slardar. You want to just chase someone down. They're pretty mobile. Or if they're not mobile, they're relatively tanky here on the side of Rune Eaters. They'll try now, though. What a smoke up with Health Stream.
They're going to try for Ike again. Ike, nice easy target. Again, nothing the poor Bane can do in a game like this, but they want a bigger target if they can. They barely miss out on the lifestealer too. They were running directly towards him down in the southern part of the map, but he does make it out just fine. So VP going to focus on that bottom tier 1, though Rune Eaters, they will continue pressuring the mid tier 1 tower. And it seems though they'll probably eventually get away with it, because no one's really willing to contest Copy right now on this Earth Spirit, it seems.
Oh.
It's Dark Lord. We'll see Saberlight, though Saberlight happy to go for the fight considering Tomato is around the area, and so is Abed. This could be very bad for Dark Lord, and it looks like it probably will be very, very bad, as Dark Lord, already committing the infest, can no longer get away. And this is what concerned me a lot when we saw that lifestealer pick, because Saberlight's going to return the favor. You've got so many good ways of contesting this hero this game. It's not a free lifestealer game by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and it just goes back to that point. I guess you had this good start from Rune Eaters. You really need to maintain it, because the moment you start to lose some of that momentum and VP hits their own timings, it can get a bit scary.
This will be a nice pickup, though. He gets blown up real quick here. Tomato taken down by Copy. Dark Lord loves what he sees. And now Fly as well, probably not making it. They will stand him up. And then Malik, of course, with the dunk. So happy days. They'll find the Spectre. They'll find the Fly Jakiro. Again, I mean, you're still going to have some big problems as this lifestealer, but nevertheless, they are returning the favor.
That they are. If you are Rune Eaters, though, you kind of want to find more, right? Like, the fact that VP's found themselves some tempo to play with, you know, again, using great use of Haze and Haunt, they'll find more.
Again, nightmare setup from Ike. Abed gets a stun off, trying to run away, and it looks like he's going to make it. Poppy thinking about it. Boulder Smash will connect, and he's got the silence as well. Never mind, Abed can't quite make it out.
Yeah, this is what I like to see from Rune Eaters, right? It's relentless. They get the kill top, they rotate mid, they find a punishment onto Abed. The only person getting space right now is Saberlight, which is significant. Maybe not the hero you want all of this farm on, but certainly will have impact at some point.
Oh, unlucky with the vacuum from Saberlight. Well, like I said, so far so good from Rune Eaters. I mean, pretty relentless activity here from this Radiant team. Love what I'm seeing from Copy on this mid-Earth Spirit. He's been doing a fantastic job. Really carrying the team on his shoulders.
Yeah.
How close is Malik now to say the Blade Mail? He has it.
Yeah, he has a Blade Mail. He's like 800 away from Blink, last I checked. Yeah, just about that point. So, gonna be a nice timing to start these initiations. You've got a good amount of Legion shields as well. One of the more pesky tier 1 neutrals to have on hand. And it just makes it a little bit harder to try to burst down some of these heroes. For the key thing for VP, like, yes, you know, they are kind of... It's not really falling behind, but there is a lot more play coming out from Rune Eaters. VP's much more beholden to, say, Haunt timing, maybe even the Vac Wall. You do have that one tool up front, Abed, now. So again, you have some way of initiating with a blink on the Slardar. The question is, will you actually be able to find anything? Because they've been finding stuff without the blink. They've been playing, again, with Corrosive Haze onto the sports. We'll have to see if they've got enough to really go onto those cores. Big one they've left alone. I mean, it's not the quickest farm, but Dork Lord, again, and that Lifestealer has been in his own area, just getting that build-up you'd want the Lifestealer to get. And again, this year hasn't been in the best spot, but you hit your timings. It's still a little bit of a menace, of course, up against these high HP heroes. It still hates the Slardar, but chances are on Rune Eaters, you're going to try to drag that Slardar around. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to be the primary grip target here as well. Smoke from Rune Eaters.
Indeed.
Fine.
Copy.
Oh,
He's found
Abed
Abed.
again.
Abed again. Bushwhack's going to land. Malik, he's got the blink now as well. Nice dunk in from Malik. But you've got Iranians now on Tomato, so he wants to fight. Ike's going to get chased down. Eki, the secondary target, but they can't quite burst him down in time.
Tomato?
Meanwhile, Copy's really cleaning up, and Tomato, between a rock and a hard place, does go down. And Rune Eaters, they are just cleaning up completely.
And they're playing into all of these fights really, really well. Right, they keep taking care of Abed first, and you just can't afford to lose that Slardar. He is your key piece against that Lifestealer. He's your key piece of control to try to stop him from just dishing some damage out in the middle of these engagements.
It's this Copy Earth Spirit.
It is.
It's too much.
It's just finding all the right targets every single time. It feels like he just knows where Abed's kind of hanging around. It's not like there was vision there either. He gets the smoke break, he instantly gets the jump angle. You get all of this long-range control following through afterwards. And I do like that VP's trying to find a way to counteract. They find maybe a support kill or two, but it's just not enough in the way to trade. Again, these fights just feel pretty horrendous without Abed and his right-click threat and that corrosive haze to help soften up some opponents. Malik, for his part, Blink's already up, going for that full shard now on our Axe. Copy, once he hits this BKB timing, things get really scary. I think the biggest issues for VP is, you know, outside of Abed getting jumped, your positioning here on the Ringmaster save with Escape Act hasn't been the cleanest, right? And this is something we've seen with Hero. It really shines when you can just bail out these cores, but the fights keep happening in places where they're not ready. I think they have to try to read the pattern of how Rune Eaters are moving, because, again, it kind of is a relentless stream of violence here, Mikey.
I heard you the first time, John. Ike. Messing around with the creeps. Saberlight. Trying to work towards that pipe now. But VP, they are really just feeling like they are lacking so much.
Oh, yeah.
In these fights. You know, I think if you can carry a Copy some way, somehow, suddenly the fight's infinitely easier. But while this Earth Spirit's just doing whatever the hell he wants in these fights, it's just impossible.
No.
And it's like, how do you control him in this game? You don't necessarily have the heroes that can lock this guy down.
It's almost got to be Abed at this point, right? Like, you're looking at just getting that Blink priority onto that Earth Spirit somehow. You don't have the best vision to kind of set that up. And again, the movement here from Rune Eaters has been relentless. They are smoked up again as Tree. They don't need any other cores to follow through with Copy. He's got enough damage, and they've got enough control across these two that, again, you can just keep going while the rest of your cores farm. Malik's in the area, though, and will follow along. At the least, this is kind of dark. Not much forward vision in that top jungle area, but they are going in the general direction of a juicy kill if they'd want. Turn around now.
Still hunting around. They'll head into the mid lane. Smoke is up from Virtus Pro as well. If they can see... No, they're going to try for Ike with the Nightmare.
So quick.
Abed, he's been caught in the Nightmare already. And Copy, he just gets right to work on a Saberlight, but he wants to back off now that the pipe is up on Saberlight. The Magnetize not proving to be quite as effective anymore. They will respect it. They will retreat on Rune Eaters. Nothing of value really lost here. I'll tell you what, though, they are making life very challenging for this Slardar.
That they are. I think losing Magnetize is pretty big. I just don't know if you can do anything in that window. Right? It's not like it's the longest cooldown in the world, and I don't think he threw that many rocks out here on Copy and trying to refresh. They'll try for a siege on that mid-tier one here. And Abed, I'd say the big timing now that makes this game easier for VP has got to be that BKB for Abed. Right? If you can farm that up, you can try to get some debuff immunity going for himself. Game does become a little bit easier. Copy getting chased a little bit. That's a lot of damage when he's isolated.
I mean, it's a lot of damage, but he's still trying to fight back. Tomato can't quite get the job done, and now the Fiend's grip coming out from the Bane, locking down Tomato, roll back in from Copy. But maybe that might be a mistake for Copy's end. Copy gonna feed a bunch of gold away back towards Tomato. Can't see him. Goes for the nightmare to the low
too
ground.
early.
No, way too early. Dark Lord at least is going to be here, but Sableye with the surge going to allow Tomato to kite in and out. As now the TP away, the vacuum, the stun's out as well. That is a horrible set of events here from Rune Eaters. Not what you wanted to see.
I mean, you can never underestimate the Spectre when you're alone.
No.
Even as an Earth Spirit, it's a ton of damage out, and that's a huge swing going back the way of Virtus Pro, and this is going back to the points earlier. You had a great start in Rune Eaters. You were getting this constant aggression out. The moment you lose that momentum, I mean, again, you start to hit these timings on VP. The Spectre is starting to do a lot more damage. You've got utility on Saberlight and Abed. The supports start to get their saves reaching a little bit further out. And it does become easier to manage. I think you're not out of this game on Rune Eaters. It's just a 2K deficit 22 minutes in, or 21 and a half in. But you do have to show a lot of respect for that Spectre now, because you're standing alone up against that hero. It's not a fun time, to say the least.
No.
And it's just set to get worse. You know, you've got a lot of room to get tankier and tankier here on Tomato, and you know, even the damage in this Lifestealer, it's not going to rip through a Spectre all too quickly. We've seen this before. Lifestealer just doesn't feel like a high damage hero. It's high sustain. It's certainly not damage, at least not in this patch so far.
No, not quite. A bit of a lull period now. I think Rune Eater's going to have to really rethink this game number one as VP. Getting a new kind of breath of life in them. Suddenly Tomato top the net worth board on this Spectre, looking very, very happy. And Copy, he was having such a great game. Here we'll see a replay of it. I mean, there was plenty of juking and jiving. Copy not really appreciating the one charges that could fly in. Meanwhile, there is a fight breaking out, it seems, as they caught Copy. Copy's going to go down live. We're still looking at the end of this replay where Dark Lord still trying to chase Tomato. Unfortunately, going to find out the hard way that there was too many around, and the vacuum, of course, just in the nick of time from Saberlight. And again, while we're live, Jonathan, Copy does go down.
I'm not completely sure if he was alone there, but it did seem like it. Just a little bit too far forward. He had a TP point. Maybe he thought, okay, we can get here in time. But the damage, it's getting way too high. Because now, right, you've had level 2 Corrosive Haze for a while. When they were winning these fights, it was Corrosive Haze level 1. It was before 12. Roshan's not taking too long. The output is there now for the side of VP. It gets a little bit, again, concerning for Rune Eaters. Because you've done a great job with these pickoffs. You still have some decent team fight potential. Win probability has just fully swung Virtus Pro's way. And it's really just down to, again, this lineup of Rune Eaters needed to keep that ball rolling. It's not easy to start that engine up again once it starts to slow down. And slow down they did. Again, just feeding some, testing some waters, it almost felt like, especially playing tag there with Tomato.
That's something. It is something.
I mean, Abed's basically got the BKB flying out, I do believe. Curry is being sent along the way. So a BKB on the Slaughterer, that means you're going to be forced to grip him, which means you're going to be cancelled by literally everything. Vacuum's there, Ice Pat's there, Tame the Beast is there. It's not like we're getting a BKB Bane anytime soon in comparison. It's just such a hard game to maximize all of these tools.
It certainly is now. That tier 1 tower is going to be dropping. Rune Eaters, I mean, again, they had a brilliant start to this game, but now you're in a bit of dire straits. Don't forget as well, if VP get a good fight, they can just rush into Roshan. They have a Slaughter, of course, and it just makes it hella easy. Abed's looking in the mid lane, seeing if he can find an easy one. Eki going to get caught out. Copy, thankfully avoiding the gank that was incoming. Eki, however, cannot. Abed does take a nice easy kill. Probably not enough to force Roshan, but enough to maybe think about tier 2 town.
I mean, they've still got Aegis for quite some time, right? After that last kill on Copy.
They did too.
Yeah,
sorry.
It's all right, Mikey. Aegis getting up there now, but it's just a number, Mike. It's fine.
I mean, it might be more than a number, John. It might be more than a number. Go on.
Still, you know, a number we can talk about are the kills. 12 to 14, 4K lead. I'm really struggling to find some segues here, Mikey.
Copy.
Oh,
this is a segue, John. Oh, on the BKB as well.
Oh, no. Man, it's just Slaughterer.
Maybe it's the age. Maybe he's like me.
Hey.
No, he's a young man.
Copy's a pretty young guy.
He's a young man.
He can't blame his age.
He's got plenty ahead of him, John.
Decent call.
Indeed. Malik going to take down Fly.
I mean, it's a nice kill. It's not really the kill you want. It's a Jakira that's just playing with wards, right? Maybe you get a couple of D wards. Not even any ward planted here from Fly. So you've basically wasted around 200 gold. Yeah, you take one obs, I guess. But you lost that Earth Spirit once more. And this Slardar is just ripping faces apart. It's just having this debuff immunity piercing stun that's basically not even on a cooldown. That just makes it a nightmare for Earth Spirit and Lifestealer down the line. Heck, even Axe. Like, everyone's just going to be feeling the pain from Abed later on. You've got all of this damage. Like, in an ideal team fight here for VP, double Iron Shell on your 2 melee cores up front. You got a good position out with the saves on Escape Act. They'll try with a smoke out on Rune Eaters. Maybe they can make this work.
They jump in. They've got Saberlight to start with the Escape Act. Going to make it very hard to burst him down. So Dark Lord, he's going to turn on to Tomato instead. Saberlight still alive. No, he does eventually go down. But now Tomato going for the chase onto Malik, trying to trade. Call is out. Not helping enough though. Malik will die. Tomato even finding Ake in the meantime. Will go after Icky to boot. That'll be a triple kill for Tomato. And that's kind of the thing. You've reached the stage now where the heroes in VP, they take too long to die. And in the meantime, the Runeators, they're just getting cleaned up.
Now they are. Again, your damage output kind of scales off just a tad bit more. Your Lifestealer just can't chase the same way that this Slardar Inspector can. I mean, you see that double call from Malik afterwards. They just rip him apart. You know, it's just not a simple time to kind of look for your angles here on Rune Eaters. I would say your best play in Rune Eaters is just isolation plays. Right? Try to utilize your Earth Spirit. Try to get some sneaky vision around the map. Maybe cut a tree in a spot. Plant a sneaky ward. Just hope that you can catch someone off guard. Get the numbers advantage. Get a follow-up fight afterwards and kind of run from there. Still 50 seconds in that Aegis. Not the most time. We see Dark Lord going back for the armlet now on our Lifestealers. We tend to see. And again, it just hasn't really felt like a game for Dark Lord. The Ags is going to be nice, but considering this farming pace, it doesn't feel like it's going to be fast enough. Let's see how much more. I mean, at least you'll have at least 3 minutes more once Aegis expires. So there will be some room here, as VP will likely calm things down. You know, wait for that Roshan to be back up before attempting high ground. We've got the full Scotty up on Tomato, so he has like so much stats, a lot of EHP, a lot of dispersion damage to spread out if you try to jump him. It's just, where's your burst supposed to come in from? You do have a break option, sure, but it still doesn't feel like it's enough when you're trying to focus down on Tomato, and it hasn't felt like enough in a while. Scott.
They've got to figure out something. Just don't pick Lifestealer next time.
I mean,
that's what I would say.
That's probably the easiest thing to do. And even then, like...
Not for these plays, John.
I mean, I get why you can look at a game and like, all right, Lifestealer's maybe decent here. We've got Earth Spirit combo right.
Well, what's the win rate? Can you... I mean, we got
It's
time.
pretty abysmal.
We're gonna look up the exact rate. Look up the exact rate just so we don't look stupid because we keep saying... Because you and
40%, 5 games.
It's not as bad as I thought. I really thought it was like 20% or something, but I guess there hasn't been enough games.
It's 5 games, so, you know, 40% still pretty rough at 5 games alone. And, you know, that means you're picking the hero in games where theoretically it's a good hero.
Sure.
So that's like ideal case circumstance. We've picked Lifestealer, it still loses. More times than not. I think when you think about the Lifestealer as well, I feel like just because its scaling is so awkward, like I get Radiance, right? You want to farm up, but I don't know, maybe when you pick this hero, you just have to full commit fight, and it just doesn't feel good to do that in the core either, right? Because the moment you taper off, again, you're stuck in an even worse position without the Radiance.
It doesn't even feel like Life Stealer. It feels like Life Borrower or something.
Yeah.
He's like borrowing life or something. It's just...
I mean, he gets some life when he kills creeps, right? So he's borrowing a little bit from them.
Oh.
It's like 1 HP per creep.
And I bet you that's the reason why these players are so desperate to play it. They're just like, oh, but think about the value.
1 HP per creep kill isn't... It's really
John,
not great.
The value, John. Think about it.
When facets were new, yeah, it was kind of funny, right? We had like games where 30 minutes in, Lifestealer had plus 400 HP. That was nice.
Yeah. That was amazing.
How much do we have right now on Dark Lord? I believe he has, what, maybe around 80 at best? 100?
That's the number you always go back to.
Yeah.
You like the number 80.
It's a nice number, right?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with 80.
You always say 80 HP for Lifestealer.
80 HP.
That's what you always say. He's like, he's probably
Yeah.
got plus 80 HP.
We like saying et, right?
Et, yeah. Very good.
8-8. There you go.
Don't, you know, no numbers beneath 8. Jonathan, I don't
No.
want to hear it. I don't want to hear that, damn. Don't do it. Don't do it. Have some shame.
We'll have a moment, Mikey. We'll have a moment. 9K up for VP, and again, they're just waiting for next Roshan. No pressure here. They don't even need to pressure onto tier 2s. Good collapse on Tomato, maybe.
Eki? Yeah, he's going to see Tomato. He needs some help, though. It's just Eki. But he'll get a ward down. He'll keep tabs on what Tomato's up to. Copy's going to show up. You're going to need more than that, though, I think. Nice healing lotus there for Tomato as well, so he's not going to be the easiest to burst down.
Oh, they were waiting for the Octarine. Just got delivered. Tomato's already in safety. And now with all that space, Tormentor doesn't take too long. Nice free shard up for Health Scream. The Spotlight now, so you don't even need the gem to kind of spot out these heroes with the Glimmer Cape. And Rune Eaters, again, the angle for these fights, it's getting a little bit tricky to find. Ideally, again, it's a pick-off onto VP. That opportunity on Tomato was probably your best shot. Now VP sneaking around with a smoke through the gate up top into that triangle area. They might be able to run into Dark Lord if he does decide to walk up, but does have a little bit more sense for now.
VP not going to find any... Oh, they do ping out top lane. So they might head up top, see if they can find a quick one, but a quick TP away as well. Gonna not enable any kills. So smoke will wear off. Still a bit of time for the next Roshan play to be available. Aghanim Scepter almost available now on to our Dark Lord, but no, they miss out on the stun.
Yeah. Kind of need to charge up a little bit more on Abed before kind of making that play. You know, when you want that instant bash from your right click, not quite there. Some more attack speed would be nice as well. The Echo Saber does help move things along. Wouldn't mind the AC up on Abed if you can find room for it. It already has a BKB. You can kind of just backpack the bottle if need be. Just get an Assault Cures. You're almost at Ags here for Dark Lord, which does make it more annoying to jump that Lifestealer. Lower cooldown on infesting enemy heroes. There's that sneaky ward we were talking about. It's VP that does it. Cut a tree. Drop a nice ward watching the ramp area on that bot jungle. Fortunately, no one's walking there. Rune Eaters are out with a smoke. And they could intercept, but it's only Fly in the area.
Not quite the target you really want. Abed's going to be close by, though. They'll get a nice scan off. Fly does get caught. Abed, though, will jump in. That's Fly. He's alive, but finally gets dunked by Malik as Abed trying to retreat. Saberlight will jump in. Here comes Tomato as well. That'll be Ike to go down as Tomato on the chase for more support. Has found Eki, but Eki's going to force stuff out of there. Copy to roll back in, but the Ice Path going to lock them down. Dark Lord.
Just got deleted.
He got deleted, John. He did get deleted. Malik, he's going to make it out. It's just...
And Roshan again.
This hero, man. This hero.
I mean, look, it looked good in the jump in, but you have to get a Nullifier as well in the hero.
Yeah, you just need so much.
Nah, it's way too much. It's way too much. Roshan falls. Perfect timing for VP to take that fight. Banner to lead into the high ground. Secondary life again here for Tomato.
Oh,
I mean, all right.
He does get caught at least by Malik, but Malik...
He's not going to last long.
No, probably has to pay for it with his life, and he will.
I mean, it's worth it.
It certainly is. You need everything you can get right now. The issue for me is I don't see where this draft goes. You know, even... I realize it's easy to say that right now, John.
Yes.
But even... You asked me 20 minutes ago, I told you the same thing.
Yeah, no. We were watching... The panel said it as well. The matchups were pretty rough. And, you know, my condition was that they had to win early games. They find Ike. That's a dieback, by the way, on our Bane.
Yeah.
At least it's an early dieback, so the cooldown, the respawn isn't too bad. But, yeah, I mean, they had very specific conditions, right? Like, you had to win nonstop for like 15 minutes. And you were winning. You didn't have a huge margin to go along with that win, but you were winning early on. And then you get that chase. It was really the chase on Tomato, where things started to shift pretty hard towards VP. It was a free set of kills. You got that activity out from Abed with a blink. They're hanging on to the high ground at least. VP probably needs a reset before that full commitment. Does look like we're getting a Nullifier out on Abed as well. Should have some ways to dispel some of these saves coming out. Make it a little bit easier to hold heroes down as well. Full Abyssal for Timado. So not just Slaughter or stunts you need to watch out for at that point. And these BKBs on your Earth Spirit and your Axe, and you know, the Rage on Dark Lord, not gonna do much. Start the steady siege on the high ground. Nice call.
Malik, that is a very nice call.
The save again.
The escape back though, making life so hard here for Malik. Fly will get away. Tomato meanwhile moving in, and now the big initiation. Arbet's in. They've got Ike down. Copy's forced to run with his BKB. Magnetize committed. I mean, they just threw everything at the kitchen sink here at VP and nothing really comes of it.
No.
They do at least force them back, but if you're VP, you might just slowly reset and move back in. Like, you know the BKB's not there. You know the Magnetizer's on cooldown. Infest, at least Infest will be available soon, but no, they're going to leave anyway.
Yeah, I think that's respectable. You had to throw everything out as well. You don't have Vac Wall. You use your BKB, I believe, on Abed jumping in. It's pretty high risk, no macro power for area control. You needed a reset on Fly. Okay, you have to take your time here. So, not the biggest loss for Rune Eaters. A pretty successful high ground hold, all things considered. It's just that you need more of that, and you need to actually find even just support kills at this point. See if they can find it. Still, VP not resetting for too long. Are still hanging around bot, taking some pretty aggressive farm position here. Inside of Rune Eaters. I mean, it's like you said, like the path forward is hard to see. Copy.
Yeah, Copy in trouble again. He's got a Ghost Scepter to at least allow him a chance out of there. And that he will.
He's going Crozier as well, which we've not really seen. I've been rambling on about that for matchups against like Necrophos. It's not amazing against Necro, mind you, but
no.
In this game, it's okay. It's not amazing, but since you have the Ghost Scepter anyway, I guess you might as well get the upgrade. You don't really want E-Blade, so it does make sense. This is a bigger upgrade, though. Full Abyssal done for Tomato. Again, more hold for Lifestealer, more hold for our Earth Spirit as well. Prophet's Pendulum as well for Saberlight? Really?
The dream.
I mean, all right. No, no bobbling. No, no, no.
We're not
no,
bobbling.
No, no.
We're not bobbling.
No, no ops. No.
Oh, you use the Desert Blood right though, John?
That's tier 5.
I apologize.
Mike age is just a number, Mikey. You know, it's kind of showing.
Just stop, John.
Just a little bit.
Just
no, no bobbling.
Just bobbling.
No
it's
bobbling.
All right. It's all right.
Get the amulet, and it's pretty decent actually, considering Magnetize. How much time do we need? Less than a minute in the Aegis, so maybe VP will just end up farming on this Aegis, which doesn't feel great. Conjurer's Catalyst on Jakiro is pretty painful. With a full Ags up, I mean, that is just so much damage coming in.
That is my favorite neutral item.
It is quite fun.
It's so fun.
Over Pendulum? Like, between the two, which do you think is the most fun?
No, I mean, Pendulum's the most broken.
Yes.
For sure.
But it's fun, too.
But no.
It's fun, too.
No.
You get into a game, and this is going to sound like the dumbest thing. You get into a game where you're like playing Axe or Underlord, you get the Pendulum, it drags into like 60 minutes, and you get to the point where you actually get to buy a heart, and you're like, I'm not dying.
No.
It's the most fun thing in the world. It takes a lot of investment.
Yeah.
But it can be fun. I mean, you know, for the sake of Rune Eaters, I'm hoping we don't see that kind of game here. Like hearts with pendulums, because literally nothing will happen at that point. I mean, I guess your Lifestealer will have fun. Trying to... Oh, Malik.
This isn't fun, John. This is not fun. Malik's going to go down.
Where was the ward? Oh, right there, sneaky ward. Not a spot you would expect. They have a gem on Eki, if I recall right. Never ran down there.
I think he might have lost.
No,
he's got
still on him. Didn't walk in the area. Does get punished. I mean, to be fair, again, you don't really expect that war there. The siege begins. No Aegis. A little bit of a risk. But what else do you have to do on this map for like 2 minutes?
That is a very good question. The answer is probably not very much, John.
Yeah, just farm.
Arbits have just waiting patiently in the tree line. They love hunting these supports nice and early.
Fortify already used?
Tough times, Jonathan. Oh, vacuum as well. Saberlight setting up on a couple. They'll jump copy. Copy is just deleted. And now the Lifestealer. Nothing to be done here for Dark Lord. Arbit asking the real questions, I think.
Oh, man. That was a beautiful sync out from Saberlight and from Fly, getting the vac wall, not even the wall, just really the vac macro pyre did all the work. There is no play here. Respawns are pretty short, so you might be able to hold up against the last siege. Maybe Malik can get the call of his life. That's where we're hanging in right now.
Oh, I don't know about
Either
that,
he gets a huge call, or Copy somehow kicks someone all the way back near the fountain, behind tier 4s.
Let's see it, Malik. It's a toughie, that is for sure. Eki back again, Saberlight fighting a couple. Ike deleted. Malik to jump in.
Jeez.
It just doesn't. It just does not matter anymore. Because we are in the survival stages, so for Rune Eaters, they will just play out every single game as far as you possibly can, because it is worth it. Your lives are always on the line here, but VP certainly looking well and truly in control. And they should have no issues looking to put an end to this game one, but they are going to play it conservatively, Jonathan. No need to rush.
Nope.
Respawns are coming.
Yep.
They control the whole map, 33k worth advantage. You might even just wait for the next Roshan. Yeah, you could.
You could if you really wanted to. And I'm sure VP does not want to try.
100%.
We have not seen that be wrong, Mikey. You've always pointed out once you hit that 100 threshold, it's not a good time for the other side.
Yeah, I'm never going to let them go down from 100 without calling them out.
Yeah.
You know?
It has to be sure.
Just because Gabe is on a yacht doesn't mean he forgets map.
Yo.
Here we go. See you later, Eki. Dark. I mean, it just hurts so bad.
I mean, that's Lifestealer gameplay right there.
Copy. Trying to do with Arbit, but can do nothing any longer. Malik jumps in, does get a call and a dunk at least. So you take down Arbit, you do have Fly, but you're now missing Copy and Dark Lord, both without buyback. But again, VP, they'll probably play it safe. Play it safe. Why not?
I mean, you could wait for Roshan, I guess. It's a minute and a half.
John. Don't get upset.
Yeah, but
it's all right.
You know, it's just so it's just too Southeast Asian sometimes. You know, where you're winning, the carry doesn't have buyback, the mid doesn't have buyback, the axe can't even call and kill someone as long as the ringmaster's alive, and well, you just go back. Look, you know, like you said, right? We are in the survival stage. These are best of threes, yes, but you want to start game one with an advantage. You don't want to take any unnecessary risks. So just play it safe. Go for Roshan. Go in to actually hit tier 4s. I mean, really, the big issue for Rune Eaters is, will you ever find a Ringmaster in the back? Because we've seen some good calls. We've seen some good rolls with Infest. But as long as that escape pack is there, you're really not killing anyone.
No.
You're really just not.
No.
It has to be our Ringmaster first, and you're just not fighting Hellscream anytime soon.
Just look how huge the Spectre is now. What are you meant to do about this guy?
Hope for the best.
Yeah?
I suppose.
Pray?
Yeah.
It might work.
That's all you can really do. Maybe.
Well, I mean, they're at 100%, so, you know.
Yeah.
Probably is quite literally all they can do at this point.
Maybe. Consider this.
Yes?
You ditch this, well, you've got the Crozier up on Copy, but you hit Ag somehow. You stone the Spectre, keep kicking her back. You know, just do something.
That's what I would
Kick someone back. That's all you can really hope for.
That's what I would do, John.
That's what Yopaj was trying in their elimination game as well.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out.
Poor guy.
Now Abed's got to do the help. Well, Abed doesn't have to do anything. Copy has to.
No.
Copy's got to try. Hey, we're at the point Eki has a Deso just to try to get some damage going, man.
There we go. They're going to make the jump in on Hellscream, but Hellscream with the escape back. Just going to walk out of there as now Tomato. Look at that turn. Back wall as well. Onto two supports. Eki is gone. Ike is gone. No buyback. Copy will try to roll and TP away, and it looks like he might just. And he does. Buyback on Ike.
Yeah, but 90 seconds without Malik, 90 seconds without Eki. I don't know if you're... I mean, again, you're playing it safe in VP, so shouldn't be too bad. Roche is back up. There's a shield rune on hand as well. Ping's coming out to Roshan. Saberlight telling his team, please, guys, if we're not going to end the game, at least take the objective, please. Yeah. I'm getting bored here, says Saberlight. You know, he likes having fun. We know that as fact.
He sure does.
I mean, he must have been having fun. There were some good tips, you know, I'm sure. That always motivates Saberlight.
That it does.
There you go. Into Roche.
Nothing to be done here from Rune Eaters to try and stop this.
No.
Just gotta let it go, boys. Roshan, banner, everything available now, the cheese even. Of course, Tomato already looking like he's completely out of control here on the Spectre.
2.1k shield on Abed.
Isn't that fun? Dark Lord, nice juke with the rage. Keeping up the morale, Jonathan. Still voice lining him. I like that.
Yeah. You got
never let go.
You got to keep your spirits high. You're in for the long haul, you know. Oh.
Jump in, Saberlight. He's going to find the back and the wall right on that Lifestealer. Infest is out. Copy's down. And that'll be surely all she wrote. As Dark Lord also going to drop. No buybacks available. And GG has been called. Virtus Pro able to find game number 1.
I mean, they have a really good time in the early game for Rune Eaters, right? They managed to get things going. They tried to play to the strengths of their drafts. It's just not quite enough to close things out. And I think eventually, again, they're going to have to try to look back and understand and kind of figure out what went wrong. But I definitely do not think that Life Stealer is great. If you do agree with me here, Mikey, that Life Stealer was not the pick to go for. And it had its moments, but not quite enough.
No, it certainly wasn't. I mean, anything you change up before we do head out back to our panel, John?
Lifestealer, just ignore it. It's not a hero. And that's it. I think literally any other carry, you might have had a game.
All right, well, with that, let's head back to our lovely panel.
Thank you so much, MLP. John, it's exciting to be back here after a game that certainly raised some question marks for, I think, maybe both teams. Virtus Pro seemed to do the better at answering those questions. Rune Eaters still a little bit left unanswered as VP take game 1 in this best of 3. And of course, that does mean too that we're going to jump into our panel in a moment and start talking about what those specific things are that worked well. But VP, after a slower start in this game, some may still be able to criticize some of the way they played. You could see that they maintained control, clearly got the better end of the draft. And with Effie and Brian joining me back again, Effie, that was really maybe the biggest conversation point that we had discussed in the green room. This draft just seemed to set up Rune Eaters for failure.
It really did, and honestly, they did a lot better in that early game than I expected them to do. They had some really impressive movements, specifically coming out from Eki's Hoodwink. They did well in a lot of the lanes, and Copy in particular was a standout on his Earth Spirit. But VP, they came in with a vision. Their draft made sense. And all they had to do was wait for a very specific timing where they could just bring their heroes together with their Darkseer, and it felt very difficult for Rune Eaters to fight into that.
Brian, the scoreboard here tells the story of Virtus Pro just really having all the answers they needed.
Yeah, I mean, the concern I have when I look at Rune Eaters' draft is oftentimes the way we see the top-tier teams effectively lose a draft is they'll pick a draft that's one-dimensional to some extent, and then the enemy will last pick something that cheeses it and catches it off guard. For me, in this case, the one-dimensional nature of Rune Eaters' draft is that they have a lot of single-target initiation that's meant to burst one guy. And that was countered by the Ringmaster on the 3rd overall pick of the draft before they picked any of these heroes. And another concern when you talk about gameplay is that your entire draft is countered by one hero's ability that's on like a 10-second cooldown, and the item that counters this is Nullifier. And we were talking about this in the draft, like, oh, what? The Mira even asked, when is he going to be able to buy that Nullifier on Dark Lord? And it doesn't even have to be Dark Lord. Somebody on Radiant had to buy a Nullifier. Otherwise, we saw several times during the game that basically somebody had to buy Nullifier, and if you don't buy it, they get countlessly saved. Like, and the fight gets drawn out, and you have Darkseer Spectre counter initiation on the other side. And when that happens, you die to this like war of attrition of the Ion Shells and the Radiants, and you're getting chased down by the Slardars. And their whole plan went south from one basic ability on a support that was drafted 3rd overall. That's when you kind of know there were holes.
They put themselves in a box, Effie, it seems like.
No. Virtus Pro put themselves in the box because that's Ringmaster's spell.
Yes.
No, they really did. I think that's a good way to look at it. And to me, I was wondering what this says about them. Because if you're picking these kinds of heroes where you essentially counterpick yourself, to me, that says you think you're individually better players and you're going to get the better end of them anyway, and you don't even care about the counter picks. And on lane, it did look like that was the case. We saw a lot of really beautiful moves come out of Rune Eaters in that early stage, but all it takes is one mistake. You know, one Darkseer double vacuum, one Fiend's Grip on Spectre that didn't go the way that you want, and the game just spirals out of control. In Dota, you don't want to be put in positions where one mistake loses you the game. That is way too hard, even for the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Dota has thousands, if not millions, of micro decisions that a team will make over the course of it. And if one mistake, granted, it was pretty sloppy when they died to Spectre Tomato in the bottom lane and ended up losing 3 heroes. But that type of stuff is bound to happen, and I would hate to be in such a high stakes single elimination bracket, knowing that at any point one mistake like that is likely going to surrender entire control of the game. And every Dota player knows this. If you fall behind to Spectre, there's just no such thing as taking an advantageous fight anymore.
Right.
She's a global carry. She can be there from anywhere. Most of the time you come back with numbers. And Tomato was constantly playing with an Aegis. Couldn't burst this guy. If you go on anyone else, then you get taunted on. It just felt really difficult to play after that one mistake bottom, and they put themselves in that spot with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, even in this initiation here, Malik goes in before Earth Spirit is ready to connect. So it just, if you had waited a couple of more seconds, maybe that initiation looks a bit cleaner. But at that point, the game is already really hard, and we could talk about draft more, but I do want to compliment Tomato here on VP. He feels like such a reliable carry player. In that early game, his team was in positions maybe they don't want to be in, like Earth Spirit somehow wins mid against Slardar, and you don't pick Slardar thinking he's going to lose mid. That top lane, it went pretty decently for the Axe, so he had that early blink timing, but Tomato on his Spectre, he delivered in the right places. He made things happen. He was the reason why that mistake where they gripped him and then, you know, Coffee rolls back in, they got the kill on Earth Spirit. He's the reason why that happened. So just kudos to him for his performance here.
You know, my conversation is, we know, again, you wanted to shift that, and I think it is important. Let's go towards another, player with Abed, and let's talk about doing maybe less with more on his side, where he didn't have a disadvantage. He kind of actually had the advantage in lane by a large margin, but then didn't do as much as you had expected, Effie. What would you like to see changed going into game 2 for him?
Yeah, I mean, I want to chalk this one up to maybe he hasn't been playing that much Slardar mid recently. That's what I would like to think.
Could be.
Because typically when you pick Slardar into Earth Spirit, you pick it because it's the easier lane. Like, you're going to get a good matchup and snowball off of that, but that wasn't the case this time. He was down in CS, he got killed a couple of times, and he kind of had to wait for his BKB timing before he could really do anything.
Yeah, that, in theory, they should have had 2 winning lanes, and instead they ended up like 1.5. The Slardar is meant to shut down the enemy mid. He's like a Huskar. He's like more about his own game, but he is meant to be a Huskar to some degree. And the fact that Copy had the game that he had, that is a concern going into game 2. And we'll have to see. Maybe they'll confidently pick Copy into a counter matchup again.
Certainly going to be an interesting draft phase, that's for sure. As we come back in just a moment, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, though, we'll see Virtus Pro and Rune Eaters go back at it. Will VP close out the set 2-0, or Rune Eaters have a response?
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We're back with Dota 2 at EWC 2026. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Effie and BSJ here on the panel to get going for our second game of a best-of-3 series with Virtus Pro and Rune Eaters. If you missed out on Game 1, Virtus Pro took the win pretty convincingly, although it was a shaky start. Rune Eaters had a little something going for them. They lost it quite quickly. Effie, that conversation is now leaned as we look to head towards the draft for Game number 2 into are they not prepared? Are they doing something a little funky? Or were they arrogant? Were they a little more confident that they could think it would work?
Yeah, I think those are great questions to ask because we have to emphasize that they kind of did this to themselves within the draft. They saw the Ringmaster, they picked Bane. They saw the Ringmaster, they picked Axe. They counterpicked themselves. They see the Slardar going mid against the Earth Spirit, and they were like, we're going to put him mid anyway.
Yeah.
Which, to me, teams like Liquid, for example, they oftentimes will counterpick themselves on lanes, but still do very well in the game because of their strong idea and what they think they can do better and what timings they can hit. In this Game 1, you can make a case for maybe that's what they thought they could do. They thought they could out-rotate and then just keep up the tempo, and they wouldn't be able to play without draft on a VP. But it could have also just been maybe they didn't have the oversight of that game.
I mean, Brian, a real-world translation of this is you ran track. Somebody has an opportunity for you to run your 400, or you can run a 100, and you could choose your opponent, and you could choose Usain Bolt to run either one. And you choose the 100, and you choose Usain Bolt as your opponent. You're going to lose that matchup most of the time.
How do you know?
I don't know. I actually don't know. You know what? And that's the thing. Rune Eaters didn't know either, but that's the question. Are you feeling great that day you pick it and go, hey, man, nothing to lose? Again, I use the term house money because not a lot of people expected Rune Eaters to be here, but also overconfidence. Is there something that bothers you about kind of losing we had talked about it, like the way to draft, kind of the standard of drafting that you normally would apply to games?
If I was going off of your analogy, I'd more so take it that I'm inviting Usain Bolt to run the 400, and I'm acting like just because he doesn't run the 400,
you can beat
that he hasn't trained at all for this match. So, like, I brought him into my comfort zone because, like, when I look at Rune Eater's draft, like, if I just put a blindfold or like a piece of paper over VP's draft, I'd be like, those are solid heroes, pretty good meta. Other than Lifestealer, we've seen all four of these heroes pretty commonly, and they have a lot going for them.
Yeah.
But I really think, like, I could have arguably drafted that lineup without seeing VP's draft. And that's like the next layer of drafting that sometimes like a newer stack like Rune Eaters will be lacking is it's easy sometimes to also get lost on the opposite side where you're like, oh, they have this hero. Let's make sure we react by making sure we don't get counterpicked. And then your own game plan is lacking. You run into this you run into a much deeper version of this issue when you do have one game plan, and it is entirely counter not only in the lanes, but also in the game itself. So yeah, you just put yourself on the side. For me, if I'm looking at this, I would remind myself, if I'm Rune Eaters, like, there's kind of a score you keep track of in the draft. What is our game plan doing? Like, what questions or problems are we posing to them? Which of these questions have they responded to? So, like, if you're posturing the single target initiation and they pick Ringmaster, then we need either some way to jump the Ringmaster in the back, or we need some way to follow up after, like, you know, maybe a Dispel or something like this that's going to prevent that save from coming out. You know, an example would be like Brewmaster offlane. You have the AoE Dispel to remove the box. That's just a response to their response. But there was not really any of that coming out from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, I mean, to that I would say they're probably working with a more limited hero pool just based off of the overall heroes that each player on VP individually played versus the overall amount of heroes each player in Rune Eaters played. It's quite a bit less, I would say, and drafting in Dota is very difficult. I think this is absolutely where VP have the leg up in this matchup. Bulba is a very seasoned coach. He has practiced for sure and watched all of the replays, whereas to me it seems like Rune Eaters, they did have ideas about which heroes they were going to value and what they would deny pick, but when the draft unfolded, they didn't adjust the ideas they talked about. Like, I can see them saying, oh, they play a lot of Darks here on VP. Let's just take the Bane for ourselves. We can always have that strong lane. So they'll pick it even when there's a Ringmaster already showing because of an idea that they talked about. But you gotta change your ideas. It's a very dynamic situation.
And sometimes does it become like stuck between a rock and a hard place where you have these ideas and then you get forced to change them, but what you would change your ideas to aren't better than the sticking to the idea that now has been proven a little bit weaker?
Yeah, I mean, that is like the balance of comfort of, like, if we're going to execute this strategy at 100% capability, but it's hard countered, versus do we execute the strategy at 60%, but it's good against what you're doing? That is like a decision that teams of Rune Eaters, I want to say caliber, but also tenure, like they've only been together for a month and a half. That is a problem that you often have to, there is no right answer. You are picking your poison in this case. And so last draft, we talked about Earth Spear coming out for Rune Eaters, and we thought maybe they should flex it. In this case, it'd be, if they do flex it, Hellscream does play a lot of Earth Spirit on the support. If they do flex it, there is a different reason for it, because in the last game, it was because Slardar was countering the Earth Spirit. In this case, it's because Puck is often a mid laner that you want to counter, that you want to punish really hard. So we might even see something like the Slardar come out again. We might see something like Necro or Huskar or Sniper. Not necessarily all these heroes are in Abid's wheelhouse, and we did see that he didn't particularly make great use of that counter matchup in the last game. I guess at some points, like, it's hard to imagine Bulba in a drafting environment where he's not counterpicking lanes. Like, that's just what he's done historically, so I hope to some degree they do that, but I wouldn't hate it if they just leave the Earth Spirit mid.
Yeah, you know, I would prefer if they just left the Earth Spirit mid and didn't play for the Puck counter pick, because then it becomes like the 18 pick in your draft, and if it doesn't go the way that it should, then I think their draft is significantly weakened, because Earth Spirit mid is a very decent hero against Puck. He CS as well against Puck, he's got the instant silence, and maybe there is a lot of trading farm. It's still solid for Earth Spirit.
How does Ringmaster box work? Can you target the person that's in the box? Or do they just get hit by stuff?
You
Do you know what I'm saying?
can't single target click anyone in a box.
So you can't lick off the box?
You cannot lick the box.
Yeah. This is so funny to, like...
yeah, no, I get it.
You can't lick the box.
Take a lick off the box. No, I understand, guys.
Do not lick the box right now.
I get it.
Do not lick the box.
Yeah. No. Sometimes I don't want to know. I don't ask questions for a reason there.
There's a lot of cool interactions in Dota because, like, Dispel is a very common discussion, and Largo's first ability is a basic Dispel, and basic Dispels do remove Ringmaster's defensive ability, but you can't target the person that's in the box, so only basic Dispels that are in an area would work.
Interesting.
So, like, Largo, like, we were thinking, like, last game they needed a Dispel for it, but does Largo give that to him? And then Mira just confirmed that you can't target the person in the box, so
it's a single target.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuanced little interactions with this.
Since we're on since we're on the Ringmaster, we see Clockwork get picked up. I think the questions that were posed by VP just did not have good answers by Rune Eaters. What do you think they need to do at this point to answer the Ringmaster?
I mean, I think Puck already is a decent answer to Ringmaster for me.
Is that the adjustment that was made already? Yeah.
To me, that's a fine adjustment. It's not necessarily what they talked about when they picked it. It was more of an anti-Earth Spirit hero, but Ringmaster is a hero where he creates the threat of a counter initiation. And typically the way you deal with that is you pick heroes that go on him first. Heroes that jump in and make sure he's that first one out of the fight. So Puck is a hero that's very good at doing that with his silence, his ability to jump on the backlines. Tiny as well, that's very good at just going in, stunning the hero and killing him, and the approach that Rune Eaters are taking seems to be that.
Yeah, the thing is that they do have like the save against the initiation of Rune Eaters, but last game there's different types of initiators. There's ones like Axe and Lifestealer who they're meant to kill you in the first 5 seconds that they jump you, and heroes like Tiny and Puck, they have really low cooldown spells and they're meant to force you to defend yourselves and then kill you on the second volley of their spells. So like even though they picked Ringmaster after seeing the Puck and everything like this, I don't think this is nearly... This almost tells me that the Ringmaster last game was kind of a coincidence, that they got like handed the counters by picking the Bane in response and all of that. So I think that Rune Eater's draft is much... They don't have a Ringmaster problem to solve. They have multiple heroes that jump. They have AoE stuns rather than just single target. And also their heroes are a lot less hard committal than they were in game 1.
Back with the Hoodwink as well. Or Rune Eaters.
A lot of damage here coming out from Rune Eaters, and already I think their draft is infinitely better than game 1. I'll just say that right now. I don't see any significant disadvantage thus far, but when first pick wins the draft is often on the pick we're about to see. So let's see if they're able to identify a hole. Our friend Bulba here.
Yeah, you know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if Largo is going to be flexed to support at any point, because it feels very strange to get the overall last pick of a draft and have that go to a support if it is an offlane Largo.
That would be weird.
So, and I did check their games. They haven't played the Largo one time yet, so this will be their Largo debut at EWC. They did play it during TI qualifiers, but those didn't go great.
We can definitely keep an eye out for the... Okay, I hope that VP assumes this is a Largo flex, because if it's not a Largo flex, you're really happy. Like, I don't think there's a permutation of the draft that you're upset with. So I would like to see, like, an Enigma ban and, like, a Beastmaster ban. Like, these are heroes that are very good against Lifestealer, and they would work decently with Largo and lane. Snapfire would also cause potential issues, but I know, like, if they leave Enigma in the pool, I think it could be a big mistake. I think, like, I know they have, like, Hook to cancel Black Hole and everything, but just speaking from a Lifestealer player's perspective, I don't want to be against a summons hero in the off lane that's just going to dominate me out of lane. And I know Malik plays these heroes, and I guess I'm potentially overly optimistic for Rune Eaters in the sense that they do make that flex happen, because in the first game they kind of just showed their cards right away.
Right.
How does Beastmaster do against Lifestealer?
Yeah, it's a good matchup for Beastmaster. Any summons hero in lane, like any hero with ranged summons is really nice. Like Lifestealer will lane well against Lycan, for instance, but he doesn't lane very well against Beast or Enigma, because they both, you can't hit the summons. Yeah.
And I think that's a great option for them. In that case, I'm sure there is that Ringmaster save, but you do have jump heroes this time to deal with the Ringmaster.
It's much more about like the aura utility than it is about the initiation. Like both of these summons, okay, they do ban the Enigma. I'm glad to see that. I still want to see the Beastmaster pick. I still think it's by far the best option. I understand the Snapfire ban, but it's like it would be an annoying lane, not an annoying game. So I think that, like, I would be surprised if Rune Eaters goes for anything other than Beastmaster here. If they leave the Largo as is, I think it's a big mistake. We saw P-Vision, I think, whip out like a really cool Lifestealer pick and do something similar where they ended up banning to assume that the Largo would get flexed. I don't remember what team this was against, but the team did not flex the Largo, and they lost really hard. So I know that's a completely different series, completely different teams, but as a panelist, sometimes you get like deja vu seeing a bunch of different games.
And you mentioned you want to raise questions that might have multiple answers and would not solve it. And you're pointing at the screen right there. There's the Beastmaster.
That's a deny pick.
It's a steal.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think that's very heads up and cool drafting by Volva to double ban the Snap plus Enigma, then take the offlaner that would have fixed it for them, and then in a game where it's a really good game for Beastmaster as well. Like, on the other hand, we talked about how Ringmaster would kind of be annoying for Beastmaster, but now that he's on his side, there's nothing that saves against the Roar as well. Like, sure, you have the Largo sustain and the Lick Away, but that's not going to stop this Tiny from getting roared every fight.
Do we ever see a Razor? I know that hero is not very popular right now, but if we're thinking about like ranged heroes that counter Lifestealer and offer you some utility. He can still go like Greaves Crimson type of items, even though it's not the meta build. I mean, there isn't exactly a meta build because we don't see too much Razor, but I guess I'm hoping Rune Eaters is willing to whip out a hard counter to Lifestealer, because there's just some heroes in Dota that need to be hard countered, and Lifestealer is one of them. But no, they go for like a very predictable Lich last pick. This is a overall last pick 5 position hero.
Right.
It's like, yes, it's nice against the right clicks of Beastmaster, but both Beastmaster and the Lifestealer are hybrid damage heroes. They offer magic and physical. Often Lich is more powerful against heroes that are one-dimensional with the type of damage they offer. What do you think, Mira?
And I think it's really weird that they just put Largo into a bad lane. I mean, to me, that says that they didn't have anything else to draw from the offlane pool. So to them, it was better to just try to get a support that counterpicks Beastmaster on lane and hope that that's enough for them. Because I don't think Largo is in a winning position in this lane.
Yeah.
It's not an easy game at all, and there is a lot of like burst damage coming out later on from VP. Not necessarily burst, but the ability to focus on this Largo, single target kill him and take him out.
Effie, do you feel better about Rune Eaters going into this with their draft currently?
Honestly, not really.
Okay.
Like, I just don't like this early pick Largo into the lack of a flex.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll prove me wrong here and Largo just has a great game, but I do think they put themselves in a situation where if they make a few mistakes, it's too hard of a game for them.
All right, well, it's Virtus Pro yet again with a potential win in the draft, but can they translate it into the game? As the two sides get ready to jump onto the map, it's important to remember that if Rune Eaters do not win, they are going home out of the tournament. VP, the chance at 2-0 right now. Let's get ready to send it over to our casters, MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Jonathan. We got 2 new drafts on our hands.
Yep.
The Lifestealer came back. Here's the bad news, right?
Yep.
If you're Rune Eaters, they've got a Tiny. I don't know how much confidence I have in that.
Yeah, it's, well, you know, we have strong feelings about Tiny, and it's not been the best hero. It's been hit and miss.
Been something.
It's been something. And to have to play Tiny, you know, we were just bashing on the Lifestealer last time around. To have a Tiny into Lifestealer is not, it's not a good time. I will say that. It's definitely not a good time by any means, and I think it gets a little bit scary. Look, I can see certain ways this draft from Rune Eaters works out. Again, it's down to just how much you can get from your mid now, right? Like, how much can you really expect here from Copy? Yeah, this Puck hero, it's been gone for a while, but it is strong. You got some good cogs going here from good old Held Scream. Only hitting one, though.
It certainly is. Going to be a counter smoke now from Rune
Cut the
Eaters.
trees. There you go.
Cut the trees, indeed.
30 seconds to battle.
Into the mid lane they'll go, see if they can maybe find somebody to snipe. Arbit's hanging around the area. Mike, we'll see him. They haven't really got the lockdown though.
No.
It'll be a bit of damage, but that'll be all she wrote.
Yep. Long smoke out from VP. Through the gate.
Dark Lord. Oh, Dark Lord doesn't want to start like this. Impalement is going to land, and they again won't really have the control anyway. Instead, though, Ike looks like he's going to get caught out. Cogs to block the way. And Arbed would love himself a first blood, but Fly will go ahead and take it.
Look, he was moving pretty fast on that Lich. You know, you don't want to miss out on the kill opportunity. You just take it.
That's
you get
fair.
some EXP going anyhow for Abed. They're going to be quite happy with his start already. A lot of gold coming out from Fly to secure that bonus for himself at the very least. There's some more utility in the lanes, always nice to see. As you do watch those lanes, the mid lane again for Copy up against Abed. It's the Puck versus Earth Spirit. And this one is, again, you've seen Earth Spirit kind of do well against Pucks. This leads into maybe closer to a 50-50 lane. Puck should still have a little bit more play, of course. You are ranged. You've got some pretty good damage coming in. You've got Puckish to try to, you know, trade blows, get a bit of free regen going on. Rune control is fairly even between these two heroes with their mobility. Maybe, again, surprise rotations at 4 would really help Abed more so than Copy. As you are already seeing some of the effects of the harassment coming in there from Puck. Top lane, Tomato shouldn't be struggling too much. This should be a very farm-centric lane. Again, into the hoodwink. Fly's always got to watch out for the random bushwhacks. And Malik has to watch those slows just a tad, but he does have the self-dispel with a catchy lick at least. So it shouldn't be easy enough to kind of hold him back there with that basic Dispel on hand. Bot lane, just a lot of cogs being thrown around and not much anyone can really do about it. Hellscream just being that big nuisance you'd want to see in the Clockwork. And you do have the pulls going on there to just ensure that early start coming out for Saberlight. So some free XP going on here. Already has the Boris, as we saw earlier, plus the Axis ready. Tomato?
Got a lot of trouble here, Tomato. Be able to walk away. Now, Tomato playing a little bit on the edge. Eki really giving it back the way of Fly. Hellscream, meanwhile, in trouble bottom, is going to go down. Ike able to secure a nice easy one on the Lich, and it is kind of the thing with Lich, right? Just so lane dominant, so hard to contest, and well, unfortunately Hellscream will be going down.
Yeah, it does feel like that takes longer than you'd expect, considering, again, you're playing it more passive. Saberlight's just kind of farming up. They're trying to make that move again onto Fly.
Oh, they've got him. Fly going to go down. Nice setup by Malik and Eki. It'll be a nice easy one. I mean, Tomato on the lifesteal, we've had our words about this hero. There's not really much you can do in turn.
No. And that is something that you should really seek to abuse there. Malik having a great time on that Largo. We've seen core Largos explode before. It's just maybe a little bit more awkward with all of the saves you have here on the side of Virtus.pro. Just the fact that you have the escape act that you can't really dispel off. So chances are you're never going to be able to... I mean, you just can't catch a lick unless there's some weird shenanigans where the box comes out as the lick's coming in. That can happen. Certain interactions like that, very rare. But one of those edge cases here in Dota 2. So whether or not that is something that will show up, we'll have to see. Again, for Rune Eaters, this is very similar to almost to Game 1 where this laning start looks a lot better. They're getting some aggression going. You're a lot more passive on the side of Virtus.pro. Certainly on that bot lane, you're just looking to farm up here on Saberlight as much as possible, and you're just trying to drag these creep waves around on Hellscream, which, again, they've been doing pretty well. You're buying that space out with these cogs quite nicely. And that should allow, at least, again, some steady EXP for both sides there. And top lane's the big hurting point. Like, all of this aggression onto Tomato, he can't just run up, try to right-click Malik. Has to be so careful.
Very close call there for Tomato. Malik and Eki just again having the time of their lives here in this top lane. Just a rough start for the lifestealer thus far. Fly, you see how hard the guy is trying to just force them back. It can be very challenging, especially against this frog as Tomato.
No.
Gonna get caught with the catchy lick, does go down. It's one of those things, this damn frog, Johnny, it's a tanky boy.
And it is. It's just way too tanky. And again, that's normally not a problem for Lifestealer. It's just Catchy Lick also flies out super fast. Right? As a projectile, it doesn't feel like it even has like travel time for the most part.
Nope.
So Tomato keeps trying to rage through it, and he just keeps missing that timing. It's just really awkward to try to preempt that with rage. And he's getting punished for it. 3-1 start. Looking good for Rune Eaters once more. So movement mid.
Trying for the cogs pushbacks on Copy. Can't quite get it, but Arbit continuing to apply that pressure, and Hellscream will be able to secure before Copy can jaunt away. Great pickup here for Arbit. Fly in trouble. Does also go down. Again, Eki having a fantastic time thus far on this Hoodwink. Able to pick up a quick one on the Ringmaster.
And again, very reminiscent of Game 1. It just feels a little bit better now for Rune Eaters with the fact that you have some pretty strong conditions, right? We've talked about the Lifestealer. I think overall, I would still feel better about Tiny than Lifestealer, although the matchup, again, is not as clear-cut. Copy.
In trouble. Copy. Again, going to go down. Perhaps he's trying to fight back.
Oh,
the cogs. No, it's not enough. Impalment Arts from Fly on the tail end. Not going to land either. Would have loved to force the walk back into the mid lane here for this puck, but it's not going to come. Zabed narrowly avoiding the orbs that were flying in. Of course, it seems the Rune is going to stick around with the support duo for this power rune at the 6-minute mark. Arbed actually not opting to go for the reset back towards the fountain. He's going to stick around as well. They're going to need maybe one more, though. It's a 3v2 situation thus far in the mid lane. They will bring the third. So a bit more even now that Fly is here. 6-minute power runes, not going to spawn top, it will be bottom. Eki does get caught out, but a very nice bushwhack, locking them down. Abed, he'll make it out. Eki will not, however. Eki does die, but they got what they really wanted anyway. Power rune does go the way of copy.
Yeah, no reset for Abed. He has to go all the way back to base. At least, again, he's pretty mobile on Earth Spirit. So he's going to have the TP back into the lane. And side of Rune Eaters, again, you are finding some openings on VP. The early start for Rune Eaters, once more, it's just a little bit more smooth. Really clean CS so far outside of maybe your puck situation on mid. The denies on Abed, making it maybe a little bit slower here for that 6 timing. That eventually does come out for copy. And again, for Rune Eaters, looking like smooth sailing so far. It's going to be 1-for-1 on our Shrines of Wisdom as well. So no changes there. Saberlight's still stuck in that jungle, trying to get the Dominator out. This is the key difference, right? To be fair, you know, Saberlight in Game 1 was also off to a pretty slow start in the Darkseer, but they were forcing some movement into his lane rather than into Abed's lane. So this time around, he's taking the safer route, and that is giving a little bit more pressure there to our Earth Spirit overall.
Tomato, it's just so hard to dodge that damn catchy lick, man. I know you just... It really is instantaneous. It really doesn't feel like you've got any... Oh, bushwhack! Off the mark, but it doesn't matter. It's just a nice thing Malik can do too. Like, you force out the rage early on, and then you know you can just dive him.
Yeah. There's just not much you can do to counterplay at that point. Off this early magical damage. Again, you're so reliant on rage for it. You don't have the highest HP just yet, of course.
Yeah, Fly as well, being caught out. Malik, he is just doing fantastic work on this Largo. And, of course, props to the support duo as well of this Rune Eater side. They're making so much happen across this map.
That they are. They're just able to switch lanes because bot is, again, very free. 8-minute power rune going to go Abed's way at the very least. So as the Invis, it's just, where do you connect as this Earth Spirit? Because your Beastmaster does have Roar. Doesn't feel fully ready. A huge swing to the gates here. At least the Boars does make first contact. Although...
They are going to try onto Ike, perhaps? Saberlight, he's moving forward with the Roar up. Dark Lord also being targeted. Saberlight, he'll finally get the Roar away. Needs a way out, can't quite make it. Saberlight down. The Tiny is perfectly fine. Hellscream, he'll also drop. And Dark Lord, he's made it out of all this. Just, it felt very desperate.
That it did.
Our favorite.
Yes.
Look at this crap. Look at this garbage.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Love the showcase view of our little unicycle. And that's all you could really do right now on VP. It's just, I'm surprised Saberlight goes and tries to fight into that gate. And he sees the boar get hit. He knows it's not just going to be the Lich down there, for sure. But all of these swings that Rune Eaters are doing. And takes a pretty big risk for no real reward. 9-3, 2k lead now for Rune Eaters as they've just found everything. Tomato, he's a long way from any of these items here.
Oh, Tomato, he's been having such a rough game. Infest is out. It's going to not really be that great anyway, but it allows him a way out of it. Mid lane. Maybe an attempt to copy, but no. It's really just... Hellscream being a nuisance, trying to land those cogs.
Yeah.
He's alright.
I mean, I appreciate the attempts. It's just, again, in this kind of game for Abed, there's no one to really connect with until at least Saberlight's ready. Or until maybe level 6 on Hellscream as well, which it just feels relatively slow for the side of Virtus Pro, considering they don't have too much activity to play with. So you're left here with Abed with a full earn up, with no real kill opportunity showing itself. Which means, again, you're not snowballing out of control in the Earth Spirit just yet. You're playing a much more stalled out draft inside of Virtus Pro. And Rune Eaters, it's almost the same story as Game 1. If they maintain this momentum, they're going to be feeling good. The moment they start to drop here and there and you start to actually get a game on Tomato, that's where things get a little bit spicy here for Rune Eaters overall. Then you have to remember what's at stake. We heard Ray and Day say it, that this is elimination on the line. You're one game down on Rune Eaters. There's no forgiveness in these best of threes. It is single elimination in our survival stage, hence the name. So they've got to maintain that momentum here on Rune Eaters. And so far, again, there's been a few lull periods of farm. There's not really too much left to take in the map. Maybe you can try to force mid-tier 1 at some point, but your initial items are set to flow relatively soon. Malik's been number one as they make a small move onto Healthstream.
Yeah, very nice Chain Frost committal here from Ike, and that's going to be more than enough to deal with Hellscream. You love that as the Pos 5 Lich, already level 7 here at the 11 minute mark. Nice easy kill here onto Hellscream. And with that, John, I mean, Rune Eaters again, they're off to another great start to this game too. We saw a similar thing during Game 1 in fairness. Though I'll tell you, this time with the draft they have, I feel much more confident in what they're doing.
Yeah, because they're not playing the Lifestealer.
That's true.
Right? So
that's true.
Even though Tiny as well has its own issues, like it's does
not
feel...
Lifestealer.
Yeah, but at the same time, I always go back to it's like, is Lifestealer good into the Tiny matchup? And theoretically, it should be pretty fine. Hook shots somewhere.
It is out on to our Hoodwink. That should be Eki to drop. He's making life a little bit hard. Eki eventually will die. Fly to take the kill. And I believe Arvid got some earn charges. A happy day speaking.
Finally, you know, his first set of earn charges up.
Hell yeah, dude.
12 minutes in. Not ideal, but it's there.
Perfect timing for the vessel, John. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's right. As long as you get that vessel soon, you know, it's fine. That's the one that really matters. Saberlight has his full Dominator up. Going for the Overlord relatively soon. So we're reaching that point where the Beastmaster is going to be present. The split push does start to really kick in. Some of that damage on Saberlight really starts to ramp up just by having a nice big creep with him. And the utility we've seen a lot of other Dominator's players kind of go about it. Like getting the Wild Wing up, getting some good pushes off has been pretty solid so far in this tournament. They're smoked up on the side of VP. Hookshot's still a ways off, but they've got the Wheel of Wonder and the Magnetize set to go. So just need a clean target. They do have some wards on map, but not really spotting anything big from Rune Eaters. They are actually fairly split. Might be able to go on a hunt for Tomato themselves, but he's fairly far back in the top jungle. Same with Dark Lord. Kind of mirroring each other's moves. Try the gate movement instead.
Oh, unfortunate here for Ike. Surprise of his lifetime. Doesn't really matter though. It could have been worse. Could have been one of his teammates, I guess.
Yeah.
Saberlight, he'll take a tier 1 tower for himself. Very important, Saberlight continues to have some impact here. He's the highest net worth hero in the game for VP.
That he is. He's been given all the room. He's been given all the stacks to get to this point in the game.
He's been having a bit of a rough time. He does have plenty of one charges though, so there is plenty of per turn potential. In fact, have they gone too far here? Malik's already half HP. Now Tomato's going to join in. Malik trying, but the Wheel of Wonder going to make life hard for him in terms of getting away. And these are the kind of kills you got to be a little bit wary of, because this is what happened in Game 1.
Exactly it, right? Like they bleed out a couple of kills, they get some early activity on Tomato. Network deficit starts to shrink. Hellscream?
Yeah, Hellscream's been caught by an orb. Still nice hook shot into the escape act. Will be able to escape.
No. That's a real magic trick right there for the circus.
It is.
No. Now that should be maybe an act 3, you know, we get this kind of combo. That would be fun.
It would be.
But Clockwork, can he have an automaton? He's already a...
No, John.
But he could still get, right? Right? It's a possibility.
Well, no.
But it's distinct.
Well, why is that, John? He's a robot.
But there's still a guy, a cheeky little person in there, you know?
Is there, John? I don't think there is.
That's what the lore says, Mike.
Okay.
I know, I tell you to read, but I've tried before. What we don't have to try is just finding a reason to talk about this game.
Is there even a little guy in Clockwork?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
He made that armor suit himself, just like Timbersaw did.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Except he doesn't hate trees as much, you know?
Okay.
You could take like the 5 minutes to read each hero's lore entry, Mikey. You know, you could do yourself that.
Questioning whether I want to play Clockwork anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We should have an automaton Clockwork.
Never again.
Well, at the least, you're not playing it. Hellscream is, and the game has slowed down again, which is concerning because we always say this with Rune Eaters. Game 1, they were in the lead. They were finding everything they'd want. They were getting good pickoffs. They were getting pressure on the map. And then one kill happened for VP. They overextend for Tomato. They get punished. And then suddenly VP's just fully back in the game. This time around, they get caught out by the side of VP in that top jungle area. And they get punished. They're not behind yet, but certainly that momentum swing does feel like it's going VP's way. Smoke out as 3. Saberlight set to play again. Hookshot at the ready roar as well.
Copy.
Oh, that's a big entrance from Abed.
It is a big entrance, but nobody's there to really back him up. Copy, he'll have to retreat. Meanwhile, Eki being hunted down by Saberlight. But Saberlight, he's surrounded by 3 heroes right now. They'll escape back him out of there, though. He's fine. Dark Lord, he's dropping low now on the Tiny. No longer wanting to be around, but getting bounced around by the cogs. Malik will at least retreat. Abed will happily walk out of there, and suddenly VP, off the back of Saberlight, they're looking fantastic.
It's really looking a little bit too similar to Game 1. You just give them a little bit of time on VP to get one condition up and running, and the rest just collapse altogether. Really good damage spread as well coming out here from the side of VP. A lot more, of course, from Abed and the Magnetize. Still, I think on Rune Eaters now, you have to wonder, you know, what's our condition? Because I would argue it's not the Tiny's game. I think whenever you have this kind of situation where you know your core-to-core matchup isn't exactly ideal, you start to look at the puck, right? So it's down to Copy. What kind of itemization is he going for? When does he... Yeah, it's pretty long-term to think about stuff like Ags and Parasma, but it does feel like you kind of want some of that scaling puck to be in this game. There's still potential to play around like a good Dream Coil, Avalanche Toss. Heck, if Ike can somehow farm like a Blink Ags, that could be one massive way of working out these team fights. Heck, that could be one way of counteracting the escape deck, no? You could go through, you could actually target, because it's area target, into the box. So you can at least waste some of that box time as well. Try to get a catch. Not that the box has been an issue just yet. Got Tomato with his Radiance flying out. So he's got a high damage timing coming in now for a Lifesteal. See if VP can still find ways to widen this lead. Still a relatively even game, but VP has momentum here.
Saberlight's having a hunt around here for Copy. Copy going to show himself in the creep wave. They'll actually ignore him instead. They'll scan towards Ike, hoping for the fight in the Radiant jungle. Abed, he's going to have his smoke broken. Ike, he'll see them. Chainfrost immediately committed here with the Ice Spire, killing off Hellscream, but Ike's going to get jumped as well. He knew he was dead. Just gets a quickie before he does go down. Not really the worst situation in the world here for Runitas. That's probably actually considered a bit of a win.
Yeah, overall, I think you'd be fairly happy. Magnetize was popped for Chainfrost, and you know that's a bigger area denial control piece from VP committed. Roshan's happening, but unlike Game 1, it's not the quickest Roshan in the world. No Slardar to speed things up, so there is actually ample time here for Rune Eaters to scout it out. They're just not quite in that area. So it does look like first Rosh for the game will head the way of Virtus Pro. Secondary life for Abed or Tomato, or even Saberlight. Either option kind of works out here. And yeah, just no contest. Even though, again, not the quickest. Fairly telegraphed. Mid.
Abed going to jump in for the back, but they'll take down a Hellscream first. Nothing to come of it. They'll just go for the Roshan. They'll claim the Aegis for Tomato. And it'll cost them just a clockwork. Not really too big of a deal.
No. Happy enough to trade for that safety net on Tomato. Virtus Pro. Again, still in an even game. It has felt like tempo has been on their side, but Rune Eaters, again, they're not that far behind. They've got the slight advantage overall. You're still kind of catching up on Abed and Tomato. Your Tiny's been having a free ride into your usual build-up, right? Shadowblade, Echo Saber's already up and running. Silver Edge lining up next, so Dark Lord's damage will start to scale up. The break mechanism onto a Lifestealer is pretty nice to have as well. So that is one way to kind of work this counter pick with just an item that removes the issue from that matchup. Again, you've got some good timing that you can look at from Copy. Malik has also just done a surprising amount of damage, of course, from the Largo, as we tend to see. You get your Kaya up, your Strum around, you're super sustainable. I'm wondering if he thinks about, like, that Shard plus a Linken's or Lotus kind of build-up. Could be one way to go. Tormentor now up as well for the side of Virtus Pro, but a sneaky position here from Ike.
Oh, Ike. Nice chain frost from Ike, but the escape back will save the life of Fly. And they can just go back for the Tormentor. It was very nice. It was a great attempt from Ike. Just not enough. There's now the Tormentor. Will get taken down.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely.
not the quickest. Again, there is time to respond, but Rune Eaters just don't seem keen after the initial play is made. So you get another free piece here for the side of Virtus Pro. You get Fly in his spotlight now on that Ringmaster.
I love that ability.
It's so dumb he gets that at shard level, man.
It's pretty strong.
It really is. Oh?
Oh.
Age is gone? All right.
Whoopsie daisies. Concerning. Tomato will happily walk out of there though afterwards. It happens. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, he was alone, Tomato, and they do make use of that free space after Tormentor is taken. He just shows on the map, gets punished, smoke out. Now, Rune Eaters could definitely look for the second life, but which way do they actually go? Saberlight might be the key kill here. Does sneak past. And that smoke's revealed under the tomato creep as well, Mikey, which you're growing in your backyard.
I am, John. Thank you for pointing that out. Do you genuinely want me to talk about potatoes?
Yeah,
on
tomatoes.
stream?
Not potatoes. Tomatoes.
You know how much I am growing potatoes too, John.
Excellent.
So it wasn't too inaccurate. Copy.
Okay. Man, you gotta love Essence Distillery though. It scares the living bejesus
So
out
how
of
dare
everyone.
you not ask me what kind, John? Desiree potatoes is what I'm growing right now.
Could you repeat that? Desiree?
Desiree. They're
Desiree
the red ones.
potatoes.
The
Okay.
red ones. Very nice.
All right.
Good for potato salad, John.
Potato
Potato
salad.
salad.
Okay, okay. Can you get any russets? I could use some russets.
What are russets?
Russet potato, nice starchy. Fries, roasty, I think.
Oh, the brushed potatoes you're talking about.
No, not brushed.
Okay.
They're not shiny. You know the rough textured ones that are big spuds?
The brushed potatoes.
I don't know, I guess. Call them russets back home.
Okay. Yes, I can get you some, John.
All right, thanks, Mike. If you can get that through without ending up on TV, that'd be great. I'm pretty sure you can.
I don't think potatoes are that highly priced in the Philippines, John.
No, it's not the pricing. It's the specific kind. And if you tried to bring it, you know, things could get interesting at the airports. I know how Australians love that TV content.
They do.
Stacks, that's some pretty good content there for Tomato as well, being efficient. And again, without Aegis, you don't really want to tempt Fate. They would want to catch Copy. I think your big issue now in VP is the puck. As it has been for a while, Abed's been trying to focus in on that back line, but it is a slippery hero. Saberlight's Roar feels super necessary. Blink's not too far.
Nice bushwhack. Right onto Saberlight, but
What
the
a
escape
save
back.
again.
Fly again, saving the day. Saberlight gonna rush right into Eki with the Roar. Eki.
Ooh.
And Saberlight just TPing away in front of them.
Oh, Health Scream's hook was blocked.
Unfortunate. At least they got Eki.
Yeah, it's not the kill you were looking for. But you'll take it. It's been a little bit inactive. You can see this combination, though. Like the Largo giving Croca Genius to a pocket. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is giving Seb PTSD. Seb was not happy seeing Abed playing with this Largo on Ember, I think it was.
Yeah.
Against OG. Shame on you, Abed, for knocking out the SEA boys.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, now, you know, you have to rally behind Abed because Rakonix isn't there.
Do you remember how broken this Croak of Genius was when this hero first came out?
Yeah.
Like, the stats were so silly.
Yes.
And no one was skilling it.
Yes.
And I remember thinking, are these people crazy? Like, this is the best spell I've ever seen.
It's a very funny spell.
It's amazing.
It really is. And I don't know, I feel like Largo, he's just a fun little guy to roll.
Oh, he's a frog, John. Eki.
Frogs can be guys. Fellas, one of the boys. What are you implying? You can't be friendly with Largo?
No.
He's chill?
No.
Yeah. He has three little fellas with him? What do you mean?
Nobody said anything about
Oh, no, you're like, he's a frog. Like, okay, so? We were talking about chilling here. Doesn't matter if he's a frog.
You ever had a frog in your kitchen, John?
I've had a frog in my shoe. That was a surprise.
That's
Roar.
good. Yeah,
that's what we're
been.
looking for.
Copy. This will be also a surprise, John. Copy going down.
They needed that kill. And the puck's just been a massive nuisance. Caught them like a frog catches bugs with its tongue, I guess. They don't have the Largo, though, so that's what Malik's been doing. I had a frog in my shoe once. I placed on the shoe. It croaked at me. It's a big frog as well. That was not a pleasant time, Mikey.
That's all right. Wheel of Wonder. Eki. Going to try and sharpshooter his way out. Tomato, though, closing the gap. Malik gets the catchy lick. Doesn't really matter.
No.
You know, nice little dispel, but, you know, nothing to write home about.
No. No, I just realized the implications of Largo as a hero terrify me.
Why?
He's a gigantic frog.
He is.
I mean, he's chill.
You just realized he was a gigantic frog, did you?
Yeah, because I considered him one of the boys, you know?
Yeah, right.
I don't see him as a frog, Mikey, but he is a frog.
He is.
And I wouldn't want him near my shoes.
No.
No. 12 to 15, 2K lead coming out for Virtus Pro as Rune Eaters. I mean, look, this is a lot better than game one. It's, again, almost the same thing in terms of the macro game, right? Like, that early tempo, one kill kind of going away. You still have a lot to Ike?
Yeah, Ike. Oh, in a bit of danger. You're going to have the backup of Arbit there. And, well, only so much you can do about it. Tomato to clean up the kill for himself now. Armlet almost available here on the Lifestealer. Geez, the item build-up's so weird on this hero, isn't it, John?
Yeah, Radiance first.
Armlet after, like it just...
No, it's Radiance Manta and then Armlet nowadays.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Manta first as well for Dispel. It's I missed the days when it was like, oh.
Tomato kicked away. Or rather pulled away from by Arbit.
Yeah. And that breaks fully online. So you do have to watch for that here on your Tiny. There's the Armlet that we were set to yap about. I think I just missed the days when Lifestealer was like a what? Armlet, Maelstrom, Mjolnir kind of build. At least that was fun.
The good old days.
You'd run down heroes. Now it's like I farm, I stay inside, I burn you, I come out, I go back in.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want it to be so technical. Like Raid King. Why do we need like every skill to have a button? Bring back one button Raid King. What's wrong with that?
There was nothing wrong with it, John.
No, it was great. It's perfect for pubs. You'd enjoy it. Enjoying this so far on the side of VP. Tomato feeling pretty confident with that Armlet up. Dark Lord just standing forward. Very tanky on that Tiny now. Again, with a break, Tomato's not going to be feeling too great to fight in that like 2-3 second window of break timing here. It's going to force a little bit more of a conservative movement out from the side of Virtus Pro. 12 to 16. You've got the full Octarine up on Copy, so he is a very slippery guy with very low cooldown Dream Coil at this point, which is the big part. A teamfight spell is always going to be available for you. Smoke out, Rune Eaters. I mean, they could get a good collapse here onto Tomato if they move fast enough.
No, he's playing later, John. Tomato. I'm so sorry, John. Tomato's in. Fly is gone, but they'll take Ike as well. Buy back out from Ike. It seems like VP, they wanted... Oh, Copy, no! He went in a little bit too early. Copy is going to die. Ike brought back for this, so they might keep the fight going. Chain Frost will be committed, but the damage output's not really there with the BKBs committed from VP. But now Virtus Pro trying to retreat. Looks like they'll be able to make it out just fine. Fly is the only guy to die here.
Yeah.
And that's not really too big of a deal. I mean, he was the initial to get bursted down.
Yeah, again, not the ideal target. I mean, in some cases it is, but in this case, it felt like the rest of VP were just in time to kind of bail out. It's just really unfortunate for Copy, correct? Because you saw that infest from Tomato. He was set to go away with Abed. They were not looking for the re-engage at all. And he just, somehow ends up in the middle of that stun, gives the roar opening to Saberlight, and that was it. You get that puck kill, and you set them back a little bit on Rune Eaters. Roshan has begun. And with Saberlight around, tossing some axes and some more items up in Tomato, this isn't as slow as it once was. Smoke out from Rune Eaters, though, and they've got some angles to take, but aren't really fully committing for that hunt. So secondary life now for the side of VP for Tomato, more than likely. Roche number 2 with a banner set. Still have some tier 2 towers to take. So no high ground shenanigans, but a late smoke, Rune Eaters.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. Fly, again caught out to get things started. Hellscream could not save effect. Hellscream also blown up, and now Arbit, he's in the middle of all this with the infest play of Tomato. Arbit needed a way out, does BKB and does go for the rollout, does make it for now as well as Tomato's just chasing them down, but will be forced to retreat, and somehow Arbit actually makes it out of there. Can't quite believe my eyes.
Yeah. On knife's edge, but the side of Rune Eaters are very happy with that set of kills. 2 supports for free, forced out the Magnetize, forced out quite a fair bit from VP. So they're going to be held back a little bit in that Aegis window. You've got more utility coming out here, though. Saberlight has that full sight of Vice. They catch.
Copy.
Copy again? What's he even doing there at this point?
Saberlight's put the stickers down. It's, yeah. Yeah, Saberlight, you let him know.
I mean, everyone's backed off. That lane was slightly shoved across the river already. Maybe a little bit greedy coming out there from Copy. Certainly not the kill you want to give away. 4K lead hook.
What a hook from Hellscream. Right on target, and Malik, he's getting dragged right back. Though Hellscream, he's going to die for this.
It looked good.
But what a hook.
Stylish.
No, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. Saberlight will save the day. He'll make it worth, surely. Let's stop talking here, John. Maybe we stop cursing this. So they do get it. Malik does go down. Does have his Aghanim Scepter up before he does go, at least.
Yeah, a little bit more damage, a little bit more utility coming out in your Largo now. So he can get the move speed buff plus attack damage. He's got, all sorts of combos to play. Some regen plus move speed. It's always good.
Ike's going to get caught. Ike is gone. Not too much Ike can do.
No. A little bit of a freebie. 5K lead now for VP. But again, Rune Eaters do have a way of playing in this game. Just have to be so cautious about bleeding some key kills like that.
Eki, hello, is going to get a sharpshooter on to Arbed, but Arbed is just completely controlling Copy right now, and Copy surely going to get out of this. Orbs away, can't get far though. Copy's down another time. That was without the Roar of Saber.
No, just the sight of Vice this time around.
Oh, Saberlight's really been the bane of Copy's existence this game.
And he has. And, again, the investment that VP had into Saberlight paying off dividends now for their side. Again, he was doing nothing but farming. They were pulling the wave, they were leaving him alone in camps, they gave him all the stacks, all to lead into this kind of timing, and it's almost the same story as Game 1, man. We're 33 minutes in. Game 1 ended, around 43? At around the same tempo markers. Maybe, a few more Roshans, not Game 1, but what options do you have in Rune Eaters? Again, you have to try to maximize your puck. Maybe you can get some good toss-back plays. The break's going to be useful still. Up against Tomato, it's just, how do you angle forward right now? Oh, what is...
Fly?
Okay, that's a little bit crazy, Fly.
That is a little bit on the crazy side.
Just blinking in on a tiny by himself. I mean, I get it. Saberlight's right there, but that is a little bit excited.
Yeah, say, calm down, for I'm the main character. You calm down.
It gets a bit wild. Maybe he's expecting the escape act, being able to cast escape act, waste some time, line up for Saberlight to run forward. Now you're man down. Smoke from Rune Eaters, looking for the angle out. See if they can find someone. And that damage difference. I mean, this tiny carry, man, it's gotten all the farm, but...
I feel so embarrassed, Jonathan. I haven't even said this live on broadcast yet. It's your birthday today.
There's no segue to that.
Happy birthday.
What am I supposed to do with this? I have no segue. I had some fun stuff.
It's John Xfire's birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody, please say happy birthday.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, chat. The two guys who haven't muted us.
All five of them. Yeah. Here we go. Dark Lord. Going to jump in. Saberlight is going to go down. They have got him. It's a great start. Tomato now just getting chain frosted to oblivion.
Oh.
He'll lose his first life, but now flies onto Dark Lord.
Fly? What is that?
He just doesn't get it, this bloke. Hellscream now down. Tomato going to run. Arbet's jumped in. Arbet got a BKB up and trying to go for a run now. But the chase will be on. They'll smoke up. They'll coil him up. Arbet,
oh boy,
not getting the memo, is going to go down, and suddenly Rune Eaters, they are fighting back.
I mean, it's that same play we saw coming out there from Eki last time, but it works out, right? Like, you hang around, you take that fight into the Tormentor, you've got a good ward watching you in that area to tell you that they're heading in, and you just get the cleanup. You've got a full Aeon Disc up on Copy for protection. That is something that will make a difference later on as well. Not that it was relevant in this fight. VP lose the entirety of their lead, 21-23, 2K lead maintains, but that tempo has taken a huge hit. You can see the damage coming out from our Tiny. I mean, we saw that the damage dealt overall wasn't great in this game, but certainly as it starts to drag on, you'd expect the Tiny to do more and more. Copy's starting to be a massive nuisance. Again, if you're not able to get on top of him as Saberlight, then You've got some issues with that puck that you have to solve. Full Daedalus up and running now on our Tiny as well. As you can see again, same idea. Dark Lord comes in, Eki gets the control, and Ike's just there with that extra bounce that you were looking for. And they just make it so simple. You just have to take care of Saberlight first. You take out that roar, you take out the Sight of Vice. He's gone fly again. It's been pretty cool to see that bravery in our Ringmaster. Just, it's been a little bit rough dying that way as well twice in a row. But the strangest part is just, again, Abed coming in with BKB. Because he didn't need to.
No.
You had Rage TP.
I think it's just a miscommunication.
Yeah.
It's maybe thinking Tomato had no way out. He did that.
That he did. You do have your BKB up now on Tomato, so second debuff immunity state ready. At least you've got a little bit more of an ice state to try to play it, to try to chase down some heroes. Love this coming out from Malik, though. Got the Lincolns up, so with his shard, you have to deal with 2 Lincolns, and that's going to be a pain for Sale. Good hook.
Yeah, hook shots out. Hellscream will catch Copy. Copy with the Yules. The Cog's a little bit off time. But Copy still being chased down. They're not going to let this guy go for free. But no, he's out of there. He's all right. Virtus Pro, do they want to keep going? VP, they're going to smoke up?
Yeah. Look for a way forward. I mean, they've popped that AN disc. They know they've got like a 2-minute window where they can just look for that puck, and it's going to be a simple process for Saberlight. They just need to find that angle in. So far, very conservative play here from the side of Rune Eaters as well. Not really what you want.
Hey, you know, I'll take what they can get.
I suppose. Maybe if you can catch a little bit more, but Rune Eaters are already on their way back. 4K lead still stands for VP. But again, Rune Eaters, they've got a game to play. They've got some good damage. Parasmus not too far off now for Copy. More for our puck to play with. You've seen the damage coming in from our Tiny as well has been pretty darn good. So, you're still in a good game state for the side of Rune Eaters overall. It's just down to execution, right? This game 2 much closer than our game 1. No, it doesn't feel as much of drafting issues for either side. There is a way to play. We have seen that path to success present itself a couple of times now for each. Just need to see who consistently finds the fights they'd want here. Saberlight wanting himself some squirrel, but
yeah, going to be able to get away just fine. Plasma now built up on our puck. You got a lot more damage coming out on Copy, assuming he doesn't just get killed off.
No.
Bit of a rough time for Copy. 2-5-2 is the scoreline right now.
I mean, he's been doing some work. Again, I love the aim disc. It does help out a lot. But every single time he is forced to pop it, I'm fairly certain at some point VP will be able to get that control they're looking for.
Yeah.
Heck, even a nullifier up on Tomato isn't really a bad idea anyhow, so...
Nah.
It's just a matter of, do you have the item slot? And right now the answer is no. We'll see down the line. It's the Ags being queued up here for Tomato. Infest plays set. Smoke on smoke.
Dark Lord. They're going to smoke through the bottom lane here. Rune Eaters just hoping they find someone in the southern part of the map.
They found our puck.
Oh no. At least the Aeon Disc is ready. That's the good news. And now Rune Eaters, they can try to capitalize off this positioning.
Oh, Saberlight?
Saberlight would be a great target. They'll see Fly with the smoke break as well. Still the chase is actually on for Copy again!
Alone!
Copy's gone! Dark Lord, he's gonna jump in, but Dark Lord is completely surrounded here. It's not looking too good for the Tiny. He's gonna have to try and reset, but Tomato's on the chase. Dark Lord, run! They even pulled him away after he popped his Satanic to make matters worse. So Dark Lord couldn't even hope for the reset with the Satanic. They just catchy lick him out of there.
Yeah,
but Copy dying.
Oh man, that... Oh, they're still set to go.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato, he wants to commit here. Avalanche will save. Is now Saberlight getting tossed up. Could be in a spot of danger, but Arbit is going to follow. The escape act does make it rather hard, but no. Malik, he does secure the kill onto Saberlight. and they actually do not feel confident whatsoever to try and do with the Frog as Dark Lord now finding Fly. Abed also caught out. Abed, he's going to go down. A double kill for Dark Lord. And Malik, he'll get tipped because he set all this up.
His damage is kind of ridiculous how much he's melting these supports in the back. Tomato's got to find a way out. They're chasing so deep here. If they win these fights, it's going to be Roshan straight up. You're going to have a respawn and copy relatively soon. You don't have Saberlight for a minute 10. Not a safe point for the side of Virtus Pro. And a huge swing for Rune Eaters on that chase into the high ground. I'm surprised VP even make that move closer to that area. Considering you don't have Aegis, you could have gone back for Roshan. And now you've got a good shot here at the side of Rune Eaters to try to snag one away. Because you could try for the steal with Health Scream. He's a little bit far out. Could give it a try though with a hook shot, but don't know if you really want to risk it. He's inching closer though.
Oh, you got to try something here, Hellstream. He's going to give it a crack. No, it's blocked off. Very nice block here by Malik. Nice attempt from Hellscream. You give it a crack, you know, you're playing Clockwork, John. You got to try.
Yeah. Doesn't quite line up, and now Rune Eaters drag that gold deficit all the way back to their side. 1k up. Not a massive amount by any means, but you've got the tempo back. There's been some awkward moments, you know, some of these fights that Copy's choosing to engage in while his team's still en route. Hasn't been looking too sharp, but they are finding a lot more openings now. VP maybe struggling a little bit once Saberlight's taken out of the picture. I'm wondering if there's some consideration from Saberlight to actually look for his own Aeon Disc at this point. Because he is primary target. He is public enemy number 1 to the side of Rune Eaters.
Yeah.
With all of that control on hand. An Aeon Disc wouldn't be a bad investment. Maybe a side of Vice and Abed as well, or an Abyssal could work. Like just one more control piece on your Earth Spirit as well. Kind of simplifies it, just spreads that responsibility around a little bit more. Helps you deal with all of these Lincolns being stacked up as well. So keen on seeing if that's something they'll try to pick up. A smoke out from VP. This is them playing into Aegis though. Could be a little bit risky. Don't really run into anyone either. Walk into the enemy triangle. Late smoke from Rune Eaters. They've got the surprise flank from behind here. Do at least take care of that Lich Ags on Ike. Or most parts of it at the least. And they'll actually get a decent siege into the high ground. Double siege creep wave. They've got a banner.
This is interesting. VP almost dealing with his tier 3 tower. Tomato, he's going to back off, but they're coming in from the rear. Malik not going to spot anyone though. They'll avoid for now. However, though, Bushwhack has caught out Tomato. He's going to turn around with the escape back, trying to go into the Tiny now, and Dark Lord, he's getting bashed up. He can't fight back. The Chain Frost, it does nothing. Dark Lord is down, well, at least the first time. Can they get him a second? Eki's also been jumped. Eki about to drop, and no, Sablight's the one to go down. Meanwhile, Dark Lord still fighting Tomato, but Tomato's going for the man fight against this Tiny. Dark Lord, he's going to pop the Satanic and try to fight back. Malik right nearby, just playing music here for this Tiny. As Tomato's going to go down. Oh boy, VP still trying. They'll lose Fly. Ultra kill for Copy. Give him a rampage. The puck that could Copy, he tried so hard and he makes it happen. The VP, it looked good to start, but they just don't have enough of the tank.
No, so much damage coming out on Tomato, but there's so much sustain as well and durability coming out there on Dark Lord. And then while all of that happens, once you blow your combination out there on the puck, it's free to dance around. They buy back so much in VP. An 11k lead now for the side of Rune Eaters off of that play. And you've got some issues with damage for sure, as it's been a little bit tricky to try to deal with Malik and with our Tiny. Like, again, theoretically, the Lifestealer shouldn't be too awful into the Tiny, but once you reach this point with Daedalus up, you don't really have a steroid for damage on Lifestealer. You start to fall really flat very fast. Tier 3 gone. High ground not going to take too long. Until these racks already working for the next set of towers as well. And Virtus Pro. And, I mean, to be fair, that was looking pretty forced coming out from them. Right? Like, they Especially Tomato turning around. Like popping Manta, knowing that maybe feeling like he had no way out at that point, fully committed, but felt like there were a couple of opportunities to reconsider that fight and start to take a turn back. Never really managed to bail out. 2 sets of racks up now on Rune Eaters. Heck, even a full Ags up on Ike. And a way of trying to get some control through that box, at least wasting some time on it. Maybe getting it to preemptively open if you're not too careful. And the damage on this thing is looking insane. The damage on our puck is looking crazy as well. So we'll see a replay of that last fight. They make it all in onto Tomato. They get that control out onto Dark Lord, but they're not able to really clear out the puck. Sure, they're not dying to the chain frost, but what are you really finding? Copy's getting a free run. All because you had to go for that Sight of Vice on Dark Lord first, and you don't even find that kill in the Tiny anyhow.
It was a pretty awkward fight. I mean, Copy just literally cleaned up the whole pack line while we saw this fight between Tomato and Dark Lord. And Dark Lord with Satanic was just confident enough to stand his ground. Tomato could do nothing in the end. And of course, as you're seeing, the tail end of this Copy just cleaning up completely here against the side of VP. And you love to see that rampage, especially considering how tough of a game Copy's had.
Oh, yeah.
He's still 7-8-5. I mean, he's still got a negative KDA after that even.
Yeah.
That's how bad of a game it was.
But it pays off in the end, right? It leads to this moment here where he's allowed to dance because, again, you kind of make them forget that you have to hold all of these tools for the puck. Like, it's got to be Copy Roar, it's got to be Copy Side of Vice. Oh, instant bash.
Oh, Copy! He's got the A on disc. Instant bash is unfortunate, but the hook shot! The hook shot and zero reaction from VP. Just another day. Does not go for a chase. Arbet trying to hold down Dark Lord, but needs to be a little bit cautious about the damage output. Now Tomato, he'll jump out. You don't have the secondary line for Dark Lord. Gonna throw for now though. Meanwhile, buyback from Copy. They'll lose Ike in the meantime. Ike is gone. Tomato, he's gonna man fight the Tiny. The Tiny just trying to run, but he can't do it. Hell screams in with the hook shot again. Takes him down. At least he does have buyback. The Tiny can make its reappearance, so Copy would rather not die. They'll get everyone else out of there. Still the chase from Arbed, hoping to maybe find another. Cannot quite. But they will successfully defend high ground here, VP.
Yeah, I mean, that's their last set of racks they're going to have to try to hang on to. So it's a very worthwhile fight to take. They get some big kills. And you saw just even Copy buying back. This puts them in a really awkward position on Rune Eaters. No Roche for at least a minute. We'll have to see how long that respawn timer is, because if it's a short one, you are going to be heavy pressed to try to contest VP on that. Right? You need that Roche, but can you take the risk of going into the pit without buyback already? Right? It's super massive. Hellscream opened up a lot of possibilities for the side of Virtus Pro in that fight. We'll have to see what they do decide to do. Last time around, we saw them force high ground, which, again, you don't have Aegis either on side of Virtus Pro. You have to be so cautious which way you go. Side of Vice up on Eki, on her Hoodwink, as they will actually risk it for the high ground.
I think you have to. I think you've got to give this a crack, because VP, they're in dire straits right now. Without any kind of Aegis up, this is your best chance for VP to apply some pressure. They're going to make the call to retreat. Just a T3 tower. I thought they might have genuinely gone further than that, to be honest with you, but not willing to risk it here. Scardy now up in Tomato.
Yep, it's necessary.
The funny thing is, like, he's got less HP than this Largo. I mean, just how many creeps has he got now on this lifesteal?
A good chunk. I'm sure we'll mouse over to him at some point.
Pretty sure I saw like 4.7k HP, and Largo's got like 5k.
Yeah, it's yeah, Largo's at 4.9.
The Tiny's got more.
Yeah.
What's the point of this innate? For the lifesteal, what's the point?
It's to punish you if you can't see us.
With the armlet on, he's got more. There you go.
Yeah, with armlet on, sure. Let's see if oh, that's a really good scan from Rune Eaters, but this could be a little bit of a bait out.
Oh, here we go. Alec, he's a tough boy to try and aim down first. It's the one guy they really don't want to have to go into. Dark Lord not seeing Arbed yet, but eventually will, as they'll go for the Avalanche Toss combo, but Arbed, he'll pop the Magnetize. That'll force them back a little bit, but he'll keep refreshing as now Saberlight trying to move in. Ike gonna get caught out. The Chain Frost doing a lot of work now. Abed and Saberlight trying to retreat. Saberlight now looking to turn them back around, but the Roar, it only breaks the Lincolns. It's not good enough for Dark Lord. Dark Lord's gonna go down.
They've got buybacks.
He's got buyback available though. Tomato gonna move in, but here come the buybacks. Dark Lord and Ike both committing. That should be Q. Abed's gonna drop in the meantime. But the Rage TP away, it is going to be enough for Tomato to escape. But it's a 5v2 scenario now. Ruinators, they should have no issue forcing us to a game 3.
They've got Roshan open as well. No safety net, no Abed to buy back, no Saberlight to buy back. Hellscream has to put in the work if he wants to try to contest. They are aware he's got a blink. They have to go for this.
Oh. Shot a bit off the mark. Or way off the mark.
That should just be the free rush at the high ground. Like, what would hold you back at this point? Nothing. They miss out. Fort Roche.
Can you buy time for Safelite to be back up? They just let the refresher and cheese for copy.
I mean, it's not the longest now because they had to go back 40 seconds. There should be enough time. Especially if you're going to go for the top set of racks first, go for the full megas. So you should have the room to at least wait out for Saberlight's respawn here. Likely everyone's. Won't be a problem.
I mean, if you can win a team fight, you know there's no buyback on Dark Lord.
Yes.
That could be a game, but you got to deal with him twice now. It's not easy for VP. They're going to need all the bodies they can get. Copy's going to jump in. Dreamcore committed. But Glyph is going to be forced, and in fact, Rune Eaters, it seems as though they are indeed going to have to look to retreat. So again, their lives are on the line here. It is a scary, scary game. VP still one game away from proceeding. I mean, Rune Eaters, it is their game to throw here, John.
That it is.
We're also 7 minutes away from Tier 5 items. So you have the question for Rune Eaters where it's like, do we want to risk? Do we want to risk those Tier 5s? Do we wait that long?
I mean, you'll get your buybacks back if you wait that 7 minutes, right? Like, especially the one in copy. Like, he risked a lot, handing over the Aegis, prioritizing the Tiny first because of that commitment as well. So you'll get some coverage there. They do hunt down Ike, who doesn't have buyback.
Yep,
so
that was
is
a
pretty good one. Yeah, full
bright side
dieback.
is at least you get the long respawn out of the way.
Yeah.
That's the somewhat bright side.
I think what you need to do in VP, and they're doing it really well now, is just actually keep hunting them. They're all going one by one farming. Like, you've always got this combination. It's just Hellscream plus one. Hellscream plus Tomato. Basically, is your bread and butter. They might look down bot. If you can maybe catch out this puck somehow, Copy would be a very nice kill. They'd want to sneak over there, but they are actually looking at him. Copy? Is he going to be fine?
Copy? He's okay.
This is the right idea, though. Again, just go hunting. They're split around the map, kind of trying to find farm. You need to find some punishment. Your 2 racks is down. You need to get some of these kills. Rune Eaters, though, happy enough to slip away. You don't have any control pieces on your Clockwork either. Tormentor once more, coming out for Virtus Pro. And this should just be the money at this point. I believe everyone has theirs. No, actually, Saberlight doesn't quite have his, so not quite money yet. Infest again on Hellscream, but no one's showing. This could be a bit crazy if they just run into the triangle without fixing that top lane a little bit more.
Rune Eaters. Top lane. Again, you can't afford to see this Tiny die twice. Eki, Bushwhack is going to catch out at least one. Tomato's going to be there with the Infest though, and he'll turn around right onto the Hoodwink, look to burst her down, and they will get her. Buyback available for Eki. He'll commit immediately as now they'll move onto the Tiny once again. Dark Lord, don't forget, he's got 2 lives available. He can take his time here. They'll get rid of Saberlight. Saberlight has buyback. They want to hold out if they can afford to. Rage TP away from Tomato is going to be just fine. And again, Saberlight, he can commit his buyback if necessary.
That he can. A little bit of an opening out for the side of Rune Eaters. I mean, it's just 1 Rax left. Aegis, not the most time left. A minute, more than enough to do that damage you'd want.
Again, they're moving in. Ike, he's been caught. Ike is going to drop. Again, no buyback on the Lich. Abed now will just roll out with the BKB. Meanwhile, Tomato looking to jump back in. Though he does get stunned up. Tomato escape back. It's going to buy a bit of time. Can he survive through it? He does. At least the first time as the escape act again, but no! Malik's going to get the kill. Buyback's incoming as Malik now. Malik go down. The TP away, but the hook shot! Dark Lord, he's been caught out. Dark Lord, he needs to find a way now to escape without the TP. Sableye will chase him down. The Hex is out on the Beastmaster. They'll continue the chase.
Abed has a gem. They need to chase.
Abed's going to keep trying. Tomato, he'll be right on his tail, but they're going to be a little bit cautious.
The satanic hit. Ooh,
Fly is going to get blown up. Roll in again, Abed. They're going to leave the Tiny alone. They won't be able to catch Copy either, though Sableye, he does land the Scythe device, but Tomato just cannot keep up. They will retreat.
Oh, it's such a scary game for both sides. If you manage to find Copy again on that re-engage somehow, that would have just been a very different circumstance. Lots of damage flying out from Abed with all the magnetized reapplications they're doing. They're having a little bit of a rough time trying to deal with Dark Lord's extra lives, but he's not going to have extra lives left now. Next row is still 2.5 minutes away, though. You've committed a lot on VP. You've committed a lot on both sides to try to win out these engagements. You still have the laning advantage, of course, down to 1 tier 4 on VP's end, with the creep wave just shoving in that entire time. So you are more than likely just a team fight away now from Rune Eaters to just ending that high ground. The issue is finding that team fight for yourself, because VP has been working some pretty awkward angles. It's off the back now of Hellscream almost, where these hook shots have to deliver the goods. They have to find the right target at the right spot, at the right time in these fights, and if you can get that chain control after, say, Roar, after, say, the side of Vice, things start to look good. It's just easier said than done. There's just so much going on in the middle of these engagements. You've got those double escaped acts coming in to stall for time from Fly. You've got this puck that's just very hard to hold down. You do have your full Ags here on Abed. So maybe now, with a rock stone, the rock formation, what do you even call that? What's its actual name, Mikey?
What, the Enchant Remnant?
Ah, yeah, so of course, while we're mousing over it, you would know. Yes,
I did know.
Oh.
How
okay.
dare you?
Fair, just the timing.
How dare you?
I believe you. The time was just perfect. The Enchant Remnant, you can kind of kick around.
Oh, shut up.
Should you need Enchant Remnant for Tiny? I feel like innately you should be able to just freeze him at will.
Oh, John, you asked the dumbest question. I mean...
He's a rock.
It's true.
Shaker as well?
I feel like you should be able to use Tiny as a rock.
Yeah, that's
for
fair.
your spells
Actually,
as well.
that should count.
Yeah.
I will accept that. And then he shatters and he's not in the game. It's just gone.
But it is a nice way as well of just ruining the team fight. Like, if you just catch, say, one of them,
Yes.
like Tiny, just Enchant Remnant, kick him away, it can be a little bit hard to close the gap again.
Yeah. I think that's all you want to do. Either kidnap the Tiny or kidnap the puck. Heck, even Malik, if you drag him all the way back, you can kind of focus down him. Your issue right now in VP is that with all of these combined, it feels daunting. There's so much healing going on to everyone because of Malik. They're all really tanky.
35 seconds, John. Hold on. It's coming. Tier 5 items.
We're not bobbling this game, right? I don't recall us looking at
Do we have any
bobbles.
bobblers? Is there
I
any
don't believe
bobblers?
so. No bobblers.
Who cares about the bobblers?
One pendulum. Could use more, but it's a bit of a shame.
What are we getting, John? Oh, we got a bobbler.
Hellscream hasn't picked up his tier 4 yet, so...
Okay, so he can bobble.
I mean... But why would he? Spell for...
Why not?
Spell amp?
Because he
Debuff
can.
duration? Actually...
He can min-max, John. That's why.
Debuff duration clockwork sounds like something you would really hate to play against.
Yeah.
Battery assault suddenly isn't a mini stun. Hookshot becomes, I don't know, like grip. Could be the way to go. It wouldn't be too bad, but I don't know if you're expecting this to hit 70 to fully maximize that.
Rune Eaters are smoked up. Meanwhile, VP, they're trying to rush these items. Rune Eaters haven't quite yet. They're looking for a kill instead, but I think they'll understand that they probably should just farm them up. Hellscream's going to lose a Wind Waker. That's a big one. Unfortunate. The courier will go down. Let's see what these guys pick up. What do we want, boys?
A Stygian would be pretty big for both sides.
A Tomato probably really wants one.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
Just lacks some output. Just wants to be able to really quickly find those kills.
Okay, what do we got?
Harmonizer's pretty crazy. Yeah, Harmonizer puck is just insane with debuff and spell amp as well. Easily hitting, what, 38% spell amp, I think?
That's pretty ridiculous.
You've got, well, Hellscream still hasn't committed.
Take the T4 item, Hellscream. What are you doing?
There you
There's
go,
your
Stygian.
Yeah.
And the movement speed, so yeah.
Oh yes, now you can really catch it. You know, now we're moving. Here we go.
You can get something else in the slot now. Right now it's a full Moon Shard. They'll infest.
This is the silence here. No jaunt in from Copy. Copy jumping in.
Oh.
Dream Coil. It's a nice one. He caught 3 targets with that coil. Hellscream. Gonna be okay to BKB for now and try to retreat. Hook shot away back to the cap now.
Tomato was left
Did
alone.
Get caught. Tomato, he's been left completely alone. Meanwhile, Ike jumping in for a big chain frost on his lonesome as well. And they are starting to slowly melt as Malik. He does move in now, but he can't lock down a target. Saberlight, though, is starting to drop low. Meanwhile, Tomato does take down Ike. Looking for the tiny now.
Oh, he's got enough damage now.
Dark Lord. Dark Lord does have buyback. He'll commit immediately. There's hook shot. Back on Eki. They'll move into Arbit now. Arbit being controlled by Malik, but he will enchant and remnant away, or rather roll away. Well, it looks like he's going to make it at least for a little bit longer as Arbit, still being chased down, rolls away, can't do it surely. He'll turn back around, but does eventually drop. They'll get Tomato out of there. But you're in a 4v2 situation. Arbit can buy back. Jump in from Copy. Almost taking out Hellscream.
Yeah, just way too much output. I don't know if you can do this without Saberlight. Without that Sight of Ice and Roar. I mean, these team fights just feel impossible to pierce through. Oh.
Yeah, jump in again, hook shot. Dark Lord, again, if he dies back, that's the opening you need as BP. Arbet's jumped in. BKB was committed. He'll roll back in, trying to hunt down this Tiny. If he can enchant, remnant him, maybe he can kick him back, but he can't do so. He'll have to do it to himself as Arbet. Now trying to roll back out. Can't afford to die back here if he wants this win. Tomato jumps back in, escape back, fly. He allows Arbet up, and no, Copy. He'll finish the job eventually. No buyback for Arbet, he's died back. Jump in from Copy again. Fly does also go down. It's now a 2v5 scenario. They'll lose Hellscream to Boat. It's Tomato versus the world. Tomato, I do not think can do it on his own, though. He's trying for Dark Lord. He's found one of them. Can he actually defend this? I highly doubt it. Surely there's no way. He's going to try, but they'll kite him out. The Ancient's still exposed. They're waving goodbye. And that'll be Rune Eaters, forcing us to a game number 3.
That they do. Very well played coming out from them. We talked about what hero we disliked less, right? And overall, I think you and I really did dislike that Tiny a little bit less than that Lifestealer.
Choosing Lifestealer.
It just feels so awkward. I mean, Tomato probably showed us the best circumstance for Lifestealer, and was still a very difficult game.
The best circumstances, don't pick it.
Yeah.
That's literally the best.
That's really it. Rune Eaters, they stay alive in the tournament. They're still in the survival stage. We will hit a game 3 for our first series here in the survival stage, which is what we like to see.
We love it.
The thing is, again, when it comes down to adjustments, look, they played as best as they could. I don't think there was any big misplays coming out here from Virtus.pro at all. Maybe that move onto the high ground, right, where they got caught out. They did it without taking Aegis first. They got punished pretty hard. That kind of cost them. But Rune Eaters, again, they have this really strong start that's been consistent in the series. I'd like to see them like push that forward, keep getting these strong laning starts, and maybe, again, just maybe, they start picking some of these carries that are consistently strong. They can start to clear out the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I sure hope so, Jonathan. With that, we'll head back to our lovely panel, see what they have to say.
John, Mike, thank you guys so much. What an amazing game. Took the better part of an hour, a little bit more than an hour, for Rune Eaters to answer the questions. And did they answer them emphatically? The puck got going and could not be stopped there at the end. So much more to unfold and talk about in that game, but ultimately Rune Eaters even the series, and we are going to a Game 3. What a way to start our survival stage as well. Seeds 4 and 3, winner ends up moving on, and now we get to take a look at the scoreboard as I welcome back Effie and Brian with me on the desk. Guys, what a game. Brian, this was a long one.
Yeah, that was quite a back and forth barn burner of a game. And, you know, I saw going into the draft that this was a pretty free Lifestealer game and was concerned that Rune Eaters did not address it. But the difference between this game and last game was last game their playmakers were directly countered just with the abilities of the enemy heroes. But this game, like, they did such a great job on the side of Rune Eaters, setting up on high grounds, waiting for Virtus Pro to basically fall into their ambush. They did a great job jumping the back lines. They had a lot of utility from the Largo. Copy was all over the place, dishing out so much damage, 73,000 to be specific.
Jeez.
And I feel like even though Tomato's damage number was 79k, I feel like 80% of that was on the Tiny Mirror.
Dude, there were so many moments where they were just fighting each other, and I'm like, who's going to win this battle? But then all of a sudden, Tomato's isolated. That was a beautiful game. My biggest concern for Rune Eaters was this Largo being thrown into a mid-game that he couldn't really play, a lane where he wasn't necessarily going to have the easiest time. But in that ultimate late game, Largo was king to me. Yeah, Copy,
Yeah.
You could say Copy pucked them up a little bit, you know? You could say that, but...
Got pucked up.
But Largo really was the story of that late game and why it was so hard to take these long and drawn out fights, especially when you hit level 30 and unlock that entire talent tree. Largo's a hero that gets value out of every single one of his talents, and usually you end up going in a specific direction, but Malik really did deliver there. He was just licking people away from roars. The sustain was just, it just felt like it was nonstop, Brian.
Yeah, you can't lick the box, as we talked about at the beginning of the game, but you can lick in pretty much every other scenario. Yeah, Largo is one of the rare heroes that, like you said, Mira, is really defined by like the level 30 timing. So a lot of heroes have like one default talent that's good and the other one that's pretty useless. Lifestealer is an example who has pretty bad talents, and we often, I feel like more and more nowadays in professional Dota, we're getting to discuss the level 30 timings and the 60+ neutral item windows, and we're seeing a lot of good kills from VP here. They had a lot of momentum, but there were just a few fights that after they lost control of the map, it felt like Lifestealer was walking at people the entire time, and then when his team was trying to keep up with them, the rest of Rune Eaters was jumping them instead. And I'll just say, like, even Lich being a solo kill threat with the Blink and the Shard can be super obnoxious for heroes like Ringmaster and even the Beastmaster. He was having to BKB just to get away from the Lich on Saberlight. It's such a big difference nowadays, and it's like, I don't think this Radiant draft would work if Refresher Orb still worked on BKB.
I could see that for sure. But also this Radiant draft, it had to go through some really difficult timings in this game, right? Because at some point, Virtus Pro, they were really comfortable with their Lifestealers. That where they got that first Aegis, and it looked like they would take control of that game, because that's where you would expect them to. But Rune Eaters were ready with some really smart counterplays. I want to shout out Dark Lord in particular on his Tiny, because there were like 2 moments where after they got Aegis, they walked high ground and they got double avalanched and just picked off on 2 heroes. Then they had to disengage with that Aegis and they couldn't play off of that. And there was another moment where they were doing Tormentor, and then again, here comes Dark Lord with his Tiny, getting that avalanche and turning it in moments where VP should have had the heads up there.
Yeah, Tiny was hitting for about 800 back there, so those swings were starting to make a difference as well. And you can see Rune Eater's sigh of relief to be able to take the win. And this does kind of ask, to me, lean back towards the question of, did something go right for Rune Eaters, Effie, or did something go wrong for VP?
I mean, I honestly think in game 1 as well, Rune Eaters were playing pretty strong. To me, they didn't set themselves up for the best draft again in terms of surviving that mid game, but in that late game, their draft really was king in terms of kiting. In that game 1, they also had a really strong early game play from their individual plays, but their draft didn't set them up for success. If in game 3 they can get the out draft, I'm really scared for Virtus Pro.
I have simple conclusion. Earth Spirit, bad hero. Lifestealer, bad hero. 0-2 on each of them.
0-2,
Let's
man.
just chop it up and go next.
You know, it is interesting as we have a little bit of time to sit with our thoughts. I want to even pose the question, is it going to be decided in the draft? We've seen so much from Rune Eaters. It's given us a bit of hope and a bit of pessimism going into it. We'll find out what happens in Game 3 right after this.
And your options to all in him are just to throw all of your big AoE ultimates on the Necrophos, which means if he survives and that backfires, you're absolutely screwed in the 5-on-5 engagement.
Yes. At the same time, Liquid don't have any saves, really. They have Glimmer Cape for Boxy, but they have nothing hard save, which may be something they have to consider in the future.
Get a Wind Waker or something.
Yeah, Wind Waker on the supports. I mean, Tofu's gonna have the farm for it. Like, he is...
I think he is gonna go
12,000
next.
net worth. Yeah, he's already built up heals, so good choice.
Too good in this game. It's gonna force even more Nullifier presence. They only have one potential Nullifier buyer in this game, and it is the Clinks, who's also trying to get to MKB and BKB. A couple of Conjure's Catalyst. That is a insane Conjure's Catalyst for NTS.
Oh, yeah. Imagine he rolls and he doesn't get it.
Well, he did get it here. He's very happy about that.
Meanwhile, Nisha... Ooh, his options are terrible. My goodness. I mean, he would want Conjurer's Catalyst, right? But he also would love to have the Pendulum. Right? Anything that keeps him alive is worth its weight in gold.
I think the Rattle Cage, honestly, is a little underrated on these heroes that just tank a huge amount of damage.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's going to be the focus. It's going to bounce back a lot of damage. He went for the Idol. So, slow resistance is value. Evasion, very good.
I think him being able to gain the evasion against the Clinks, he also has Quicken, so he can go up to like 50% evasion here. Pretty nice.
Wow, that is a lot. Now, Ame already had the idea. He wanted to build MKB. He doesn't want to rely on Bloodthorn to be able to get through this, which is fair enough, but it's a long ways away. He's trying to finish off his BKB right now, and here comes the smoke of Liquid. Making his way. They're going to crash into XXS, who was a high ground ward. Actually stomped in there. Hit a stomp.
Epi coming.
Here comes the Epicenter. Going for ace. Take out that team fighter
so
and
much
get
damage.
the Boxy kill as well. And look at Mickey went down to half health. Now, here comes their turnaround. Nisha's going to start popping those death pulses, healing up the Alchemist.
They can't sustain it, though.
No, they can't keep this up. With BKBs now being on cooldown, the hit from Nothing to Say, that damage was insane, and it was an arcane rune. So the Epicenter is going to be back up very soon.
He had the Basher for it, and that's the power of the Conjure's Catalyst. It just starts proccing on everybody there. A nasty amount of damage. If the Alk gets caught in that Wheel of Wonder, that fight is completely over for Liquid. They had to buy the clock. They lost the Darkseer. Yeah, you have these death pulses, but they're not coming out fast enough.
And especially with Ace so far forward here, blinking forward off the smoke break. And he is food. And again, no saves are even possible from these supports.
I mean, Mickey's lucky he doesn't get chain stun. That's very close. You're thinking about Reapering Centaur, but they're still the box. They're still Glimmers. It's not that straightforward. And that was with an Ags pool to the Necrophos. He had it going into that fight. A huge upgrade for Liquid. Not being able to run that over.
It does feel like this is going to be a persistent problem for Liquid. A combination of there's always going to be, I think, better initiation for Extreme Gaming, and Extreme Gaming also have the save advantage, where you do not. Until super late game, where you're able to itemize your way out of it, those are two massive advantages for Extreme.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House of blow the house down.
Is not on. There we go. We're getting it back on there as well. Welcome back to Dota 2 of the EWC 2026. The crowd getting going for some Stream A games, which you can catch as well on our stream there, but also on Stream B. We've got a barn burner, as we had just heard from Brian. It was a one game that looked really good for Virtus Pro, even though it looked good in the draft, not necessarily in play. Rune Eaters then made up for that in a decent draft and then in play as well, tying the series 1-1. Now we go to our tiebreaker, essentially our third game out of a best of 3 to see who moves on, which is huge, Effie and Brian, because this means the stakes are at an all-time high in a day that the stakes are already at an all-time high. Rune Eaters, my question is, as we kind of veer towards it, what is the win condition for them? You said if they get a better draft, that this could be over.
Honestly, they've been really stepping it up individually. Like, even that first game, we talk about them counter-picking themselves by picking Bane plus Axe into Ringmaster. They still had a really solid laning stage, and they managed to win some lanes they shouldn't have, and just made some errors later. I really think if they can just draft a winning lane from the mid lane plus one strong side lane, I would give them the advantage in general.
Yeah.
Like, VP have delivered on their drafts, but they made a couple of key mistakes, Brian, like getting high ground avalanched by Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, there's like some weird back and forth between these two teams where sometimes they look in perfect sync, and then sometimes you'll have Tomato chasing over here and the rest of his team dying to puck on the other side of the screen. I think nerves are almost certainly getting to both teams.
Sure.
You mentioned like the stakes of this series itself. We mentioned at the start, neither team qualified for TI.
Right?
And this is single elimination. So you're effectively, one of these two teams is playing their last Dota game of this calendar, or like the Dota season calendar year, effectively. And I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you've played this game for. You have to be feeling that at some point.
1W obviously waiting for the winners of one of these tomorrow, and then we've got VG Gaming P-Time. We'll be playing Aurora as well. Does your mind already start to shift towards that? I mean, when you guys look at this, is any team playing to the caliber that is surprising you enough to say that they might be able to have something interesting going on in that game?
I mean, I think I'm currently invested in this one just because I have no idea what's
I know,
gonna
I'm
happen.
pulling you out, and it is a toss-up, but
it is for sure.
Yeah.
But the Liquid XG series right now, we mentioned that a little bit before, but if there's a team to make a Cinderella run, it is one of those two teams.
Wow. All right, well, as we get ready to go into the draft, the questions that have been answered, it's kind of both teams. Been able to find ways to maneuver into better positions starting out the game, and Rune Eaters have been able in some ways to overcome some of the deficits early on. They weren't able to make that full turnaround in game 1, but in game 2, with the length of it, they were able to get past some of the timings you had mentioned, Effie, that Virtus Pro should have dominated. That if we had a better team like a Yandex in that same position with that roster would have closed the game out. Rune Eaters, maybe for their ability to surprise, but maybe just Virtus Pro's inability to close, missed that moment, and Rune Eaters were able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be feeling bad about that loss if you're VP, because at no point in that game up until the very end do you feel uncomfortable with the position you're lifestealer in. You're a lifestealer against a Tiny, you're 6-slotted, you're comfortable, and all of a sudden you're getting kited to death by the Slargo, licking people around, this puck jumping your backline, splitting up the fight. That really was a masterclass in chaos from Rune Eaters towards the end.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was just looking out of curiosity, like, if the teams were to all lose the next round, what is the stakes of this particular game? So the prize money for winning this series is literally double what you would get if you lose it. It's 20K going to 40K.
Wow.
It's not like any of this is life-changing money for either of these two teams, but that's like a pretty big difference here, and you're not going to get into the club points or anything like that until you win the next series, so we can worry about that when that happens. But this is effectively a best of one for 20K plus a chance to go further.
That's that's more than I'm putting on any best of ones.
That's more than my career tournament winnings.
No, I'm surprised, Brian. You still have time to get it up. You still have time to get it up. Maybe Brian will come back.
That's what my doctor said.
We'll get Effie coaching. We'll get you back in playing. This will be perfect.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable team right there.
We just gotta find
I will be watching.
No, we can teach you how to play Dota, and then you can carry.
Okay, I'll carry.
And then Brian, you can get shifted to it.
I'll coach
Turbo
after that.
mode only, right?
Yeah,
How about that?
Turbo mode only.
Earth Spirit again. I don't know. Do we like seeing it again? Does it feel kind of classic Bulba, where just kind of sticking to what they've done?
That is a very classic Bulba
That is a
move.
very classic Bulba. The only problem is they misclicked. It's meant to be a Storm Spirit, but I guess maybe the patch specific, it's going to be Earth this time around. He's still got the Spirit either way. But so they actually take the Ringmaster, oddly enough, on the side of Rune Eaters, even though they just took it down with the puck. What are you thinking, Mira?
You know what? I really like them taking Ringmaster here because I was thinking, now you have to solve this puck, okay? You can't just pick a Ringmaster support for yourself. You need something like a Bane with a grip or a Lion, something with a Hex, and you can't really pick Bane if the enemy team is taking Ringmaster. So if you pick a single target instant disable or some kind of way to catch the puck, Ringmaster will protect him here. So I think this is pretty cool and heads up by Rune Eaters and very different than what they've done the last 2 games.
I actually like this. I like everything you said, and I also like this adjustment or response from VP because you're like, okay, they now have an answer to all the traditional single target disables that you want to pick against puck. They first pick Willow, who just throws a bunch of crap on the ground in an area, and then they pick Silencer, who global silences everybody. So you're countering with non-single target initiation that does threaten the puck enough that he'll probably have to itemize around it on copy, but then it also makes it so you don't necessarily have to catch the Ringmaster. You can always rely, like most of the time Ringmaster, maybe he'll go for Greaves or something like this, but most of the time you don't have any form of Dispel.
Keeper of the Light and Beastmaster, 2 picks that we saw on Virtus Pro, now on the side of RE.
That's the downside of Silencer. Sorry, Brian, you're going to say something?
I was going to say they responded to Beastmaster with Gyrocopter yesterday, so I was curious if they go for that route again. But Silencer, you're going to probably say he's weak against summons, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to mention, so Silencer, on paper, is a fantastic hero against Puck because of his global, and a fantastic hero against save heroes because he silences everyone, right? So you can't really cast your spells. But heroes like Silencer are so susceptible to summons heroes like Beastmaster and Lycan. So they just get this Beastmaster who's essentially playing for free because it's not like... I mean, Willow, she packs a punch, but it's not like she's going to be offering you that save versus Beastmaster either.
Smallest hero in the game, Tiny, picked up.
He starts that way.
Yeah. Not late game, right? Not especially not that late game that we saw him play.
Of course not.
I think the Tiny makes more sense than a Gyro, just because when they were playing with the Gyro yesterday, they had a draft to enable and protect him, and then, 2 days ago, sorry. And then there were some really clutch scenarios where they were kind of like pushing and shoving Tomato around, kiting him, saving him, and then he was able to win the game for them. But if they had picked Gyro here, I feel it's too easy to just run at him.
Yeah, the thing about Beastmaster is you 100% have... You can't pick your carry for the game as much as you have to address it in lane. And so Tiny's not the worst at killing the boar, because the boar is most of Beastmaster's power in the lane. Yeah, you have Coddle with axes, so it's always going to give you the ability to retreat back to the stacks. Tiny should do just fine. You're going to get stick charges from the axes. You're going to probably use your avalanche to take out the boar. You have like a decent way to respond to that. And like you said, Mira, because they don't have the best way to protect his hero, other than like kind of soft counters, like once Beastmaster gets BKB, the global and stuff doesn't matter anymore, that picking a naturally durable carry that doesn't rely on teammates to save him definitely makes the role of the rest of VP's draft a bit easier. So I can see what they're going for
Brian,
with the Tiny pick.
If there's one character at this point, looking at Rune Eaters, having just one to fill out, Effie's kind of set their win condition as if they get a better draft, I feel really confident going into this game that they might be able to take it. What's one character that you would want to see to complete this lineup?
So one big question that's going to get answered is whatever the offlaner is for VP, because a lot of times as carry, you're going to want to counterpick your laning matchup. By the fact that they're banning Darkseer, I wouldn't be surprised if they... still Drow's in the pool. Yeah, Drow's not maybe the best versus Earth Spirit Tiny, but the thing is this is weird because you have a save, but you don't want to have too many people... So they end up banning the Drow, but you don't want to have too many people that need to be saved. So now I'm wondering, like, you kind of have the route of, do you go something like Gosh, I'm like looking. There's no obvious pick.
Effie, do you have an idea?
I mean, I think they need some really strong single target damage for Tiny. So with Drow being taken out, maybe something like a Wind Ranger.
Okay, I was thinking Clinks was my option, so
Clinks is
I think
fine
we're
as
on the
well.
same page
Yeah.
with what they need in the draft. The thing I like about Clinks a little bit more is that against Tiny, you're always concerned about what we saw in last game, which is just getting ambushed by a Shadowblade Tiny that kills you instantly, and I think Wind Ranger would be more susceptible to that than Clinks, but at the end of the day, every carry in the game is, to some degree, going to get hurt by that. It's funny to think that we're not even talking about melee carries, because I feel like on average, melee carries would be better against the lineup that we're seeing VP run, and that might just be a result of the meta, because it does feel really hard to play melee carries right now. But if he plays it, and maybe the hero is just completely unpickable, I think something like Monkey King would be really good here. Like, I would love a melee hero that dominates the Underlord, but maybe they're all honestly just out of meta, and there's a reason why VP is willing to pick a lineup like this.
I feel like this is where Yatoro would pick Morphling.
I was thinking about Morphling, but against Tiny, it can be a bit scary.
It can be very scary. But I do want to talk about how VP have nicely covered this puck that threatened them a lot in that last game. I mean, with having the Tiny carry being able to instantly stun and the follow-up from that Pit of Malice, you're not in that position where Puck could take over an entire game by himself again, unless it's like ultra late game Dota with 6 slots. So they've got a solid draft, and I think this Underlord helps a lot against withstanding the Beastmaster pressure too. He's going to give you that tower defense, that global connection.
I think it also counters like all the illusion heroes that could be good options for them. The Terrorblades, the Phantom Lancers, I think would have all been fine as well. So I think they're kind of covering their bases with that. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if they still go for Terrorblade or PL. Like, it's not the greatest versus Underlord, but it's... I like the game overall. Oh, Alchemist. So they do go a melee carry. Alchemist has had very mixed results from what I've seen. I think the hero is one of the few viable melee guys. Basically, for people who are just tuning in for the tournament, for whatever reason, there's certain patches where you feel like you get kited all the time as a melee hero, and it feels like because of that, any melee guy that relies on hitting you, and that's his main source of damage, with the Battle Fury, basically, these heroes are not viable. But heroes with Radiance, who get kited, but they're still doing damage, they have a place in this meta. So we see some Lifestealer, we're seeing some Alchemist, Spectre. I can see why Alchemist gets picked here, but I honestly think I would give... I think this is about the most even draft, actually, out of the 3.
Effie?
I would agree with that. It is a very even draft. It's just going to be a matter of who pulls it off better. I'm a little bit concerned with how VP have been playing the first 15 minutes, but if they bring it back, I like their solutions to the puck. And if Rune Eaters get that laning start that they've been getting these past couple of games, then I am very confident in their Alchemist.
Regardless, it doesn't seem like this game is getting put to bed early. And so it seems like somehow there is a chance, whether it's for VP to find a way to keep finishing with the momentum they build, or Rune Eaters to come back from maybe a rough start or a rough kind of mid-game to win an in-game. There is still an opportunity for either of these teams to win.
For sure, for sure. It's just going to be about who's jumping who's kiting better, how they're playing against that global silence, and how they use their Beastmaster, who is their surprise pick, versus that silencer.
All of Rune Eater's cores, Puck, Beastmaster, and Alk, are relatively slow for the first 15 minutes. They all need 1 or 2 items before they do literally anything in the game, so I'm keeping an eye out for if VP can punish that window. But if the lanes have been going like Mira said, I would heavily lean towards Rune Eaters because I think they have the greedier draft for that period, but then they come on really hard around 15 to 20 minutes.
Wow, Rune Eaters. 1 game to go. No one expected them to be here. 5-5 in terms of their overall setup. Coming into this, Virtus Pro have the experience. We know that for sure. It's time to see what will happen in Game 3. John, MLP, kind of an even draft, the analysts say. Let's hear your thoughts and get into it.
I certainly agree. Thank you very much. Even draft is one way to put it, Jonathan. There's no lifesteal in this game. We're happy. You and I are happy.
Outstanding changes. For once, no lifestealer, you know? And we do still get the Tiny, but we've got the Alchemist as well.
What do you think about this Alchemist? Because you and I, we were sitting here and we were like, I know Brian said TB, I said TB maybe.
Yeah.
Alchemist, so you like it or no?
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm still not sold on it, but it does have its moments. If you run away with the lane, you hit some good timings. You know, you hit your typical Alchemist game timings, right, where you're like 4K ahead at 15 minutes in. It can feel really good, really impressive. If you don't really meet that, we've seen a lot of Alch games go where you don't really have net worth lead. And it doesn't feel good when you're playing even on a hero that should be out farming. So we'll leave it at that. It has its moments.
Oh, early team fight.
No.
Dark Lord gets trapped in it. Saberlight with the first blood. This is one of Saberlight's favorite heroes, by the way, Jonathan the Underlord. He loves playing this hero.
That he does. I mean, he used to love it more when you had your facets, right? And you had that cleave for free. You don't really have that nowadays. But he should still have a pretty good time. Lots of good control here. Pretty good presence in the lane to shove out. It's going to be cool to see how much Fly can do on this support silencer as well. We haven't seen it as much here in the Esports World Cup. What used to be very common in regional qualifiers, a lot of teams leaning into this hero to take care of, you know, a lot of Banes and all. But it does give you a good way of just forcing the puck to feel a little bit more cautious. And, you know, we'll have to see how much you can get done here. Tomato on the Tiny, again, as mentioned by our lovely panel, you should have a decent time against the Beastmaster. You've always got stick charges to play with. When the boar comes out, you can always avalanche it down. Heck, even toss out your tree just to make sure you kill it off. Really good micro here from Malik to just harass Fly, which Fly can't do anything against these boars. So it is proving to be a massive nuisance here for our silencer. So far, relatively even start in terms of lane. I mean, level 3 pressure can start to ramp up. This Axis combination with Chakram can be crazy. Fly, though?
It certainly can be a lot of damage.
Nice pushback.
Indeed it was. Fly is going to go down, and yeah, those axes and chakra spam, once you have it up, it is a stupid amount of damage that you can throw out.
Yeah, but you think about this as well. If you drop Arcane Curse when the chakra comes out, do you want to spam all of that out?
Sure.
Could be a funny way of counteracting that bonus mana and just having the chakra fade.
Well, I think Malik's got a brain, Jonathan. He'll probably hold out. Dark Lord. You know what? It's better than die.
Yeah.
You may as well reset.
Yeah. Has a TP anyhow. Not going to mind it too much. Misses out for what? 10 seconds in lane. Not the biggest loss there for Dark Lord.
No.
Mid lane, of course, this is where we get a little bit of a repeat. It's the Puck versus Earth Spirit. And so far, again, Abed's been doing a great job of managing the lane. He's ahead in CS, ahead in denies. He's getting control on the runes. At least we'll be able to trade 1-for-1. Does have his bottle shipped out as well. And I'd expect this lane again to stay relatively even as we saw it before. We'll see if there's room for the support to rotate. From VP's end, it's not the most threatening, but neither is it from Rune Eaters as well. Like a rotation from a Kotl and Ringmaster, maybe a little bit more in terms of area denial. A bit of a chase down bot.
Oh, Saberlight going to be the target, trying to break the ankles of Dark Lord, but can't quite do so. Saberlight, though, still actually alive, but one more hit will do it. And Dark Lord able to secure a nice easy one here on the Arc.
Yeah, they don't manage to snipe Ike as well. Hellscream was trying to get a little bit of hit off, had to use the Dark Realm early, the Shadow Realm early, just because there was a salve going. So he cancels the salve, doesn't get the kill. Ike still has 2 tangos to play with for regen anyhow, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. Do have a quick little pause. It looks like Dark Lord's going to be fixing something up on his settings or some such. But
it's been a slow start for him. While we have a chance, 6-4.
I mean, he's up against an Underlord, right? Like, your melee matchup, you can't really walk up. You've got this Dark Willow combination that holds you back with this. You just can't walk up to it. So you're forced to play a lot more conservatively. It's either Ike will cop it or you will cop it. You'd rather Ike receive the short end. Top.
Fly. Gonna maybe get caught? No. They haven't got quite enough damage this time around. Fly will barely make it out. Tomato's been having a pretty splendid time on this Tiny thus far. 22-2, excuse me, 24-2 rather.
Oh, Fly.
On the Tiny. But as the levels do come up, this lane is going to become much more challenging.
That it does, right? You're already seeing some of that early Chakra Axe spam coming in. It's level 1 Axis right now. At least, again, you're getting some of that early farm going through Fly.
They're just trying to juke and jive. They're just trying to avoid Malik and his axes. Fly. Oh, the boar will chase him down, but I don't think it'll actually Fly.
He has to deny himself.
Does he actually have to deny himself? I think he does.
Oh.
Does he?
Oh, no.
Fly.
Fly, 4 HP.
One more.
Here.
Oh, he's gone. There we go.
Okay. Wasted a tango to get that, but you know, it's fine, right? He gets a deny in the end. Now the issue is you're leaving Tomato into this hellish lane. Even Ike gets to swing around here.
God, that was sad to watch. Get rid of this damn pig. Tomato. Oh, it's just terrifying. Look at this. This is
Isn't
your
that
nightmare.
great?
This is your nightmare, John.
I hate this.
Empowerment Arts, axes flying at you. What is Tomato meant to do? He'll ask for some TPs is what he'll do, John. And he'll find a very nice kill for himself. As now Eki going to be chased down. Eki, Arcane Curse does connect, so they might be able to keep up with him here with Hell Scream. Curse Crown out, Eki trying for a deny, not going to be so lucky.
Yeah, at the least you're not giving Fly some int, right? He's a little bit too far to get that +1, so there is some silver linings here. It costs you a lot of rotations. It's also not the worst thing in the world, though, for VP, because you have a really good solo lane for Saberlight. He doesn't need the help, really. He has the EXP advantage. He's shoving the wave out. He's getting super tanky very early on here on your Underlord, as you would expect. Fly is actually way far behind here.
Yeah, Fly going for a run, but they've got Dark Lord. Dark Lord trapped in a very awkward position. Gonna deny again. Gets the deny away.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, as nice as these denies are in these circumstances, this is time where you're just not farming.
It's time where you're not farming. You lose 1 int as well. So
Not
Fly's
good.
happy, you know. Yeah, he just wants to get some int up. It's not as oppressive in Silencer. You know, I do actually miss when it was +2 and +3, right?
So do I.
It was more punishing. You know, he deserves to be an annoying little person of his own.
A person is one way.
Person was the kind way.
Don't compliment Silencer like that.
I had some words, but I'm pretty sure they're not broadcast safe, Michael Phoenix.
That's fine.
I'm
You
too
can share
old
it-
for that.
You can share it with me later, John.
Yeah, we will exchange words later. 2-4 start, VP again. This time coming out very clearly, quite happy in the lanes as we're at 6.5 minutes in. You see again Abed just controlling that mid Earth Spirit up against the puck quite nicely. The top lane's farming free. You've managed to suppress to an extent. Dark Lord down bot. Saberlight's farm well. They're still going.
Yeah, Ike. I mean, it's just so easy with Saberlight. He's just such a tanky boy. And the thing is, you know Dark Lord can't help. He just keeps stunning himself. That's all he can do.
And that's
Channel the stun, threaten them with your life, and they're pinging him again. They want to go. Like, Dark Lord, he's not safe down to this bot lane at all.
No.
In fact, he might just be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Curse Crown. He's going to try and deny again. This time, not going to be able to do so.
No. I mean, look, you can. I do appreciate Dark Lord playing this way. It is my gameplay, but here we are, unicycling through. Can you snipe someone? Little sneaky freak.
Oh, look at that.
Steal it away.
That's sickening. That's so sickening. What's wrong with this game? Hell Scream.
Oh, what a hero.
Ike. Got to be chased down.
Oh, what a hero. Look at this.
Oh.
I hate this guy so much.
Hell Scream does too, John.
Oh, just get. I got a unicycle. I'm going to go down. Oh,
Malik going to
nice
go down
chase.
to Fly. Fly just constantly dying to the units of Malik.
I mean, to be expected. Nice quick timing in the Dominator. Arcane, Copy does manage to pick it up a little bit early on the roll for Abed. So, Copy getting quite happy with that bottle refill coming out here. 3-7, still pretty good for VP, but you are finding some openings out on the side of Rune Eaters, right? You're finding some wins with those shrines. You're honestly still getting decent farm out. It's been slower for Abed despite the lane control, for sure. He is lagging behind in terms of overall net worth. And that is going to lead to Copy just having a bit more to play with. Again, the concern starts to occur where, you know, if you don't manage to fully suppress that Alk, if you don't manage to scout Triangle, I think that's going to be a big part. Then there is a game where Dark Lord just becomes this monstrous Alk, where he might even have enough net worth to just spread some ags around as well. Get chased up top.
Yeah, they're going to try for Fly again. Fly is kind of just a sitting duck at this top lane. Tomato will take the dominated creep, but here comes Dark Lord from the Twin Gate. There's now Saberlight. He's going to join as well. Trying for the chase onto the Beastmaster, but can't really lock him down. And even a Dream Coil. More is what RE want. They're going to find Abed. Rune Eater's not stopping, but a big avalanche from Tomato. Does take down Eki. Dark Lord, though, continuing. Will find Tomato now on the Tiny. Saberlight at least able to TP away. But it's a pretty fantastic set of events here for Rune Eaters.
And it is. They don't even lose Malik. It looked like a good turnaround coming out there from Virtus Pro. Tomato managing to find the avalanche out, but There's just no follow-through to take care of that Beastmaster, and Malik has been a menace, right? This silencer, when it's playing from behind, when it's not able to soak EXP, not able to hit a nice timing on 6, it can feel like a bit of a burden if it doesn't get utility items up to help out as well. Not a great feeling hero to play from a pretty rough position here for Fly, a very sacrificial position. 2K lead out for Rune Eaters, and again, they're building those stacks up. They've got a good way to clear out later on. See if that's something they'll feed towards her Alk. Saberlight still getting some space out to farm up. He's trying to work onto the pipe. There's a lot of magic damage coming out here from the Rune Eaters, so gonna get max value from that. But it is concerning. Again, Rune Eaters does have early tempo. They've got a puck that can just kind of work itself in and out. You have to think twice about where you drop the silence, you drop the spit on your Underlord as well. Can connect it perfectly. Ike.
Yeah, Ike. No, he's not going to make it. Pit of Malice will land. Fly very, very happy with that, of course. And Tomato, he'll hang around this bottom lane as well. See if he can start a tier 1 tower push. It seems like they should be able to get away with it just fine. Of course, Rune is not to be too concerned about this, considering they have already found one themselves. Saberlight. And they go through the Fiend's Gate. Down bottom, they found Dark Lord. Hellscream setting up along with Arbed. They weren't even required.
No,
Mid
Fly
lane
again.
though, Fly's gonna get caught. Not really a way to survive this for Fly.
No, I mean, look, you found the Alchemist, you trade your Silencer away, you're gonna find a tier 1 bot for a tier 1 mid. Tower situation, slightly better for Rune Eaters. The kill's definitely better for VP. As again, you're suppressing that Alchemist a bit. You don't really have a net worth advantage on the Alch in terms of the totality of the game. You still have a long ways to go to reach that point where your Alchemist, riding around with Radiance, starts to, again, get excess net worth once you're fully slotted up early on. Still a ways from that. So, you're happy enough in VP. What I do want to see from VP is how much more aggression are you going to bring out? Because Tomato's almost at Echo Saber. And this is one thing as well for Tomato. Is he going to go for Shadowblade Silver Edge, or is it going to be the Blink? We've seen some tiny players go back for that Blink. It has felt pretty good, as we saw Saberlight barely escape with his life. But I think there's an argument for both, or for either one on Tiny. I do generally find in the games we've casted, the Blink has looked better overall. So I'm curious to see what Tomato's take will be. But you're also, again, reaching that point where the Tiny is also starting to be a factor. I'm curious to... I'm wondering when we get the Ags timing here from Saberlight. Because he's been pretty good with his gate usage, where he wants to play on the map. Like after some aura, if he has the room for an Ags, that could be the way to just constantly copy out.
Oh, I'm sure he will too. And he's going to opt to the for the pipe first, fair enough. But once you've got the pipe up, you can start thinking about it. The Ags just so potent on a hero like Underlord. Let's not make it too easy for you. Rune Eaters. Still 3k ahead. Top 2 net worths on the board. Are they off in mid lane? Copy's been having another decent time on the puck. At least a better time than he had in game 2 on the puck, I'll say, at least for the start. Because he had a great end to the game 2 puck with that rampage.
Scoreline was, you were always reminding us, like 6-8-5, something like that? 7-8-5 at the end?
It was negative.
No. Smoke into gate. This is a good position to be in. Saberlight is pretty forward.
Dark Lord's been spotted as well. That's a lot of damage with just the Bedlam. Dark Lord still has the help coming in. Arbed's going to jump in and kick him away, though. So 1 for 1, you'll be more than happy with that unless Arbed can't get away. The Wheel of Wonder will be enough to stop him in his tracks. But had you got him out, it would have been very nice. Still, Rune Eaters, how happy about that are you? Like, your Beastmaster Malik, he's performing like a champion.
Yeah.
But your carry... Your carry is starting to feel like it doesn't do anything.
No, but you're happy enough because this is the tempo that the Beastmaster, really hits its stride, right? Dominator up, Overlord up. You've got this insane push potential. You've done a great job of just removing Fly as a hero. And he has Global Silence. He's used it up, so at least you reach that point. But this hero is such a menace with that full Overlord up. You can just see the damage coming out with very low committal coming in here from Rune Eaters. And for VP, the concern is how much space are you willing to share across your two cores that need farm. It is going to be the Shadowblade for Tomato. She's sticking to the more common build with the Echo Saber nowadays. And for Saberlight, I mean, that pipe is a start. I'm just wondering if he's going to go full Aura or, again, if it's going to be something like the Ags with Atos or Shivas on top for the AoE. It does feel like you want to be able to respond a little bit better. I wouldn't fault him for even considering a BKB either. There's just so much magical damage coming in. It's not really the primary item you want to rush on the Underlord anyhow after some Aura here. 5k lead coming out for Rune Eaters at 15 minutes. That is significant. Mind you, that's not on the Elk, but it's all loaded onto Malik and that Beastmaster, and it is paying off. So much laning pressure coming out. Every single time they'd want to make a play, so long as Roar is up, you will make that move. Radiance being up now for Dark Lord as well. So, the Alchemist farm should definitely start to escalate a little bit more. And that's the point, again, where all of these early power spikes start to connect. And for VP, it can feel a little bit slow, right? You've got a silencer. Global silence is great. You've just got to make sure when you use it, you find a lot of value out of it. Because of that cooldown, this is a huge window where you're going to be vulnerable when Rune Eaters does decide to re-engage once a global silence has been committed on. You just have to watch yourself. Smoke, movement, Abed plus the 2 supports. Haste Rune, quite nice to find. It's just, who can you catch? You're going to have to blow global silence if you try to catch Copy here. Maybe anyone else.
Yeah, having a hunt around. Not going to see anyone. They'll hunt from this other part of the map, VP. Trying to find Dark Lord once again. Dark Lord, though, not going to allow the opening. We'll just hang around this area for now, VP, as it seems like Rune Eater's considering taking over, though Malik would be a very nice kill if they could find it. Malik will get jumped, and it seems those are going to have no hope in coming. And that's your highest net worth hero on the board right now. For Rune Eaters going down, not the greatest of news.
No. You are still getting quite a lot of value from at least Bounty Rune Control. Again, you double that with an Alchemist. It's not really a trade, but it's like a silver lining you're finding here on Rune Eaters. And VP get very fortunate to actually find the Beastmaster. It's still something they can control, of course. Something that they can definitely manage when it comes to jump in. And it's very consistent with the stacking here for Dark Lord. Already set to overtake Malik and net worth. So, and the Alchemist is catching up as well, while you do focus on that Beastmaster. For VP's part, you really just want some more of this protection from Saberlight. He's going for the full Lotus, so again, no Ags yet. Going to be relying on the rest of his team to try to hold. Maybe you find a freebie here on a sneaky little support.
Yeah, Ike. We'll head north. They actually haven't seen him, so Ike actually might have a chance at the Twin Gates. In fact, his team is here now. Shadowblade is up.
Sneaky smoke.
For the Tiny, though, so Tomato, he's going to pop that Shadowblade. The Will of Wonder, only really catching Fly, who walked into it. But now the Fiend's Gate, Saberlight, he's going to run right into Ike. Ike will go down. Meanwhile, Darklight, oh boy, Dark Lord taken down. Malik, he'll be the next target. Blinding Light, all of it to try and help Malik survive, but Malik looking like he might have no way out of this. Is continuing to run, but Abed's going to catch him. Malik to drop. Copy at least finds a support duo. But that's about all they found with this. Really, really horrendous kind of fight here for Rune.
And it is. So much damage flying in when Hellstream's just up front with that Shadow Realm. It's just a solo damage onto an Alchemist to that level. It's kind of insane through the regen. And if you manage to find the kills they'd want, you know, you don't find Copy, it's always going to be a challenge to catch the puck if you don't commit the pit. Again, you're putting a stop to that Beastmaster scaling up very fast. You're putting a stop to the Alchemist from hitting some early spikes. And VP, again, 6k at 19 minutes in, almost expect against the Alchemist. It's not like insurmountable. It's just the effect of playing with an Alchemist on hand that's just, you know, not reflecting his true net worth because he's getting injected a lot. The timing's starting to line up for VP. Silver Edge for Tomato next, into the BKB himself, and then a Harpoon to help keep chasing. Would love to see, again, if we can if we can start to consider the Ags on Saberlit, but still a ways off from finishing up his full Lotus Orb, of course. So it's going to be a little bit longer. Kai Sanj for Abed, getting some good damage in. Do you get some AoE out for Saberlight? Okay. So he switches things up. Actually, just goes for the AoE, Little Stone, plus our Ags. So he knows just how important that route is. I mean, can be a little bit scary to play his puck once that the layered Pit of Malices do start to come in. And VP, they're not just going to wait for that for sure, but Rune Eaters have to be aware. This game, it's not necessarily simplifying. I don't think it gets extra complicated, but it does give you more to think about as it does scale on.
More VP. So holding back a little bit as we, again, top 3 net worths right now. Rune Eaters somewhat in control. 7k advantage their way. Got the full silver edge coming up pretty soon on Tomato. Those Rune Eaters sitting back now. I mean, VP, they could try to play off of this, but I think maybe just wait for the Saberlight Ags. There's your BKB up now on Dark Lord. Now, Dark Lord, he's had a pretty rough time on this this Alchemist, but slowly but surely it's coming online. Tormentor, they were going to try the Fiend's Gate. Oh, it's all a bait. No one's coming through yet. Tomato, instead, will find a dominated creep. That's what they're going to take for their time.
Yep.
They could still think about the Fiend's Gate usage if they wanted to, but it's too late. There you go. All done.
Yep.
Ike, he's going to make.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Malik.
Oh.
Malik.
Huh?
That's interesting. Malik getting caught.
They saw them fight over these Shrines of Wisdom already.
That's right. They knew.
Maybe expected this team to instantly transition earlier, or them to back off because there's no objective to play for. Good punishment out from VP. They're not going to be asking these questions.
No.
And the Tormentor takes a nice little steal from the side of Rune Eaters, but it's not the biggest deal to get the shard up on your Kotl. I mean, it is fairly annoying for sure, getting a little bit more utility out. Catch one.
Yeah, they are going to find Ike.
No souvenirs for him.
No.
He just walks away, I guess. All right, fair enough.
That's all right. MVP.
I respect that from Saberlight, actually. It's like, I can't be bothered with this clown. Screw this hero, I'm done.
Oh, Tomato can, though.
There you go.
Tomato can do it.
Saberlight's, yeah, not my problem. Dude, just play your game. I don't care. You're going to run away anyhow with your dumb unicycle. It's like, you got the freebie.
Yeah, nice and easy one. So, again, 7k advantage still standing for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, but it's an Alch game, right?
Sure.
Like, you want that to be more. You want your Alch to be way further ahead. The difference really is coming down to supports as well. Like, there's a lot of farm coming to Eki and Ike. And, yeah, it's really actually mainly on your Kotl. He's like 3k above the next support on the side of VP. So 4k is really maybe the core differential, which you're seeing on like Abed's underfarmed nature. And just small numbers across the course itself. Not ideal for Rune Eaters. They'll try something. Smoked up. And they still have that BKB on Dark Lord. Can get something to go on here. Side of VP for their part. I mean, if once they get the Ags up on Saberlight, this game does change. It's just a lot more control that you have to concern yourself with. There it is. This is your timing now. It could be so awkward for Rune Eaters with a smoke. Like, they run in, they get pit all of a sudden, and that fight just breaks apart.
No Rune Eaters. They're going to refresh Rune. I think everything but refresh Rune is what I was going to say, John, for copy. Bit of a slow period now, 11 to 17. Not too much action been breaking out recently. Roshan, of course, available for either side, but neither one wants to force the fight.
No.
I mean, you kind of wonder how concerned they get about Tomato's Tiny. Like, this guy's just been able to get absolutely massive.
Yeah.
On this carry Tiny.
I think your one counteraction to that is that you do have a puck. I think as long as you have a puck, you never feel like you're fully out of a game. There's always hope. There's like, again, down the line, Alchemist could actually just give you the Ags. You can work on Daedalus. You can try to get some damage. Or Divines. We've seen that before. So you're never really like, concerned.
Arbet is going to try and survive the initial onslaught, but he's been caught. Arbet still trying, but eventually will go down. Copy now will go for another fly. Also caught. He will drop. And Saberlight the third. Saberlight also down.
Huge kills coming out from Rune Eaters. The smoke actually managing to pay off, catching Abed first.
And now you got a Plasma up on this copy puck. That's when it gets scary, John.
Yeah, it's the puck effect. The damage really starts to scale up at this point. Roshan open for the side of Rune Eaters as well. On the side of Virtus Pro, they were managing this outdraft quite nicely, but one out of position play for Abed. The punishment is just severe. Secondary life to have to contend with. They still have their tier 2s, but for how long after this Roche? Probably not too long. The side of Rune Eaters now certainly in the driver's seat. 10k up, 26 minutes in. And for VP, and that was their Ags reveal up on Saberlight. That was, and Abed's not able to really maximize his output as well. Just everything going wrong for the side of VP. Everything going absolutely right for the Rune Eaters. We're going to be feeling pretty darn good about getting this game back their way. I think the one big challenge for VP is that they only have one support that can play as they catch.
Yeah, Tomato. Nice, easy one for Tomato, but it doesn't really fix the problems we're seeing here for VP. Rune Eaters, they won't mind Eki dying like that whatsoever. Maybe once you got the BKB up on this Earth Spirit, you can start to make some plays. They are going to try and move in with this Pit of Malice, but Malik able to get away. They'll just take their Home of the Overlord creep off of his hands, but the actual hero going to be just fine to escape. Rune Eaters just doing a fantastic work of just kind of dodging out any gank attempt coming from VP.
Yeah.
VP, I mean, desperately trying, but it's, as I said, I mean, I was worried about Tomato, but this puck is starting to become a real nuisance.
That it is. I mean, your ideal here is that you get good root layering, you get good global silence, and you can focus the puck, but Copy's been really patient in trying to engage in these fights. He's never going in first. He's allowing his team to kind of get initiated on first, actually, or on Malik to actually find a roar angle. Then he starts to rip apart the backline. Every single time we see these fights break out, Copy's hunting Fly, Copy's hunting Health Scream. Oh!
Yeah, Copy, again, confidently in with the Dream Coil. Terrorize is going to make his life a little bit challenging, but not really that challenging. Arbet, he's forced to pop the BKB to escape from this. They're going to lose Hellscream. Meanwhile, Roar was committed. They found Saberlight with that Roar. Saberlight, though, still going to stand his ground and try to fight back, but this Dark Lord Alchemist starting to do a lot of damage. So he will take down Saberlight. Now Tomato, BKB TP away. He should be all right. But the rest of his team cannot sustain themselves in this. They will all TP out to boot. You do salvage at least a few members of VP, but the fight just looks horrendous for him.
That it does. You buy back on Health Scream relatively early here. You're not doing enough damage, it feels like, on Tomato. And again, you're losing your supports relatively, not early, but that fight breaks out. You get the hold onto Copy. Your Tiny's too far out. Tomato's not there to follow through like Avalanche Toss. It's a very opportunistic thing that no one was set for. And get the chase.
Out. They're going to find another Fly. Easy one to be taken here by Dark Lord. It's considering the start of the game for Dark Lord, he's looking a lot stronger now on this Alchemist. And this is where if you're VP, you kind of feel like you dropped the ball a little bit here in this game 3.
I'm not sure. It's hard to say because there's a lot of damage coming out from Abed, and he just needs more to come in from his team. And that's where it maybe has to go back to Tomato, right? Like, he's still going for the Harpoon. You need the Daedalus to be up, really, and you're going to need Sustain or Anti-Sustain. Oh,
Tomato.
Give it a try.
We'll give it a crack, but Copy, he's actually pretty tanky now on this puck. Nice fear at least catching Malik. Malik looking for a roar to initiate. Couldn't quite get there. Hellscream in the meantime, he's going to go down. They will try to get Saberlight out, but the roar is available from Malik. He was just waiting for the right target. And it just continues to get from bad to worse here for VP.
Yeah. Just not able to hold the puck even after getting that Pit of Malice off. And it's just getting really rough for VP. I mean, that's 15k lead, 19 to 18, half an hour in. And no solutions presenting itself. Your damage has felt lackluster. Tomato's still trying to get more going for himself. The push just so quick from the side of Rune Eaters with his Beastmaster that, you know, Malik's been online for a long time. He had a tremendous time in lane to hit these kinds of timings. Octarine being fully done now on copy. Sharpuck's just that much slipper.
Copy. Doesn't have anything to stop the TP. But again, there's no damage.
No.
There's no damage at this point. And this is our qualms with Tiny is often this, where you hit a stage where you just have to drag out the game to the point where you can literally just one-hit people. Because right now there is just no damage with this Tiny.
No, it doesn't help you're playing into the Aeon disc as well on copy. So he's always got a little bit of a bailout window. And you don't really want to build a nullifier. Aegis does expire instantly through the gate. Rune Eaters go. The side of VP. Not really keen on doing much. I mean, they are smoked up. They want to make a move across the map. Ike is in a good position to break a smoke, though, if he'd want to.
Not really, VP.
This is going to be a bit awkward if they have vision on the high ground. It doesn't look like they do. Okay.
VP is still going to sneak through. Twin gates used. VP on the hunt. Coil is out. They caught Saberlight. Saberlight's getting trapped in the corner. Saberlight right in the corner. He had nowhere to walk. I believe it would have been a blinding light to knock him there, in fairness. And now if you're VP, you just need to leave. Because they know that you're behind them somewhere.
Another Tormentor timing they could go for as well. Rune Eater is just getting everything possible. And VP, I'm trying to think of ways you actually play this. It's just difficult to see how, right? Because ideally, I think the way you'd want to go about is you try to hold down... I'd say at this point, you try to find these supports. Take care of the Kotl, take care of the Ringmaster. There's just a lot of sustain and saves here on Rune Eaters that it complicates how you take these fights afterwards. The Blinding Light's been annoying as well. So you just take care of the back line. Save Global Silence, maybe for the Pucker Alchemist, or even a Beastmaster if he hasn't roared yet. And just try to go from there. Easier said than done. 20 to 18, 22k lead for Rune Eaters. And for Virtus Pro, the pressure's on because this is survival stage. It's a best of 3. This is game number 3. It's 1-1. And only, again, one of these teams has to go home early. VP, they just eliminated OG, you know? You don't want to see another, you don't want to see them just leave like that after eliminating OG. You want to make it worth their while. Worth C's while. Abed. No?
Oh, John.
He has the entire pressure of a region behind him again. As it was.
It always is.
For a long time.
It always is.
You know, it's just how it is.
It's all right. Now, Rune Eaters, they've been doing, again, fantastic work here in this series altogether. I mean, Game 3's just looked so clean from their end of things. Nobody out of it quite yet. But certainly dire straits right now for this dire side. There's your Hex up now on Malik as well, so this Beastmaster is providing even more utility. We saw how impactful this was from Saberlight last game around. Sure, we just as much for Malik. Just trying to see what you do. I'm like, what, Tomato? Once he's got the Daedalus up, you know, the Daedalus does
it's
generally...
something.
It gives you a pretty big spike on the Tiny.
Oh.
Copy.
Oh.
Yeah, the Parasma. It really hurts, John. There's your Wheel of Wonder. And there goes Hellscream. We'll see you next time, Hellscream.
Oh,
Raw committed. They have got Arbed in the mid lane. Arbed to fall to boot. Now Saberlight jumping in, but it's all too late. One by one they come in, and one by one they fall. Rune Eaters now seeing the opportunity to force a mid-racks. Dark Lord, I can't believe it either. I'll be frank with you.
Yeah.
I can't believe it either.
Yeah. I mean, look. Rune Eaters, again, hit this timing. And VP just make a couple of mistakes here and there. I think the biggest thing has been Abed's just been in front, and he's been dying. And you have no one that can frontline for him, right? Like, Underlord wants to be a more responsive kind of initiator. Sometimes you could just start with a pit or start by running in with gate, but normally you use it as follow-through. So Abed, if he wants to make a play, he's putting his body forward. He's going to be putting himself at risk of dying. Like Dark Willow and Silencer do not do that job either. Top set of racks to fall, mid set to fallen already. Only one set bot left. And for Virtus Pro, I just don't see the path back, right? Like, this lineup just does not have the best of synergies. There's an idea on paper, like Pit of Malice, Root Control, Global Suns to stop a puck. But you've missed your window for that. So now it's like, you need just insane burst damage when you're tiny, like you said, Mikey, but we're a long ways from Tomato hitting that point as well.
Scan is out here from Rune Eaters. They're going to know that VP are around the area. Smoke is out from VP, but they're just holding position in this dire triangle. This could be a horrific fight for VP once again if they catch Rune Eaters in this position. Thankfully, they will wrap around the mid lane. They're not looking to move in quite yet. The Tomato still waiting. Smoke broken on Abed. Hex is out. They've got the Earth Spirit locked down. Can they burst him down? They're not quite yet. Eki's going to be the target. Eki will run away. Saberlight also being taken down by the looks of it. Eki, he does die. Saberlight will follow. So will Fly. It is not a good fight at all for VP. Tomato's trying to escape now, but Ike's going to cut him off and body block him on the high ground. That'll be Tomato gone. No buybacks available for VP. At the very least, Rune Eaters, they're going to go for the Roshan.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long with the damage you have at this point. Again, it's just so much easier to execute on Rune Eaters. But side of VP, I just don't know what you're supposed to do. You know, again, you have all of this great area control coming out. It just doesn't really feel like you've had the damage. I mean, we saw Tomato trying. I don't understand why you keep starting these fights trying to kill off a puck with Aeon Disc. Like, there's just no way you take care of that Aeon Disc proc right now. There's no way. And then, so you get that salvo off onto the puck. You miss out on this chance to kill off Eki and Ike instead. The supports walk away. They're spamming their heals in the back. They're spamming their saves with escape back. And you just don't have any play. I think the target prioritization from VP, well, look, it's hard to find a backline when your only hard initiation is the Earth Spirit or the Fiend's Gate. But you really just have no other play. You've got to kill off something that you can actually kill. Now they have to play against Megas.
They sure do. Mega creeps up for Rune Eaters. And it was like, VP, what are you meant to do now? Well, the question is not, or rather, answer is not much. Roar is out. Abed has been caught. Abed, he'll get to the fountain. Saberlight cannot do the same. Saberlight is down.
No buyback still.
No buyback either. Fly trying for a TP. Very wishful thinking.
All right.
That might be all she wrote here, John.
There's no way.
Dark Lord, he's going to jump in again. Abed, he'll get hexed up. Tomato's desperately trying to save this game. The toss back. Maybe the fountain can do the damage. Not quite. Maybe on the puck, though. Copy. No, he's got the Aeon Disc. It was still active.
Yeah.
Just even the fountain can't do it.
No, I think he backpacked his Aeon Disc as well until he went into shop distance.
Oh.
Right, so he was way below threshold.
Copy. Well, there we go. Dark Lord continuing to move in. Ancient exposed. GG is called. And there you have it, Rune Eaters. Proving to be the better team here today. And they make the comeback as well. They lost game one.
Yeah.
It didn't look good for them, John.
No.
I thought it was going to be an early day for us.
Yeah, but they managed to pull through in game 2, and they crush it in game 3. It just felt like there was no counterplay here for the side of Virtus Pro. After having themselves a pretty topsy-turvy time in the groups here for Virtus Pro, their journey in the Esports World Cup does come to an end, and the Rune Eaters get to move on. It's been a long journey for them, too. This is a team that's been searching for its footing for a long time, always holding on to that promise, and they do manage to work it out in the end. Of course, they are the ranked 3 team from their group, and VP did end up being ranked 4. So far, at least in our groups, the weighting has been pretty accurate. We'll see if Rune Eaters can maintain that. As you know, they get to move on to survival stage. They'll be playing against the number 2 team in their next round. But they have a great showing here up against Virtus Pro. And for VP's part, again, it's been a rough year for them. They've been trying to figure things out going on. They've had some shining moments. Game 1 looked good for them. Not quite enough in 2 and 3. I will say this Game 3 draft, yeah, it had its own issues as well. But they play with comfort, and sadly that comfort just does not work out this time around.
No, unfortunately not for VP, but for Rune Eaters, you can see how happy they look. Jonathan just grouped up, having a quick huddle post-game number 3. And again, I thought Virtus Pro, they might have had this one after that Game 1, but certainly not the case. Rune Eaters just proving to be too damn good here today, and it's nice and refreshing to see some happy faces as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it is a big moment. You do get to move on to survival. You get yourself 1 place further up. And it's going to be, again, a tougher journey into the number 2 team that they're going to have to face next. But they set themselves up for a good time here, at least.
All right, well, with that, let's throw back to our lovely panel.
Thank you so much, John, MLP. Great cast, gentlemen. We'll see you guys very soon. The day is not done. And, of course, that means that we are coming back to talk about a victory for Rune Eaters. 5-5 is what this team did, but they did that in a way that had style, that had panache, that had a little bit of grace. And on Bastille Day, they claim independence from this first 4-3 matchup. And the benefit is that they keep us talking a little bit more about what could be in store for them. Coming back to the panel, welcome everybody. Rain Day here on the desk with you. I've also got Effie with me as well. I really like this team, and I think this team has a sense for me of being unpredictable. They came in, formed on June 7th, not a lot of time to work together. Experience wasn't their main strength, but now we're seeing that maybe individual skill is, and what they've lacked in some of the cohesion of their draft picks, Effie, seems like they've, in your eyes, would you agree, done pretty well to overcome that with individual ability?
For sure. I mean, coming into this series today, I can honestly tell you this is not the outcome that I expected. Rune Eaters, these players are no joke. These are all very talented players. I thought they would just lose out to the veterancy of Virtus Pro, about having, Coach Bulbo, who's been in situations like these many times, be the drafter up against them. But they really delivered today. They impressed me, and I saw the potential of this team as well. As I was watching, I thought to myself, I see what this team can do. Like, they were doing some really cool rotations in that early game through the gate. They brought their Alchemist into that Beastmaster lane that just looked so impactful. And when they had the lead and the even draft, it didn't look that close.
And Dark Lord, to me, has been really a nice shining light for this team. I know there were certain games where I saw Malik kind of steal the show when it came to damage, and he's still keeping pace, 23.3 thousand damage on the hero. The Beastmaster, who was out in the lead in the gold farm by quite a bit earlier on in that game. But Dark Lord finds a way to be really impactful on that Alchemist, and that's their last pick as well. So a really good sign, I would think, for Rune Eaters, being able to not only draft into it, but also just to get Dark Lord going as somebody who is a huge part to relieve some of the stress off of Copy from holding the entire weight of the game on his shoulders.
For sure. I think he's had a pretty cool series. Because he wasn't necessarily like the piece that brought it all to victory, but without him, they wouldn't have been able to achieve it. And he did die 7 times on that Alchemist, but he had to tank a bad lane. He still found a way to go through the gate and make some movements, and his ability to play a stunning carry and just enable the puck to be that guy is really a boon for a player like Copy, who can kind of do it all.
We said this matchup would go Copy up, Ed, and I want to now shift to Copy because he's been great. And he got to play on a comfort pick, which I consider, you play this 2 or 3 times out of a 3-game set, that starts to be really comfortable for you. You know how this character is won, but you also know how he's been successful and you could do it again. Talk to me a little bit about Copy and how Rune Eaters were able to develop throughout this series in your eyes.
Yeah, honestly, Copy, he deserves all the praise because he won as an Aura Spirit versus a Slardar. I mean, if you do that in my eyes, you were a fantastic mid laner. But he really did have a standout series. I think watching them in their group as well before today in Survival, I felt like Copy was the integral part of this team. He was the one often carrying them into success. And we've seen him in positions where he's behind. But today we got to see him in positions where he was ahead and he got solid puck picks. And put that entire game on his back. I mean, that game too really was a masterclass by him. And this is a player that had so much promise back when we watched him on Nouns. He had a lot of picks that only he was doing, like the Tinker, for example. And I know that he's got more in his pocket too. I'm really excited to see how he develops as a player and if he can stick it to Aurora tomorrow.
Yes, and big correction. I had said 1W earlier. It is Aurora that will be playing against Rune Eaters now that they've gotten past Virtus Pro. I mean, we do have to start looking ahead. Certainly Rune Eaters have to start looking ahead from their victory here. They've got a big challenge in Aurora. Does this momentum, though, kind of shift what they think about themselves, Effie? Because were they playing with house money, and were they kind of, not to, you know, kind of drill on that bit too hard, but just to say that, did they feel a little bit lighter coming into this? No one knew. Expectations were low. Now that they've got this win, going up a good team, is there more pressure on them?
That's a really good question because I can imagine that they want to win. Like
at this point, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no player who competes at this level is happy with just doing okay. And if you do have that mindset, you can't make it really far. I know these players take Dota very seriously, and even though they're recently formed, they have high expectations for themselves. Going against a team like Aurora, I'm sure they have realistic expectations, but they're not going to go into it thinking we're going to lose.
Well, it's going to be interesting to hear how Rune Eaters change their mindset. And speaking of listening to what Rune Eaters think after that win, we have got BSJ standing down at the stage to talk with one of the stars of Rune Eaters, Eki.
I'm here with Eki from Rune Eaters, who just took a pretty exciting 2-1 over VP. How are you feeling right now after that victory?
Pretty freaking good, dude. Pretty fucking good. I mean, we got the dub. We got a pretty amazing game 3. I think that was pretty clean. I like what I saw. I like what I saw from my team. I like how we played. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it looked like quite the momentum shift over the course of the series. Game 1 looked a little rough. Game 2 had a rough start into a comeback. And then Game 3, you kind of just steamrolled them. What were the vibes of the team like throughout that entire storyline?
Yeah, that's, I would say, this is the interesting question because I think in Game 1 we were just like a lot too passive. Our mindset wasn't quite in there. We got very frustrated with each other. We had to, like, you know, cool down, calm our thoughts, and find out like how we're gonna proceed. And I really like how we adapted for Game 2 and 3. We were very calm, methodical, and like I think it showed in the gameplay, especially on Game 3.
So knowing that this is your last big tournament of the year and that this tournament is single elimination and at any point you could be going home, has that felt any different in terms of pressure for you? Or like how would you compare to this to like the most pressure you felt throughout your career?
I mean, that's a nice question. I mean, this is my first EWC, so obviously the pressure is there, you know. I want to do well. We want to keep going as far as we can. I think it's not like, you know, hard to say that we're the underdogs here amongst all of the big teams right now, especially our next opponent. But I think the pressure is high, but I think it's a lot of fun and excitement. I think that's what really makes it kind of tolerable, you know? At the end of the day, we're all playing here. We're here to have fun and do our best. And then, you know, it's going to be like, there's a little bit on the stake, but, you know, we're here to have fun in the end, I think.
Okay, last question. So I know you guys are, like you said, relatively new, especially as a team, only a couple months together. But you stood in for Team Liquid. Malik earlier in the year stood in for Team Spirit. Do you guys feel like you had any valuable insights or takeaways that have helped propel this team forward?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think when you play on these tier 1 teams, one of the big things you see is like how they interact with each other, how they are as a whole, and you make sure to replicate that environment in your team. I think that's probably one of the big differences between us and the other stacks that came into this tournament, is that I think we really heavily emphasized on like how we are as a team, being good with each other, being good to each other, working hard, and like making sure we stay PMA and on the same page. Because, you know, it's frustrating to lose. It's especially frustrating when you know you should win. But you'll encounter this many times, and it's all about like how you get up each time.
Yeah, man, it was awesome to see you guys make that comeback in this series, and I wish you the best of luck moving forward against Aurora. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Brian. Well, great interview and great insight there from Eki. You could see his time spent with that T1 team, just giving him a little bit of the maturity to understand that it's about the bigger picture, Effie. Game 1 didn't go their way. and yet he was so happy with how clean Game 3 was. You can kind of infer that they had a high standard coming into this, and they didn't hit it. And so the answer to them that made them feel good was we finally started to correct some of the things we knew we should be stronger on when we entered into this series.
Yeah, I think it says a lot when the game that makes you happiest is the one that you stomped in that Game 3 and not the one that you fought tooth and nail
You finally
for.
got, right? Yeah.
But that speaks to the mentality of a lot of these teams that you go into the day and in an ideal scenario, your drops is better, you're stomping, and everything is going according to plan. But in professional Dota, very unlikely to happen. And I know Eki is a very competitive player, so to see him be that excited about it makes me also excited about it.
It felt like he was saying we finally did something that we were really trying to do over the course of the tournament. And with little moments like against BB, we didn't know how, well, does that say something about BB? Are they a little bit not as strong as we thought? There's moments where Rune Eaters could certainly have some results that make you think this team can play. But if it's consistency, Effie, I mean, Aurora's a tough challenge. No one's saying they're going to get past them, but that is promising heading into tomorrow.
It really is promising. I mean, when you look at these players, honestly, watching them today, I'm like, they're good and they're going to get better. And what's missing for them right now is just competitive experience and the playground to mess up a few drops, mess up a few lanes, and then learn from that, re-execute and get better. A lot of these teams that we're seeing in this tournament as the top contenders like Aurora, like 1W, like Yandex, they've had a lot of these tournaments throughout the year. Whereas these players, they formed a month ago, but they can look this solid. It's promising.
Final thoughts before we kind of send it to a little bit of a timeout before we head into our second set of the day.
I'll just say I'm pretty excited. I love a good survival stage. I mean, that Game 2 for me was the funnest. I understand why the players like the Game 3 more, but if I can get more of that and more like the Liquid X2 series, which is also going crazy, it's Christmas for me.
All right, Christmas come early on Independence Day in France. There's too many holidays for me to keep track of, so I think that's time to send it to a timeout. When we come back, Vici Gaming and P-Time battle against each other in a best of 3 to see who will take on 1W tomorrow. But for now, Rune Eaters and Aurora set to face off. It'll be an exciting climax that you don't want to miss. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
EWC 2026 Dota 2的 Podcast， 我们这里请来了辛晴和边哥，来自VG 以及 XG 战队的 AME 和 FY， 大家都是老朋友了啊。嗨，想问一下4位，其实我说你们是老选手一点都不过分吧？你们可以接受这个称呼吗？就是别人提到你们的时候说一帮老登老选手。没问题是吧？那对于“老”这个定义这个词，你们是怎么看的呢？什么样的选手？
新度应该很年轻啊。
他是年轻，他打得很久啊。
老逼了，确实。我们最小的谁？
应该你俩中间。
新秀吧，我们俩都是98年，但是我月份比你大一点。
差不多，反正没区别。
其实都不是很老，但是在大家打职业都比较久了，对吧？职业生涯当中很长。那对于“老”这个词，你们觉得什么样的选手是可以叫尊称老选手？其实是个尊称嘛。
有小孩了吧？
有小孩，那这里就
3个。
所以你觉得自己并不是一个老选手
了？你觉得是老选手就是老选手。
我觉得是有经验的。老这个词，如果是在时间上定义的话，可以这样定义，但是年龄上我不认为是。
你天地有没有人跟你说欧德曼吗？没有。哦，跟我说过。那你应该不算好吧？
你们觉得呢？
感觉就是有个就7、8年左右的经历就算老选手。
差不多吧，感觉打个10年那种就算老选手。
你们会比较介意别人叫你们老选手吗？或者说最开始从年轻意气风发转变成大家提到你们就会说，哎，都是老人啦。你们一开始会有点不习惯吗？
没有不习惯，我早就觉得自己是个老逼了。
除了游戏当中的话，在队伍当中，你给自己的一个职责分配，就是你心里肯定会跟自己讲嘛。比如说，你看我加入这个队伍之后，我看到这队都是一群小孩儿，或者说是相对比较新的人，你会怎么样？
子晴现在是我们 BB 手好吧，带着我们一群菜逼。
也不是小孩吧，我们的队友就是也不是小孩吧？
没有很小的，因为
都是老登了。
对，都是老登。
说到这个老登，就是这个话题，其实我们已经聊了很多年了。就是在 CN Dota 2的职业环境里面，好像没有特别多很年轻的选手。你们自己怎么看？
其实也有，只是我们没有发掘出来吧。肯定会有嘛，对吧？但是我们碰到的机会比较少，因为我们如果在国外打欧服的话，你基本上碰不见那些在国内的年轻人。
艾米呢？有没有一些你觉得就最近几年你觉得说，哎，好像有一些新人还不错，或者是你会觉得说好像没有什么新人了？
应该有人还可以吧，但是那个东南亚天地真的烂完了，建议大家去打国服啊。
没错。那2位觉得呢？
不知道。感觉没有关注到什么新人吧，就是感觉不像俄罗斯那边吧，就是动不动就会冒出来一批就是很厉害的新人。
就是差不多感觉吧，就是可能就相对来说基数没有以前多，然后现在新人就是没有那么强吧，因为以前比较屌的新人已经达到比较厉害的水平了。
新人逐渐变成现在有经验的选手了。这样一个人说一点，你们认为影响或者说是造成现在新人比较少的局面最关键的原因，你个人觉得是什么呢？说一点吧。
手机太好玩了。
手机太好玩了。
就是玩家少嘛。
玩家基数比较少。
对。
那个直播比较赚钱吧。
直播比较赚钱。
氛围比较一般吧，氛围。就是
职业环境吗？
游戏氛围。
游戏氛围。
啊。
那几位也是因为一直在欧服训练嘛？你们觉得欧服的氛围怎么样？
欧服氛围烂完了，我说实话，路人真烂完了。
也是烂完的吗？
也很烂，但是那个东南亚更烂了。东南亚是水平比较低，这边是氛围烂完了。
啊，看来你应该是没少被坑啊，在游戏当中。
还好吧。
烂完。FI 觉得呢？欧服的环境怎么样？
作为辅助来说，就差不多5把碰到1把摆烂的那种吧。
摆烂就是上来就送，然后
也不是那种纯摆烂，就是没有那种很好的心态吧，就是反正会搞你。
搞你。
我觉得也不是哪个服务器吧，我觉得就是反正 Dota 这个游戏就是你如果打单排的话，就是会 就觉得我之前跟朋友聊过这个，就是感觉是那种心理有点问题的才会一直想要打到他的单排，就是多少心里有点障碍。
等，大家在这在座的各位可都是不停的在这坐着打摊牌的人。
对啊，所以大家可能都心里有点问题，都不是什么正常人。
心情呢？你觉得刀2这个游戏是不是会把一个正常人逐渐的逼疯？
确实有吧，因为我感觉我其实有段时间，就是我包括昨天打路人就不是很正常，然后那个路人随便就是他搞了我2下，我就有点烦了，我就一直在骂他，但是他直接就给我道歉了，然后他说他把这一切都搞砸了，然后我的气就消了。
你这上头上的很快，但是气消的也很快，这就是Dota这个游戏把人逼疯的原因，反正你的情绪一直在这样坐过山车。
确实有一点这种感觉。
因为我平时有的时候也会，在现场看到别人打Dota啊，然后就是感觉明明对线期的时候还挺安静的，然后忽然就开始发疯，忽然开始怒吼。我觉得这很难避免吧，因为有的时候，因为Dota这个游戏它比较复杂，对吧？一盘Dota它时间又比较久，有可能哪一个点就会让你觉得哇我在干什么？我这么认真打这盘游戏在干什么
？Start with Centaur stun maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's another option. I like seeing the Shaker come back. I think NTS performed on it pretty well in that game 1, and it was a solid answer to the Ember. He had a good time with it, and they didn't end up winning that game, so I guess you could say, why fix what's not broken here?
I would say Nisha had, it was rough for him in that Ember Spirit game. He started off in a position where he's losing lane against the Earthshaker, and I think he did what he could on the hero, but ultimately wasn't able to accomplish much of what he wanted to, which is assassinating those supports.
He eventually got there. It's just
easier time in this game.
Maybe. Largo's a weird hero for December to play into. So if you get at least to one item and you're a little tanky, it's a very hard to support to assassinate with the constant dispels and how tanky you can be. I do like the Largo into the Ember matchup. The Hoodwink you should be able to catch. As nimble as Hoodwink is, Ember is one of those heroes that can just slice him down. You have an infinite chase. And having a pretty good time here in the second half of this early lane phase. Winning the regen trade, at least, even if NTS is winning the CS battle.
Yeah, I wonder what changed, because we saw it in the first half of the laning phase. He was doing a lot of harassment to nothing to say, and did what he could, and then the bottle comes in and everything changed. Now Nisha is keeping up the pressure post-bottle.
NTS committed a decent amount of the echo hits into some extra denies, which is why his CS is looking hot, but that does mean Nisha got some favorable trades out of it. If he gets the 4-minute water rune, he'll be safe here. Nisha might call for this to get denied. You could rotate a support over and try and take this away from NTS. It would be a big victory. Or you can glyph and dive him here. I don't know if you can snag this kill, though. You just don't have the resources for it.
Well, another wave is coming in. Here comes the Hoodwink, though. Trying to secure that water rune. Nisha might still be able to take it. He doesn't want to take that 1v2. Might slight steal it. Ooh. Steals it away from nothing to say.
That's huge.
And he's going to get the one on the other side, too.
Yeah, Dota. You got to go to base now if you're NTS, so
yeah.
He'll miss maybe a half to most of that wave. Big setback, especially since you pulled FY. It's like, feels bad.
You got the experience lead off of all these denies, but now it's going to go back to even, right?
Should. 3-level experience lead for XG, but I mean, it's lane phase, so what does that really mean? Continuing to pull waves top. They've done a decent time dodging Ame up here, who did have that first blood gold. Very fast treads for him. And he is quite scary against these melee heroes. If you end up in a chase down situation, you're just dead. So you need to be careful that you don't waste the Timber Chain, waste the roll in a bad situation, feed an extra kill up here. And look towards that 6-minute power rune. It's going to be a big one for these two mid laners.
And same goes for the Wisdom Shrine soon after, right? Ember Spirit is very good at playing on the enemy side, so it's something Extreme Gamer going to have to play around here.
Now there's that chase down.
Finally, Boxing will be punished for all this lane pulling. You knew it was going to happen eventually.
I felt someone was going to die up here at some point. Like, you have an early boots on the Larg, you have the early treads on the Drought, too much early gold injection, and just too easy to run these heroes down. You're not worried about any sort of threat turning that play around. Strong start for the lanes here for Extreme Gaming. Not as good on this mid as the game 1. I think that's something Liquid can look to play around a little bit more, because they got bodied in that mid lane.
Avalanche into roll into Arrow. Nice chain stun combination. So you kill Boxy. Well, guess what? That's an opportunity for Boxy to rotate to another lane. Gets the kill on bottom, and now him and Tofu can make the move to the power runes in 20 seconds. There's that catchy lick counterplay.
Surprised they had enough damage for that. Tiny getting the job done here. Some extra nuke power. FY getting stacks up, looking for contest. They're going to contest top as well. Everybody wants this rune, and you're not going to take it a second time, NTS. Knew what was coming.
Nisha, who's still level 6. Fisher's going to block him out. He activates the flame guard now. He's got a fairy fire, but man, he's just been body blocked so heavily. The physical damage might be the end of him. Another enchant totem, trying to dodge away from that one, get hit by the stun, and there's the finishing blow. On the other side, the two supports did play up against FY in a 1v2, so they got that support kill, but obviously much better for Extreme Gaming.
Oh yeah, especially since it was a regen. You just come back to full here. At least you got the Remnant out, I guess. You can just Remnant back in. Yeah. Saves Nisha some time, but not what he was looking for on that exchange. And FY did get the stacks up on the triangle. So you could have this nice epicenter, or not an Echo Slam. Still thinking about Sanking here.
Yeah.
Oh, or you can use it to steal some stacks potentially.
Yeah, and Nisha now has to clean up this mid wave, which means a free opportunity for Extreme Gaming to go.
He still has TP though.
Take the Wisdom Shrine. Yeah, he can be here. Liquid are going to spot it early. Ace on the run. Bushwhack pulls him back in. And a Fisher chain stun. He's going to try and Timber Chamber their Echo Slam to ensure it's now on the other side. They do have a 2v1, the two supports, but XXS is a tanky hero to bring down. Extreme Gaming can get both here. XXS by himself was staying alive against the two, but with the rotations coming through, Extreme Gaming
almost got the lick. That's a big win for XG. I think that was the biggest objective for me for Liquid in this early game.
Right.
I talked about the importance of the XP, the levels on these heroes. They get neither. That just really slows down your entry into this mid game.
Yeah, the best support to get level 6 in this game has got to be Hoodwink, right? That's a game changer.
Oh yeah, you get a fast sharpshooter in here. You're going to start bringing some of these cores down. That slows the game down even further. Stacks are still going to be built up here. So all eyes on maybe 8 and 10 minute power rune. Try and get something good for this Ember. Haste or an amp damage or something that you can run into this Shaker with. If you let Nothing to Say get some cheeky kills with this Echo Slam and he gets to reset the cooldown for free, you're not going to feel good about it.
Well played. An early Bushwhack stops him from being able to go for the Slight Steal. And then they also killed the Flame Guard, and now they're going to clear through the stack. Ooh. Easy for Nothing to Say.
That feels pretty nice. As Liquid supports, they're just watching it happen. I mean, they have almost no firepower right here. A very greedy support duo in some ways.
For sure.
Like, you need a lot of time to come online with this support duo. It will pay off eventually, but you're going to pay a big price in these early skirmishes. You're just food.
Catchy lick, now the Fisher. And Boxy kicks away, rolls out. Blood Grenade is taking him down, though. Tango will out-heal it barely.
Space created.
Nisha's doing the same of trying to steal stacks on the other side with his Flame Guard, but...
Look at the pressure going to Ace, though. Ame, so farm, so high level. He's just tanking the tower. They're threatening to backstab Ace once again. This is a dead tier 1 at 9 minutes. They're going to glyph it. Okay, sure, but it's still dead here.
Yeah, this is great. It's before the Timber Saw's like a solo threat with his Chakram.
Yeah, it feels really nice to set him back like this because then you just can't enter the lane. You take his tower. He's not the greatest jungler. Like, this isn't the hero you want to jungle with. He can. But you want to be running at opponents. You want to be killing them with your ultimate.
Ame is relentless.
Look at him go.
He's going to let you farming over here, Ace, huh? You got any stacks? What's going on?
I like the idea. Continue to punish him. He's the lowest net worth core in this game. Doesn't have an easy way back into it because some of the stacks have to go to the Ember Spirit here. Just got to farm under your tier 2. This frees up some space for XG to get in the triangle. They can rotate Ame into mid if they really want to look for some early team fights. And where's the Shaker? He's very close to Blink. Has Echo Slam back available. Maybe they wait a couple extra 100 gold on NTS. Gives you a big opening on this mid lane. Ame's going to hang around. Look for 10-minute power rune. This is costing him a little time here. Could pay off.
Nisha activates his shield rune. It gets quickly catchy lick. Now he gets silenced up. Uh-oh. Nisha, he has a Remnant out, and he only needs a moment to be able to jump away to it. And that is where Mickey and Tofu, they were set up. They catch Nothing to Say at the same time as Nisha comes back in for some much-needed experience and finish off those phase boots.
Now, what a turnaround. Just getting up that cliff meant all the difference there. And then you're able to burst the Shaker down before he pops that big wand, Fairy Fire. Still a couple hundred off the Blink. Nice turnaround from Liquid. Gets to hold this mid lane. If you lose heroes there, you can just lose this tower off the catapult timing. Or at least it's going to take a lot of damage. At least you get the arrow here for free. And you get some experience for your supports. Super important here. Look at all the deep vision. Tofu's trying to free up this camp, but they got some nice wards around top that Ame can continue to play aggressively around. And the stacks are still being built up a little bit here.
And we've heard the players talk about the safe lane dominance. Now off laners currently have a hard time being able to play lane so often. And we're seeing some teams really try and exploit that more and more, right? Extend that laning phase, extend that safe lane dominance.
If you're extracting an advantage, why leave it there?
Yeah. Those kind of aggressive wards are designed to do just that. But at some point, you have to stop and think about the other side here, and that's what Ame's going to do.
Are they actually going to bring the Shaker bottom? He has his blink
Ame from the high ground.
He's still tanky, though.
He has a lot of armor, and Ame is in kind of a no man's land. A pullback geomagnetic grip plus nice fissure block. That is beautiful.
They have no detection.
Still Moonlight Shadow for a while here. The fissure's going to expire before the Moonlight Shadow does, so Extreme Gaming get nothing for that. I can't believe that Liquid just not even blinking at these moves. No attempt to try and almost got it off the catchy lick. Now the catchy lick has been used. Nisha's like, okay, well now Flame Guard and my haste rune can go uninterrupted. The problem is damage over time. A little tough to kill Largo quickly. They do manage to get in the end, but the Ankle Slam response. Now the Bushwhack. Beautiful stuff. Nisha though survives. He had enough HP and a remnant out.
And a haste rune. He was ever at risk of dying there. Nice turnaround kill from NTS. You get that bottom tower for free anyway, off of the cool Ame gate rotation, but that's a lot of recovery time for Liquid. I think they won that exchange overall. The Timber got the push out top, the Tiny didn't die. You got this Largo kill mid. You trade your Mirana, but whatever, right? If you're trading Mirana in the early game, you're kind of fine with that. This is going to progress the Ember towards either the Vessel or it looks like an early Kaya here for Nisha. Doesn't feel like this is the greatest Vessel game into the early Largo Dispel.
That is fair. If you're already struggling with Dispels, why give even more incentives for that spell?
I also just don't think there's the greatest Vessel targets here. Like, yeah, it's good against the high HP pool and the strength heroes, but you don't need it to kill the Shaker. Got to play off the chains. More points in chains will also make this game a lot easier. Gives you more time to just land some follow-up stuns. The arrow, the threat across the map goes up considerably. Liquid evened out this laning phase a lot. I think XG could have found some more openings and run away with it, but instead, this game has plateaued.
Ace trying to recover his farm, but it's going to continue to be a bit of a tough game for him because Ame went Yasha and then rushing the Ags. So we're going to see those early hypothermia Frost Arrow stacks that
helps a little bit.
Negates the health restoration from Timber.
Mega fat. I mean, this has got to be his dream, right?
Yeah.
I get to play Drow Ranger, uncontested, absolute free farm, kills and first blood on top of it. What more can you ask for?
Apparently a mid tower. That's what he wants. He's happy.
This is
give it to him.
A very dangerous move when you're playing against the roll kick, the Tiny, the chain stump potential into the arrow.
Between the leaps and the geomagnetic grip, it's very tough to lock down any of these heroes, in particular the Mirana.
They get the D ward at least. That's something here as they're sieging this mid tower.
And full control of the area leading to the mid tower off of Helmet Dom Creep, tanking it up. Ame delivering the damage. Okay, so all three Tier 1 towers out. Extreme Gaming still holding all three of their Tier 1 towers.
A lot of space to work with.
And yet Liquid are still up in net worth. Playing the map more efficiently. If Extreme Gaming, though, off of these objectives being taken, can close the map out, hold that 60-40 split of the map.
Well, here comes Liquid, though. They have their blink done on the Tiny, ready to rock and roll. Moonlight Shadow gives you a free smoke. They're just going to try and probably send it straight into the triangle here where they know some stacks are being built up.
Got to scan on to...
That dissuaded them.
Okay. On the high ground. Yeah, they don't want to stumble into that.
The risk of going in there is if NTS is doing big stacks and you jump into him and he just echoes you, you basically get insta-gibbed.
Sure, yeah.
It's a double-edged sword.
I could see it. You go for the Centaur instead, but he's got this Warpine Raider that really protects him because it could tank the arrow. It can't just light chains the arrow.
It's a big deal in a game like this. Again, you have to find cheeky ways to be able to shove these waves without feeding the bad kills. I will say I don't think Extreme Gaming's lineup uses these towers being down the best. The Drow has to continue to farm in safer spots. It's not like a really aggressive carry that's gonna, you know, I'm pushing in your tier 2 top.
Yeah.
Like some Chaos Knight wants to or something.
I think Centaur uses it decently well, but that's just
it's
because
okay.
he shoves the lane in so much, but this helps.
Okay with Dom. I think the thing is with Timber in this game, he can die.
And again, make a jump in initiation, and Geomagnetic Grip is there to save. You can definitely see Liquid is already planned out a very reactive game, and it's Extreme, where we're the ones who are going to be making more moves. Is that good for them, though? Right now, the Drow Ranger is so close to an item that helps him farm even faster in the Aghanim Scepter.
I don't know if they're making moves this game. I think this is a farm game for XG.
Yeah, okay, so another 90-minute game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're in for the long haul here. Now, this game could accelerate at around the 30-minute mark for Liquid, like we saw in that other game where they played this pretty much exact lineup. That game was also clunky to start because the supports needed the levels to get going, but then once it started going, that game accelerated quite quickly.
Yeah.
So do not count that type of play style out. If Liquid get one pickoff in this game, it opens up a lot. You can just chain that into pickoffs across the map. Suddenly you get a team wipe into a Tormentor, some nonsense like this.
And they do have plenty of pickoff threat. They could do Slight Chains into Arrow. They could do Avalanche Initiation into Arrow. Timbersaw himself can sometimes get solo kills.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta get some combo breaks in this game if you're XG. That's what I'm thinking about long term. Not necessarily like full Wind Waker Aeon disc. I think it's too early to think about that, but
some early Glimmers and Force Staffs.
Yeah, like Glimmer is pretty nice, Force Staff's nice. The Lick replacement is super nice in this game to dodge follow-up stuns. A Gust Interrupt, like if you're taking the fight and Ame can join you, just being able to Gust Interrupt, Hurricane Pike somebody else. All these little things can make a huge difference against these chain stun lineups, especially when you show to push out waves. Like Ame shows mid, he pushes this wave out, X-Nova's right there. If he gets jumped, you're gonna lick him out. You can take that fight.
Look at the stack. An amp damage showing on Nisha right now. Extreme Gaming are super stacked in this mid lane. Nothing to say might try and follow this up.
Oh, he
but here
got
comes
the
the
Largo.
Avalanche Initiation with a toss between the two of them. There is the Bushwhack to stop this Tiny with the Echo Send. They throw everything they have at this carry, and he's still not dead. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming have lost two, and Nisha has a free game to play. He's going to run down more. The Magnetize, yeah, and the Boulder. That'll finish off another one. And Ace spots XXS, and Fisher slows him down. XXS, I think he's away. So 1 for 3 exchange, baiting out the Ember Spirit, and Extreme Gaming did kind of bite it down on that one. Mickey getting a free wraparound through the left-hand side thanks to a big smoke. They smoked on the bottom side of the map and wrapped all the way around to hit him from that angle.
Really nice entry for him. That's a bait by both teams. XG are ready to lick this Drought out of danger, but Mickey, he makes an excellent play. Find the Largo, toss him into the same chain stun, get 2 for 1. Does pay a price with his life, which is big, slows this game down. But as you said, free fight for Nisha, you're always going to clean up here. The Ember will always give you that +1 kill. Delayed the Ags coming out as it got finished. Wall, Ame was dead. There goes his perfect Drow game.
What's interesting is they didn't quite manage to get this tower for it, but Liquid is still looking for pickoffs around this area.
And here's where it can snowball.
That one.
Like you start bleeding, and Liquid can just open up these wounds. Exacerbate your problems. The Largo can only babysit so many heroes in this game. And as we saw, that's not also a guarantee. Stampede can only bail you out of a little bit here. Like, you can't Stampede for someone who's chains. You need Lotus Orbs, you need Glimmer Capes in this game. This is where the game is really going to slow down for Extreme Gaming. I expect to see Liquid build a net worth lead here. The threat across the map's a lot higher. You have Mirana pushing out waves, farming the extra jungle camps. Did you just not see? Okay.
Oh, Mickey, he went around. If he had just gone down the ramp, he would have run right into the Earthshaker, which would have been a dream pickup, because now the next stop is like picking off Extreme Gaming heroes and not letting them get to BKBs, right?
For sure. You want to abuse the fact that XG are not as mobile around.
He came back. He went through the gate, then he came back. And now Mickey finally shows himself, sees the opportunity, and only needs a little bit, a momentary pause for them to be able to get that kill.
And 1 turns into 2, even turns into more. Suddenly Boxy's on a killing spree. The map is starting to feel a lot smaller. Great vision out right now for Liquid as well. This is the scariest point in this game for Extreme Game. They cannot afford to bleed too many kills in this time period. And it's very easy to bleed kills against this lineup. Another great rotation. They're going to find some heroes, force a Stampede.
Stampede to the run, but the arrow, beautiful setup right up the staircase. And Timber Chain to finish him off. Now XXS has already used his Stampede. If they can get close enough, Slight Chains, can they get close enough? They do. Now with the follow-up damage of the Timber Saw, it's made pretty easy. FY can do nothing to stop it. All he has is one more tree to the Whirling Death, and now FY is going to die as well. Harpoon tossed back in. Mickey, you already see Mickey with this Harpoon Blink Dagger build. You know what he wants to do. He wants to toss heroes back, pick them off one at a time.
XG not respecting what's happening around the map right now. Getting caught in the Liquid chase down. This is exactly what happened in the previous game they played this lineup. You cannot bleed bad kills. Liquid are going to run the entire map. This lineup has infinite chase, infinite stun, infinite catch. Yeah, this could have just been like, I lose on my Shaker top, yeah, that sucks, whatever. Instead, you effectively get a team wipe here and get straight into that 20-minute Tormentor.
It's accelerating the game so much, this Shadow Blade is almost done for the Tiny after he just completed Harpoon.
He's a massive threat in this game. The Timber's top net worth. After the roughest laning phase, just like that, was give Ace a little space. He'll farm his way back quickly.
Now he is still susceptible to this damage until he gets the Shivas.
This is a wild smoke.
Deep into it. Off of the Tormentor being taken. Now, not to go for the Timber Saw.
You're bringing Ame into the smoke. You better make it connect on something.
Damn straight. Mickey,
that's the best target.
A much easier kill for sure. He may have some armor. They do have the stuns. Apparently not enough to be able to stop him from harpooning away, getting some distance. Finally, they'll finish him off. But this took a long time to get the kill. And Liquid are throwing all their heroes around here. The arrow lands onto Ame off the chains. Fisher tries to stop these two, but they're caught. There's too many Liquid heroes surrounding them. Ame, they pop the Stampede, but Ace is there. Blinks in, Whirling Death to finish the job.
I think you had to instantly TP out of that kill.
Yeah.
Again, you have to respect the map mobility, the chase down potential from this lineup. You cannot expect Liquid to just sit on their heels here and do nothing about their Tiny going down. It is a nice hero to pick up off the map. You delay the Shadow Blade, buys you a little space to push the waves out, but you're losing your Drow. So who's actually pushing these waves out? Not the heroes you want. You need dispels. This is the biggest thing right now, to deal with the chains. So you can at least reposition a little bit and maybe turn some of these fights around. Manta, Lotus Orb, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff. You have to find a way to get there. They have a single Force Staff right now in terms of total dispel and utility.
Yeah, even like the pickoff game is pretty intense, but now a level 18 Timber Saw, level 3 Chakram with Link Shivas. Every fight is just him going deep into Extreme Gaming side, popping that Shivas, tagging heroes, stopping Blink Daggers, getting vision for the follow-up. That's going to be rough to play.
I think conceptually this is the game Shaker struggles in, because you're just not going to get that straight 5-on-5 fight you want with the Echo Slam.
Yeah, they've got 4 hyper-mobile heroes.
Yes, it's really difficult to get a clump in this game. It's very difficult to get the fight you want with Vision against Mirana ult. It's just a pick-off-oriented game. Shaker doesn't offer you that much single target DPS this early on.
Yeah, it may be like really early if he had played off of the Blink Dagger and Chant Totem kills, then maybe that could snowball, but at this point, he just has to get BKB. Same goes with Ame.
They can just dive him here if they want.
Let's get behind the tier 2. They're gonna run right into him. And got the silence on X-Nova too. Beautifully played by Boxy. Even if he does catchy lick and heal, it's not enough to save the Drow Ranger, but they made that kill that much quicker that now they can run down the Frog as well. Underneath the tier 3s, Nisha collects.
No response from XG. They're starting to recognize the situation here, which is like, if we get going on, just try and get the other lanes out. The situation is rough right now as Liquid just soaking all the farm up off the map. A very early BKB on the Ember guarantees you dives. Kind of look for anything, anywhere. I still do not understand how Ace is so fat in this game. But man, he is almost level 20 now. Great Timber game too. You're only really worried about the Drow, but you have displacement spells to throw this Drow into the Buzzsaw. Pretty surprised that Ame skipped Manta here. Looks like you need it. Just for some of the Go Shove and the Dispel. Feels really good here. I mean, the Dispel against the Earth Spirit's nice too. It's going to go straight BKB. It's going to be a while to get there.
If they get to that BKB window, though, a lot of the damage goes out the window for Liquid during that timing,
It
right?
does.
It's like they have a ton of magic damage.
Assuming you get the team fight. Like,
Right,
you have to be
you're
able to
afraid
use
that it's
BKB.
never going to be a 5-on-5. It's always going to be
never.
some sort of Liquid pick-off.
You're never going to be able to start the fight on your terms. In theory, you're going to be afraid of showing on the waves. BKB doesn't necessarily help you shove the map because you're afraid of the 100-0 chain stun.
Right.
Would help you just force a Roshan or something if you have the confidence to do that.
Yeah, right now with
I don't know about that,
11,000
though.
net worth leads, definitely feels like Roche is more for Liquids to take.
For sure. They're eyeing it up. They might just do it here.
I do think that Liquid is maybe a similar problem to the past. I don't know how willing they are to go get high ground against Extreme if they're up as 5. Now, that's easily solved by the fact that they have so many ways to get pickoffs.
Pickoffs are the high ground for them with this lineup.
Right.
You squeeze the map so hard that eventually you get 1 or 2 kills, you go high ground, it's easy. You have tanky-ass heroes too. This is a very tanky lineup. They don't have sustain, but they have insane just raw HP pools.
Is there any way that you, like, he hasn't completed Hurricane Pike. Are you holding that to go Hydra's Breath and have your eggs for, like, double up on the anti-tank?
It's pretty all in.
Yeah.
You have very little survivability at that point. Maybe if he thinks he needs the damage in this game.
Maybe that's why he gets BKB. He's playing more for a stand to deliver style.
It's possible. I mean, look at these heroes. You're going to need damage from somebody. Quick smoke. This could land.
Yeah, hoping to catch something on the waves clashing together while simultaneously meeting Ame. Ame does get jumped here. Tried to hit him with the avalanche, but a force staff got away for the arrow. And now Liquid are a little bit outnumbered for now. They need this fast kill on Mickey as fast as they can get it anyway.
He just won't die.
Running down in the trees, and they finally get him, but that's just the Aegis. And now they have to retreat. It's a stampede. Everybody out for themselves. Ame gets spotted. They got him on the avalanche. Foxy rolled past him, and Mickey delivers the stun that will kill the carry of Extreme Gaming.
It's the last guy you want to lose in that scenario.
Yeah.
All it costs you is a tiny Aegis, which, again, you're probably not forcing high ground with that anyway, so who cares?
Liquid playing faster and faster, picking up the tempo now, going through the gate, seeing if they can catch on the other side of the map. Nothing to say, knows when to play conservatively, though.
You can just park this Timber alone. He controls so much real estate right now. Ace just sniped him.
Oh, nasty.
1,000 damage instantly. A little extra from the Stormcrafter. Beautiful kill right there on that squirrel in his base. This shows you how little Liquid fear the XG threat right now.
Ace runs him over. Makes roadkill out of FY.
There's another Force Staff. It's a little something here.
Use as many as you can get. Octarine level 22. Timbersaw almost hitting that 20K net worth mark. Man. And he's going to get it very quickly off of being able to play solo on this side of the map. He's just grabbing a bunch of creeps. Meanwhile, Liquid are hitting the tier 2. Totally unafraid of Extreme Gaming.
And XG are afraid to get out on the map.
Yeah.
They don't have the vision anymore. They don't have the lane control. The second you show, you have to get the hell out of there. You just don't know where these Liquid cores are. I mean, they have 3 heroes sitting in their base right now. And we're 30 minutes in. Effectively 5. If you count this Drow running back to the base as in the base. There's a defensive BKB. This map is entirely the Liquids right now. If XG don't break this hold, they are going to fall massively behind.
And you said it early. Extreme Gaming had to get a lot off the laning phase and snowball that. And while they did get a lead off the laning phase, they weren't able to snowball it very effectively. Liquid draw things out until they hit their window, and now they're steamrolling the game. And they will have the net worth lead until Extreme Gaming basically wins 1 or 2 big team fights. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition.
They're gonna get Ame BKB and probably just smoke out and hope that they can land this on something.
Yeah, you can't be locked inside your base at 30 minutes, right? That's just, you'll just be out-farmed.
Quick smoke across the map. They're gonna send the Tiny in. Should find something here.
Yeah, spots Largo. Hit the stomp. On to Tofu. Unfortunately, the multi-shot had already been used, and FY misses the sharpshooter. XXS is made a whole lot squishier by the presence of Ace. They're going to keep chasing after him. He's low enough, makes the commitment. Nisha got him. Now spots FY here as well. Tier 3s are no defense. The Drow Ranger is no defense. Liquid. They seem unstoppable at this point.
They're just breaking him this game. Look, it's just sitting outside their fountain. It's like, respawn faster, please, so I can kill you again. That'd be very nice, thank you. When you're scanning enemy fountain, you know you're in a pretty good position. 30-minute high ground. No Aegis, no problem. They get the glyph. What is the teamfight response here? They're trying to get a refresher on the Shaker?
Yeah, they're giving up the lane to get this refresher.
Is that even going to be enough damage? I guess if it buys enough time for the Drow to sit there and hit some people.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost more about the chain stun. Just allow the Drow Ranger. And if you do manage to kill that one person, they've got maxed out hypothermia stacks, then the burst of damage that happens off of that.
Still needs more gold, though. And it is a tier 3 gone. That's a glyph gone. They are all TPing top to kick NTS out of here. He still needs another 400 gold. The chase is insane. You might have to BKB TP here.
Oh, Boxy. Oh, if he got over that cliff there, that might have been enough to make it nothing to say uses BKB. It still is. BKB used. Mission success for Liquid.
Amp damage sitting in the bottom river as well.
Look at Tofu just immediately leaping to this point, knowing Extreme Gaming, okay, they saw heroes in the top left part of the map. They are going to try and push out to this triangle, and that might be an opportunity. Maybe an opportunity for a pick off an aggressive four-step into Mickey. That was super sick, Tofu.
Just controlling so much space on his own. Actually, you do not want to go up that high ground. Once more, I think they've been stuck in their base for at least 10 minutes now.
Yeah, basically.
They don't have the heroes to push the waves. I think this was always going to be the problem draft-wise in this game if you did not gain a big enough lead. So now you're all in on this Earthshaker refresher. Just send it. You can't even get the gold. He farmed like one camp in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with this kind of playstyle is you're all in when you hit that timing. But if Liquid just control the map for another 10 minutes, you're so starved. I mean, we've seen this happen with Falcons so many times. Some team is locked inside the base. They go all in for some sort of big item, big play. And if Falcons just never give them the opportunity.
Exactly. You don't have to ever give this Shaker a chance to echo slam your entire squad. You're continuing to build a net worth lead here. This is very efficient.
So Extreme Gaming, they have to take a risk. They have to go out there at some point with this refresher. Level 20 as well with the echo damage. It is a big burst of damage. Is it enough to deal with the Timber Saw or the Tiny by itself? Definitely not.
This Timber Saw is a heart and 4,600 HP, dude. I don't you could echo him twice. I don't think he's going to feel it.
Here comes that smoke. It would have been perfectly timed 5 seconds earlier. Could have maybe gotten here with a Tormentor with some of these heroes already low. Would have been beautiful. As it stands,
still
Tormentor's going to die. They're going to get some heals up. Liquid don't go anywhere. Nobody TPs away. They
showed
Ame up, and they're going to smoke themselves. They chase. Extreme Gaming. They retreat. Back up to the high ground. They know the positioning is so important here. Anything that could give nothing to say an advantage. They try and take the outpost, but they get hit by a two-man avalanche immediately from Mickey. It doesn't even matter if you hit the Echo Slam at this point in time. Ame is almost already dead with his BKB. A Harpoon pulling back in X-Nova, and they're still going to chase after this Drow Ranger. The BKB expires, and Boxy kicks him to death.
Liquid just dismantling them in this game 3. Not
no
even
way
close.
out, FY. All the way back behind your throne. The tier 3s haven't even been claimed yet, and what is nothing to say to do, man? And the way that started was just so terrible. I thought they knew that Liquid was chasing after them, but they clearly did not.
There's a lot of little... If that's your one big opportunity to try and swing the momentum in this game, one, you showed the Drow clearing the wave, which they could have seen, and then you're double-clicking the outpost, which is telegraphing a lot of info. You're just assuming they're not going to notice this. You got scanned regardless. They're always going to jump in there. You can always just jump pop BKBs. What are you afraid of in terms of that turnaround? And catching Drow is just too easy.
Well, you got a flamethrower. Timbersaw, level 25.
He's a monster this game.
Mid lane of Barracks down. I mean, at this point, as epic as Game 1 and Game 2 are, this is going to be Extreme Gaming going out of EWC with a whimper.
They have a gem up now, at least. How many smokes do they even have left? They have one on the Largo. That looks like about it. Your best chance right now as XG is if Liquid force the high ground and somehow just botch that move and clump terribly. That would require a lot here. You always have that geomagnetic grip to bail you out of trouble anyway.
I'm surprised Liquid aren't just chilling a little bit longer. Get the AC timber up on Mickey.
Again, as long as you don't clump, I don't think it's too scary.
That's true.
You can't show the drow to harass anybody. You're just going to get rolled on, chained, tossed in, arrowed. Not that slow, to be honest.
Nothing to say. You be waiting for the rest of this game to find perfect Blink Echo.
Death by flamethrower.
Even just that remnant is just annoying for Extreme.
There's BKB on the Centaur. They got the triple BKB.
There's jump forward on Ame. Forced to use the BKB already. Now Nisha did jump in, but they couldn't get the gust on him fast enough. So he didn't even have to expend his BKB.
Ame is just so terrified. If I don't instant BKB, I'm gonna get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah. I'm surprised Nothing to Say didn't try for the Fissure on the Ember Spirit. Right? Like, you had to punish Nisha one way or the other there. Whether it was hitting the gust and forcing him to BKB, or maybe getting the Fissure, follow-up Echo Slam, try and burst him down, something.
Here's the real question. You have to smoke and contest this Roshan.
Well, you're already kind of too late to the party here. Especially if they're going to wrap the long way around, because if they go straight through, Nisha's here to block it, but they go all the way around, they're going to be too slow to get to the Roshan in time.
They're not even confident.
Aegis is already going to be here.
No BKB on Ame, no team fight. That is an easy Aegis for Liquid. They're going to get some more wards on top of it. Give the Aegis to the Tiny. He can go up the high ground now. And there's only one lane left.
Yeah, just get the AC with an Aegis. They can't kill you very quickly. You're going to kill the buildings pretty damn quickly. And you have an extra life to back it all up. And you have Geomagnetic Grip with the pull, the shard he has.
Of course, of course. Always Boxy waiting in the wings.
Yeah,
Something goes wrong.
We saw it early game, but like mid to late game is where Boxy makes that super broken. He goes, he pulls you, then he kicks you back. So it's like, they're dealing with two different kind of displacements here. They're dealing with Tiny offensively displacing heroes, and then you've got Boxy defensively displacing heroes, which is not the kind of game Drow Ranger wants to play.
Not without an Aegis, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
Not 10,000 behind this Timbersaw.
And 30,000 behind Team Liquid as a whole.
There's your AC. Probably the last item you were waiting for in this game. He has an amp damage in the bottle as well. This Tiny is smacking hard. Send down that top lane. Force XG to team fight you. If you don't give him the clump, it looks almost impossible to win the team fight.
An early 6-slotted Timbersaw. And an AC Tiny timing with 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis is going to be one of the biggest power spikes of Team Liquid. Extreme Gaming going to have to find a way to hold here. Somehow the Gust timing was pretty good. He didn't want to use the BKB on Ame. And he won't have to yet. Catchy look helps him get out. So they got something, and the Echo Slam is going to be put onto the Tiny here with the Fissure, hitting many of the backline heroes to refresh, and it finished off the Tiny one. But they need more heroes off of that because that was just the Aegis. They expended every bit of Nothing to Say's kit twice, and they got an Aegis. That's, I mean, they got Tofu too, but of the other real threats in this game, Nisha and Ace, they are pretty much untouched.
Unable to capitalize with the other damage sources. Might be enough to hold the high ground here.
Here comes Nisha. Oh, what a jump there with the Remnant. That's double support kills. And now Ame is almost dead off of Mickey's jump through. Nisha, very happy with that jump. He's going to get a buyback, at least one out of Extreme Gaming, and they're going to take this full lane. I mean, there's nothing they could really do to stop it. Nothing to say. He doesn't have the BKB, so he's being tagged by damage. He can't really get the blink in. Not that he has an Echo Slam anyway. Somehow XXS manages to hit a stomp onto the Ember Spirit. Couldn't get the immediate follow-up. And whether it's the flamethrower or it's the tiny hits, one way or the other, got the toss back onto Ame. He forces fast forward as best as he can. And a catchy lick to try and deliver him to safety. But the Barracks, they can't do the same kind of retreat. Nor can this Earthshaker. Once he's in, he's dead without his BKB. The buildings will not stay standing for long. Mickey with another beautiful toss back into the avalanche off the buybacks. This is their only hope. They've got the hypothermia stacks onto Mickey, building up, and got the BKB, turns back around and smacks down Ame.
Too tanky.
And that's it. Extreme Gaming are out.
Oh, what a series.
Team Liquid will hold on, survive just a bit more in this survival stage of EWC.
I think this is Team Liquid in a nutshell. They can have a rough tournament. They can have a rough meta. They're trying to figure out their hero pools, trying to figure out the draft. But when the lights are brightest, they just turn up as players. They make big plays. They make clutch plays. They're always that little HP ahead, little team fight ahead. One little clutch play here from Mika, and all of a sudden you're winning a series that might be the start of a pretty long bracket run here for them, right? And they gain some momentum. They're a scary team to face these elimination matches. I don't even care how bad the meta is. They just seem to have some clutch gene when it matters. And that said, I think XG had a rough road of it. All right, they started to figure a little bit out in this series, especially that game one. I think they played around NTS the best of any game we've seen. But ultimately, they just couldn't put it together for this event. And it does leave a lot of questions like, what is this XG squad going to look like when it comes to TI in Shanghai?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at EWC. It's Bastille Day in France, and our day is actually coming to a close really quickly because of some circumstances. We'll let you know more information about it, but we have rescheduled the upcoming game between Vici Gaming and P Time. When we know more, we will let you know more, but at this point, we're going to start wrapping up our day, and I'm here with Effie and Brian, BSJ. Guys, looking back at our set that we did have, obviously Virtus Pro, Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters went home. I mean, Effie, just recapping that, your thoughts on what was a very competitive set?
Yeah, it was competitive. I'm also I can hear the cheers very loudly because Liquid just won versus
Liquid did just win, yes, that's right, on Stream A,
that was extremely hype.
Yep.
But Virtus Pro versus Rune Eaters, I thought it was a great series. It went to all 3 games. We saw some really interesting back and forths within the draft, and that to me seems pretty promising for tomorrow. I thought that honestly, whoever won between the two wouldn't have a chance against Aurora, but Rune Eaters, I can definitely see them putting up a fight, Brian.
Yeah, I always wonder when I'm watching like a basketball game how a team's. Oh, he has a
key crushed.
Key crushing. This is the most satisfying part.
Oh,
ouch!
That has got to hurt.
You know, it always just goes so slowly, and then
bam,
and then it just gets.
There's just that moment where the critical pressure.
There's a reason you need white gloves to approach that thing.
Of course.
Very careful, very careful. White glove service for the crusher there. Virtus Pro's dreams crushed in that moment. It's obviously a sad moment for Virtus Pro, who had a lot of high hopes in this one. Again, joining Rune Eaters and not going to attend TI ended a little short, probably, than what they would have hoped.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like this, you have a lot of veterans. They've all been here before, and it just felt like something was missing. And I feel like whatever that something is, it feels like Rune Eaters, like they weren't playing for anything. If that makes sense. There was no outside factors. There was no burden. There was no expectations. And you really did feel the momentum of that last series shift. Like what I was saying before is that when I watch a basketball game, I always wonder how a team can score 20 points in a row.
Right.
Like and it's always just mental. It's momentum.
Yeah.
Like when you're watching that game, like game 1, Rune Eaters got crushed.
Yep.
Game 2, they fell behind early and made some crazy comeback. And then game 3, they just wiped them. Like it was like the easiest game of their lives. And sometimes that just happens in Dota 2.
It's how it goes, and you know, I don't want to be depressing.
I
but
hope not.
That was VP's last game of this competitive year, and I think they're going to need some changes because I cannot see them going into the next competitive year with the same lineup. Like Brian mentioned, something is missing. And to me, like that early game just wasn't there today. They did have a really strong win in that game 1, but I felt that was a very draft-dependent win.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just don't think that these 5 players, we're going to see them together next year.
Good job getting those thoughts out, because we've got Slacks yelling, and we've actually got drums now.
Add that to the equation.
All we need is some fireworks, and we are ready to go for these guys to not hear anything they're saying or that I'm saying. But that means we are going to wrap up soon, guys. I think closing thoughts for me, I'd love to get your thought on how Rune Eaters look heading into the matchup with Aurora, because that's going to be on the table for tomorrow. So I'll start with you, Brian. Maybe Effie can follow, and then we'll close.
I mean, I do think Aurora is quite the formidable opponent. For me, the mental aspect of Dota does become the tiebreaker once you start talking about like these tier 1 teams like Aurora. And the reason I think Aurora has really leveled up this year, like they were already pretty solid at the start of the year. But I want to tip my hat to KP as a coach. I think he's really rallied that team in a similar way that Puppy has rallied P-Vision. And I think he's an X factor that the drafts we saw go VP's way today, I think we might see more of like an even more significant version of that against Aurora. I think they're quite the tough opponent for Rune Eaters to be facing tomorrow.
Yeah, Slacks called them mini bosses, and for a reason, I think. But you know what? You should never count anyone out, especially after they have like a triumphant game 3 the way that Rune Eaters did. And I really do think that as a squad, if they can have some really important conversations tonight about what they want to change in their drafts moving forward, how they can secure themselves stronger mid-games in particular versus mid-game teams, that'll be really helpful against Aurora, because Aurora are kings of the mid-game.
And if it's up to Eki, they'll be getting a lot of drafts that look like their game 3, which he was very, very happy about, and probably the cleanest showing from Rune Eaters so far. They take the win over Virtus Pro. They'll be playing Aurora tomorrow, and at some point we will see Vici and P-Time and the results that show up there. We'll let you know when we know more, but to end today, we're going to hit it with the STC recap to close us out. Of course, more Dota tomorrow, more action. I'm excited to be here. Rain Day, FE, BSJ on this stream beat. It's going to be a fun day. Thank you all for being a part of us. As I like to say, never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.